alive.
And here we are, in a world connected by threads of data and stories of humanity. A world where every choice, every challenge, every headline echoes across borders. Leadership is not about watching change. It is about shaping it.
The horizon calls. A future written in light, driven by ideas, powered by innovation. This is where vision becomes reality, where boundaries dissolve, and where leadership means stepping boldly into what comes next.
From the stories of yesterday to the challenges of today, to the brilliance of tomorrow.
This is where history meets the horizon. This is Reuters Next.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for joining us. This podium is very tight. I can't fit my things in it. There you go. So I'm Alessandra Galloni. I'm editor-in-chief of Reuters, and I'm thrilled to welcome all of you to our inaugural Reuters NEXT Gulf. Reuters Next is our flagship series of live events, exploring issues that are critical to our understanding of the world. It is an opportunity for us to come together, to look beyond the headlines, and to ask the big questions about our future. The Middle East, of course, has long been a region in turmoil, but the last 2 years have been particularly turbulent. War, displacement, famine, but also a turbocharge of economic development and of business possibilities. The global context is uncertain as well. An upending of international economic order, shifting geopolitical alliances, political pandemonium in hitherto stable democracies, a new transactional expression of American hegemony, lethargy, and efforts to create a more environmental environmentally savvy and climate resilient future, and of course, the great unknown of artificial intelligence. A threat, an opportunity, a fundamental shift in human history. This makes it a very exciting moment to be here. This is a region that is increasingly important as a strategic, economic, and diplomatic partner for the world's largest players. And so one of the questions for us is, how does this region juggle support for the US and China? What opportunities lie east? Which opportunities lie west? The discussions that take place on the stage here at Reuters Next will get into all these issues and more with CEOs, policymakers, and thought leaders. We are joined here in Abu Dhabi by more than 40 speakers and 500 guests for conversations that will also be broadcast to millions around the world. I think I also have some personal friends in the audience, including two leading ladies of the diplomatic and media scene, and it's great to be here with you today. In a short while, I'll be sitting down with His Excellency, Dr. Anwar Gargash, the diplomatic advisor to the President of the United Arab Emirates, to discuss the prospects for stability and prosperity in the Middle East. And of course, we're talking at a particularly important, momentous, critical time in the negotiations for a peace deal in Gaza. We're going to hear from the UAE Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Lana Nusebi, Nigerian Foreign Minister Yusuf Tugar, MR Chairman Mohammed Al-Abar, Red Sea Global CEO John Pagano, and Masdar CEO Mohammed Jamil Al-Ramahi. You will also hear directly from our expert correspondents about how we cover the Middle East. This will be in a Reuters editorial briefing. And in it, they're going to share insights on what we report and how we deliver reliable news to more than 1 billion people a day. We at Reuters, we are uniquely placed to host you here today. The Middle East has always been central to our coverage of the world. We opened our first international bureau outside of London in Alexandria, Egypt, in 1866. We built a network of bureaus and correspondents in the region across the 20th century. We've been covering wars and trade and the drive for independence, revolutions, the oil industry, economic growth, and deep societal changes. This year, we launched a dedicated Arabic language website, offering more than 100 stories a day in Arabic to complement our global coverage. And of course, we have this event, which is the first Gulf edition of our flagship Reuters Next, right here in Abu Dhabi. But over the years, let me tell you that we have had a number of firsts. A Reuters reporter broke the news to the world in 1923 that Tutankhamun's tomb in the Valley of the Kings had been found with the mummy of the young pharaoh still inside. We were the first to report the killing of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat in 1981. We were the first to report the invasion of Kuwait by Saddam Hussein in 1990, and the first to tell the world that US troops had launched the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Our visuals teams have led the way in covering the war in Gaza, winning a Pulitzer Prize in the process. Many of the award-winning journalists and the scoop-getting reporters are in this audience, so I really urge you to seek them out today as the day progresses, because they have some incredible stories. Along with so many people in this region, we have also suffered. We've lost 2 journalists, Issam Abdallah and Hussam al-Masri, since the beginning of Israel's war in Gaza, both to Israeli fire. Our journalists in Gaza and their families have endured tremendous hardship while they were bearing witness for the world. Some of them are here today, actually. A piece of my own heart will always be buried in this region. But today, we're here to talk about what is next. And so, to kick us off, I have the pleasure of introducing our host city partner, the Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development. Please join me in welcoming the Undersecretary of ADED, His Excellency Hamad Sayah Al-Mazraoui.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning and welcome to Abu Dhabi. It's a great honor to the inaugural Reuters NEXT Gulf, a global dialogue among leaders shaping the future of our economies, industries, and societies. And here in Abu Dhabi, a city that bridges East and West, we stand at the crossroads of ideas and investments, trade and technology, purpose and progress. And this gathering comes at a defining moment. The world look at Abu Dhabi not only as a source of energy, but a source of insight and innovation, reimagining how economies grow and how societies prosper sustainability. Our transformation is guided by the vision of the Falcon economy, an economy defined by diversification, resilience, and global connectivity, and across sectors such as advanced manufacturing, clean energy, and financial services. We are creating engines of growth that will define competitiveness for decades to come. Progress, however, cannot be achieved in isolation. It is through collaboration across borders and ideas that can address global challenges and unlock shared opportunities. Today, we proudly welcome Thomson Reuters, a trusted global institution that has served in the Middle East for more than 160 years, connecting information, ideas, and people. Your decision to bring the Reuters Next platform to Abu Dhabi reflects our shared belief in the power of dialogue to shape more inclusive and informed world. As a host today, Abu Dhabi offers more than a venue. It offers a vision where innovation is inclusive, opportunity is borderless, and where prosperity is shared. Distinguished guests, thank you for being part of this important global conversation. Your insights, leadership, and collaboration will help define the agenda for a more inclusive and resilient future. We look forward to the ideas that will emerge and to the partnership that will begin right here in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. I would like also to extend my sincere appreciation to Reuters for bringing this remarkable global platform to Abu Dhabi. And through your dedication to fostering dialogue and sharing insights, you continue to connect ideas and people and opportunities that shape a more prosperous future. And last, thank you and welcome once again Reuters Next to Abu Dhabi. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency. Thank you, Alessandra, as well, for your introduction. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank in advance all of our speakers joining us today from across the region and indeed further afield. It is thanks to you, of course, that we've been able to pull together such a compelling event. I'm going to keep this very tight. I want to add my welcome to all of you in the room, to the millions watching online. My name is Axel Threlfall. I'm editor-at-large at Reuters, and it'll be my job to guide you through today's exciting and carefully curated program. I think the difficulty we face is not finding things to talk about. What is much harder, I think, is deciding what to cover, what to prioritize in such a very busy news agenda. I do hope you leave feeling we've made the right choices. Very quickly, we've split the day into 3 themes. This morning, leadership and geopolitics. We'll then move to economic strength and global markets. After lunch, we'll turn our focus to business leadership and corporate strategy, as well as opportunities and challenges associated with AI transformation and sustainability. You can ask questions, and I would encourage you to ask questions of our speakers. Do take that opportunity. It's through the Slido app. There should be a QR code. It will pop it up on the screen throughout the morning. Just take a picture of that and ask your questions. It really is as easy as it sounds. So lots to get our teeth into. Let's get started. We start with the prospects for stability and prosperity here in the Middle East and the view from the UAE. We're thrilled to have with us His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, diplomatic advisor to the President, previously the UAE's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. Reuters editor-in-chief Alessandra Galloni will lead that conversation. Your Excellency, Alessandra, please come on up to the stage.
Thank you so much for being here. It is really a pleasure for us to be able to talk to you in this incredibly pivotal moment for the region. So a lot of our conversation is going to be, of course, about peace in Gaza. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, I would just like your perspective on, after 2 years of war, 2 years of turmoil, devastation, just give us a sense of what that has wrought, of your perspective on where we are right now, here and in the region.
Thank you. First of all, I have to say I'm really delighted and honored to be invited here. I want to say, Alessandra, that this is, to encapsulate the moment, this is definitely a moment of opportunity and a moment of peril. It depends what we do with it. And when I say what we do with it, it's a whole set of actors. It's the countries in the region, it is the international community, it's U.S. leadership, and it is also the combatants themselves, whether these combatants are Israel or Iran or some of the militias that played an outsized role in the conflict in the region. I think the first thing to say is opportunity, because we do really have a chance today to change course. The war that started on the 7th of October was because of a certain trajectory, a certain course. And now we have an opportunity really to address that. Now, to address that, we need to do things differently. Failed deterrence policies are no longer valid and they should not be reincarnated. Maximalist views on the Palestinian issue are no longer valid. We have to address the issue that we really have 2 contending nationalisms fighting for one piece of land, and that land has to be divided, for example. I think also from the Gulf perspective, we are offering the region, and especially here in the UAE, we feel we're offering also the region an alternative model, a model of development that is changing gear from what I would call geopolitics to geoeconomy and now to geotechnology through what we are doing. Now, the peril side is also very worrying, because you will have actors who will act as if nothing happened in the last 2 years. And this includes Israel, it includes other players, Iran, the Hamas or Hezbollah or others. So this will actually be a repeat of a failed policy, really, that has actually resulted in where we are. I think other than that, we have also long-term concerns. Now, you mentioned Iraq in your opening remarks, and if you think about it, the collapse of the Saddam regime in Iraq brought about major changes that took a few years to percolate. And I think here also we really have a lot of things to watch. I can't believe that 2 years of war will not leave its scars and bring its opportunities. And I think that we have to be really asking ourselves some major questions. Some of these questions are we going to continue with this sort of maximalist views on how to address the Palestinian issue, for example, by the Israeli right, which has to understand that this is not going to go away. I think the other issues also, we've had 30 years of the trajectory of political Islam. And political Islam was the main combatant here in the 2 years of war. Is this really an early indicator that the trajectory of political Islam is actually coming at an apex and will actually slide down? There are many issues, many questions. From the Gulf perspective, the Gulf has played a very positive and outsized role also in what's going on. So how is that also going to shape up as a result of this geostrategic earthquake that we see? So really a moment of opportunity and a moment of peril.
Opportunity and peril, absolutely. Well, let's jump into some of the details then, touching upon what you said. So, as you mentioned, I mean, the UAE has been absolutely pivotal in the peace negotiations in the Gaza war. In Sharm el-Sheikh, for example, the U.S. President Donald Trump pinpointed your country as being key for the peace plan's success and the future of Gaza. What are you doing to ensure that the ceasefire holds and that the plan is implemented?
Okay. Well, there are things that we do collectively. I mean, at the end of the day, we are part of an overall Arab and international vision of a two-state solution. So the UAE will not veer away from this Arab and international vision that there has to be security for Israel, true, but at the same time, a viable Palestinian state. We have issues about reform, about how things should be managed, but it does not, contradict that part. I think, on the other hand, the UAE has played really an outsized role in the humanitarian side. I mean, in the last 2 years, we've spent $2.57 billion on Gaza aid. This is close to almost 46% of all aid reaching Gaza. If you really want to break it down, we've had 100,000 tons of food and medical equipment going to Gaza. Our water lines from Egypt to Rafah basically, cover 1 million people in Gaza. It's given us a lot of things to do on the humanitarian, and I think we will scale up. Now, having said that, it's not only because the UAE is generous. It's also the UAE has been able to leverage its relations with Israel in order to use that access. If we had no relationship with Israel, we wouldn't have been able to bring 3,000 Palestinians and their children and their families here, for example.
And you raise an interest. This is a key part. We're going to get into this relationship. Yeah. But so this begs the question, what did you tell Prime Minister Netanyahu in New York in private that got him to accept the peace plan?
Well, Sheikh Abdullah, so Prime Minister Netanyahu at the
You were in that meeting, I believe.
Well, at the most difficult time. And I think this was also a very difficult position, a difficult decision to take. But I think, our position was clear. We were very adamant about any annexation. Any threatened annexation, I think the UAE was mobilized immediately with the Americans, with the Israelis, that any annexation will actually be a red line for the UAE. I mean, again, we will not discuss what it entails because I think we've averted that. But I think at the same time, it was also a push in order to reach that, the Trump agreement or the American agreement.
So we're jumping a little bit ahead here because you've mentioned this red line, but would a violation of that, what is that red line for you, lead to an end of the Abrahamic Accord?
Again, it's like somebody holding his cards close to his chest. I think we have a lot of options, but I think this did not happen. So I think it'll be speculation right now.
You don't think it would happen?
I think right now we have averted that. I think the concentration now is to make the Gaza plan work, especially its second part now.
And so what is the specific role that you have in governing and reconstructing Gaza?
Well, again, we want to help in every way we can in resolving one of the thorniest, most difficult, most problematic issues in the region. So really, it depends. I mean, we've said it also, maybe not very clearly publicly, but I think the UAE role will be very flexible based on what is the horizon. If we see a clear horizon to a long-term Palestinian state, then of course our role will expand. And we will, put all our efforts and all our capabilities within the international community to support that. But I think if we don't see that, we will continue to help, but I see that our role will be more humanitarian and more in the negotiating side, because everybody has to see sense. It's only the extremists on both sides, whether it is the Arab side or whether it's the Israeli side, that just don't understand that you have to address contending aspirations of two nationalisms. And that means two states.
So just going back to what you just said, so are the Emiratis happy to be part of, for example, an international stabilization force?
Well, again, I mean, many of the items that you have seen in the plan, our Foreign Minister, Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, has been a key player behind the scene in these items and has been really in various negotiations and discussions and sort of, ideas going back and forth. So we want to help, but again, you need to understand we need a longer-term view that ensures that we will actually see a Palestinian state. Containment and a reversal to 6th of October will not help anybody. We really need to look at what has happened, and what has happened is an earthquake, and to take it from there. So again, I mean, the UAE will help. The UAE needs two things. It needs political clarity on where this is going, like many other countries. It's not a uniquely Emirati position. And the other thing, of course, is we will need also, operational arrangements and security, etc. You don't want to throw your kids into a battleground without clear, understanding.
So if I understand then, for now, sending people on the ground is not an option then?
Well, I think it's still under negotiation. The whole thing is under negotiation.
And how much do you see the cost of reconstruction? Have you a sense of the size?
I'm sure there's a lot of more economists here who
will give you
a bigger sense. But I think it'll be massive. And I think I was talking to a Dutch colleague a couple of years ago, and after October 7th, and she told me that the Dutch rebuilt Gaza port 3 times. So we don't really, no country wants to put major investments if it does not actually, I mean, humanitarian will flow in. But other than humanitarian, people want to see a long-lasting peace that actually stays, peace with hope, and peace that will actually secure Israel, but will give also the Palestinians the national state that they deserve.
So let's go back to something you said at the very beginning, which is sort of your foundation in a sense, which is the Palestinian state. But Prime Minister Netanyahu is clearly against a Palestinian state. So do you feel that there's any hope for peace with this particular government in Israel?
I mean, in every country, you have a spectrum of public opinion. And I'm not going to, reveal a secret when I tell you how many Israelis and how many non-Israeli Jews were cheering us when we took a position against the threats of annexation. So really, in this period, we have to count on moderation. And moderation here does not only mean the Israeli public opinion and moderates within it, but even within our own Arab world, where you see also people who understand that we cannot go back to where we were. We do need a path to peace. The paths to confrontation and war has actually been, catalytic on the Palestinians, and I don't think this is what we want to go back to.
And so do you think, what's the future of the Abraham Accords then? Because this seems to be a fundamental point of difference here.
No, I think the Abrahamic Accords is a very important of the jigsaw of how peace should look in the region. I think the Abrahamic Accords is a strategic agreement. It sends a message in the region. It's helped us operationally, as I said, on the humanitarian side. It's given us leverage on the issue of annexation. I mean, if we did not have the Abrahamic Accords, what are we going to come and tell, Prime Minister Netanyahu and his right-wing government about annexation? Because he also feels that this is an important part of the whole jigsaw puzzle of peace. But the Abrahamic Accord on itself is one of the parts. But again, major parts have to be reached by the Israelis and Palestinians. Other parts have to be reached by Lebanon and Israel, Syria and Israel. And I think the other part, the most important part, is the self-realization that the path to confrontation has not yielded any results for the Palestinians and has not given Israel the security that it wants.
I mean, what about the Palestinian Authority? Lost credibility with the U.S. Israel clearly has shunned it. What is the role for the PA going forward?
Well, I think the role for the PA is still central. But I mean, for us in the UAE, we have spoken about the necessity, and I think at times we've been, a lonely voice really in emphasizing the need for the reform of the PA. And sometimes, we've been perhaps criticized for being a little bit too loud on the need for the reform of the PA. But right now, when you see what is happening in Gaza, you say for the Palestinian Authority to play the central role that it should. That reform is needed, and that reform is needed in various areas, amongst them, of course, financial transparency, greater governance, and, of course, responsibility at different levels of functioning. It doesn't look like it's just a central group that runs the whole thing. So I think this is a central thing. I think the Palestinian Authority realizes more and more that this is an important part. It has said publicly that it is willing to reform itself, but I think we need to see action also.
So you are in a unique position, obviously, with the ear, speaking to the Israeli government, clearly with the ear of Washington. But does the U.S. remain a reliable defense partner these days?
Well, I think the question is yes, and things are changing, if I may say so.
So yes and no, or
yes, and yes, things are changing. Okay, I really don't know the word no. I've never used it, yani. But I think, number one, I think American leadership has been critical in basically affecting the ceasefire in Gaza. I think American leadership continues to be essential in the thorny path for what is remaining in this agreement. I think American leadership remains cardinal in arriving at a long-term understanding there. Now, where is the changing part? I think if you look at the Israeli strike on Qatar, for example, the Israeli strike on Qatar, from UAE perspective, was not a strike on Qatar. It was really a strike on how we see Gulf security. And we see Gulf security as a connected one that starts all the way from Kuwait to Saudi Arabia, all the way to Oman. I mean, if you think about it, we went to war in Yemen basically to back Saudi Arabia, basically because of how we see Gulf security. We and Saudi Arabia supported Bahrain against attempts to disrupt the regime there in 2011, 2012. And that was mainly because we see this security as a contiguous security. So from this perspective, I think the first thing is we see security as a connected one. I think the second thing is we also look, Qatar had or has the largest base in the Gulf. But I think what it tells us that many concepts about Gulf security that were embedded and were considered givens in the 1990s are today changing. The type of conflict that we are seeing, militias that have the capability to infiltrate countries with drones and with cheap missiles, etc., it means that the American part of security remains an essential part. But the idea basically that American security is the sole part of a security architecture, I think this is something that is totally changing.
That's what's changed. I want to come back to this because you hit upon the role of the United States, and I want to come back to you. But I would like to shift away to another conflict, since you mentioned a couple of other conflicts, and that is the conflict in Sudan. And, you know, since April 2023, the UN, media reports, American lawmakers have detailed the UAE military contributions to the Rapid Support Forces, which, of course, is one of the main parties in the conflict, and which has been implicated in genocide. The UAE has been accused of using humanitarian work as a cover to move drones and weapons from Chad, for example, to the RSF. How does the UAE assess these atrocities by the RSF? Do you think they amount to genocide?
Well, I think, Alessandra, we have two components here. I think if you want to play a constructive role in the region, you have to take the flak. You have to take the heat. I mean, the sort of accusations that we have, that are thrown at us, we've seen these accusations in Yemen. We've seen these accusations in supporting also the Palestinian population in Gaza about our humanitarian role being a cover for other purposes. This is not new to us. So you have to take a decision. If you want to stay passive in your region, then you can protect yourself from this sort of accusation. If you want to be active in your region and be a major influencer in how this region works, then you will have all this sort of stuff thrown at you, some real, some not so real, some exaggerated. Now, coming back to our position here. Our position is very much articulated in the Quad statement, which is the United States, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the UAE. We see both parties who are leading the civil war today in Sudan, whether it is the Sudanese army or the RSF, as combatants. We are calling for an immediate ceasefire. We are calling for scaling humanitarian support. And most importantly, we don't see the future of Sudan in a military junta. We see the future in Sudan in a civilian transition. I mean, we were, to a certain extent, an odd voice in what we are saying. I mean, we had the support of the EU, and we had the support of the African Union in the overall picture. But I think a lot of the flack that we are taking today, as I said, some exaggerated, some real, some not so real, basically stems from that. If you want to be a player and you want to come to the two generals and say the future of Sudan is not a military junta, expect the flack. And I think the Quad statement, which the UAE played also an important role in reaching agreement on, represents us more than anything else.
But so do you consider the RSF atrocities, would you say they amount to genocide?
We consider all the civil war really worthy of looking into and seeing what humanitarian cost is being paid. Today, I think every day that we see war extending in Sudan is another case for the international organizations to look into, really.
And just the last question on this, so you clearly have influence there. You just talked about it, and getting flack for it. How do you leverage this influence to secure, an immediate ceasefire, to enable humanitarian aid? So how, in the specific, do you leverage this influence?
Well, I think in Sudan, on the humanitarian side, we're working on the margins because we are not allowed to go in, and conditions also in Sudan itself is not allowing us to play the role that we are playing in Gaza. It's interesting that an Israeli government is allowing us to put all this aid in Gaza, while the Sudanese general is not allowing us to do that. Very interesting, but sad. So I think what we are really trying to do here, number one, we work through the Quad and other international organizations in order to reach a ceasefire. I mean, at this point in Sudan, even without too much clarity on how the political scene will develop, we need a ceasefire. We need for people all over Sudan, in Khartoum and in Niala, to feel safe. So I think this is the essential part. I think once we are allowed to work in, I can assure you the UAE will scale up fully there. Again, you have to see also, we've been engaged in Sudan for a long time, helping in economic development, helping get Sudan during the civilian period, get out of the American sanctions, etc. So this is a long-term engagement with Sudan.
Let's go back then to something you said before, and that is really, I think, one of the themes of this conference, which is U.S.-China, right? Yeah. I mean, the U.S. is worried about your opening up to China. It has a fear that it could diminish your alliance with Washington. How do you balance this, right? How do you balance this bilateral relationship, especially in the context of what you said, which is that this hegemony, if you will, is changing, this reliability is changing. How do you reassure Washington?
I didn't use the word hegemony.
No, I used it.
You did, yeah. Okay. Let's just say that, okay. I think number one, we don't really hear too much about U.S. concerns for our relationship with China. I think it is more a thing of the past. I think on moving towards, a greater technological cooperation with the U.S., a lot of these ground rules are set. So I don't really see that so much as I would have said 4 years ago, 3 years ago. I think here you have a certain lag between, let's say, think tankers and between officials. So I think a lot of these things have been clarified. I mean, if you really look at the sort of technological cooperation that we are planning with the U.S., that technological cooperation would have not been possible except with a lot of clarity on a lot of issues that you alluded to. But again, other than that, I think the EU today has a great relation. EU countries today have a great relationship with the U.S. and have great relationships with China in terms of trade, in terms of investment, etc. So why not us? I think in many ways we are, and I think our president, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, is very, very much interested, and I think a driver to understand his thinking is what I would call strategic autonomy. He understands how critical and what an anchor the U.S. relationship is to us. But at the same time, he also understands that any successful country, emerging country like the UAE, has to have an Asia strategy, has to have a China strategy, and has to also rejuvenate relations with Europe. And I think what the UAE has also done very successfully recently is taken the plunge in Africa. And I think for many countries that are still concerned about doing business in Africa, the UAE has done that methodically. And today, the numbers, I mean, if you think we have a trade, the trade interaction with Africa is about $100 billion. And that's a huge number. And if you think about it, south of, the Sahara and south of Africa, of that is almost $60 billion. So that is another area. So I think the driver here, to understand UAE policy, there are 3 drivers here. Number one is we are in a geoeconomic, geotechnological phase. Number 2 is we don't work without partners. We are not a solo flyer. We are not big enough to be a solo flyer. Number 3 is we value our traditional relationship, whether they are the United States, which is cardinal, or Europe, but we also think in terms of strategic autonomy.
So last question. I mean, you are one of the most well-known figures in your government. You travel the world. Many people know you. Is it easier to conduct diplomacy in Washington or in Beijing?
No, I think.
And don't be diplomatic.
No. I think we have 2 different schools. I think the American school is an open school. I mean, a lot of our decision makers have traveled often there. They speak the language. Have gone to universities there, like myself and others. So it's a different school. But I think we're learning with China. We're learning, but in both cases, there are fundamentals. And I think that those fundamentals is trust. You need to tell people in closed-door sessions what they hear publicly. You can't come and say something in closed-door sessions, and then you lose that sort of trust. You lose that sort of relationship, etc. And I think these are fundamentals that you can't change.
Wonderful. Well, on the word of trust, which is a word that is very dear to Reuters, I think we can end this session. Thank you very much for your time.
Shukran.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Alessandra. An apt and important conversation to start this day of discussion. And themes, by the way, we will come back to throughout the day. His Excellency talked at the end there about Africa. We will, of course, hear from Nigeria's foreign minister a little later this morning. We turn our attention now to how countries here in the GCC are leveraging their economic heft and their strategic geography to assert a growing influence on the world stage. His Excellency Ahmed Jassim Al-Zabi is chair of the Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development. He will be in conversation with Paul Bascobert, president at Reuters. If you could both come up, please.
Welcome, first of all. In addition to being the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development, you are also the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Global Markets. You are the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce. You chair the Abu Dhabi Investment Office. You oversee the Customs and Conformity Council. You're a very busy man. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, and thank you for having me here. Just want to say I'm not as exciting as Dr. Anwar was, so and not as articulate, probably. as he is, but I'll try my best.
No, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to begin with the conversation that Alessandra introduced at the beginning of the day, which is we find ourselves in a world that is reconsidering long-held alliances and partnerships around the world. We find ourselves in a time when some of the best and brightest talent is reconsidering where to build their next startup, where to start their next research center. And against this storm, we find UAE, Abu Dhabi is an oasis of stability, of investment. You have built some of the most comprehensive economic partnerships in the region. You have incubators, you have listed companies. It would seem that you're very fortunate to be in this point in time, but it's not an accident. It's the results of many years of planning. So maybe we could start by going back to the early 1970s and the long-term vision that was put in place at the time. And has it played out as you expected? What's been easier? What's been more difficult?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they see the UAE or Abu Dhabi in specific, they assume that probably it came recently, but it started with a vision by the founding father, the late Sheikh Zayed, and in the 60s he had a vision of creating a country that was called the United Arab Emirates. There were 7 different emirates working in solo, and accordingly in the early 1970s or 1971, December 2nd, this is when he inaugurated the UAE with the other founding fathers. It took this one man to actually ensure that he brings 7 emirates together for one vision. At that point, where the UAE was and where the human capital in Abu Dhabi was very different. It was a dry sponge that wanted to actually suck any kind of knowledge and education to be where they want to be today. So they had a vision, they had a view of creating a country that is resilient, a country that is tolerant, a country that has a vision, that has ambitions, and a country that can be an economic hub and a financial hub globally. That vision was very successful, and years later, in around the mid-2000s, another vision came to fruition, which is basically how do we get out of that conundrum of being in an oil-based country to a more diversified country, and in the mid of the 2000s, that's when a new vision by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the UAE, we went about diversifying the economy. We need to remember that till the late 90s, the UAE and Abu Dhabi in specific was 20% non-oil and 80% oil. As we speak today, the last quarter, we have 57% of our GDP being non-oil and 43% being oil. And that's really turning the economic pyramid on its head. We're probably, hopefully in the future, we're heading to a more 80% non-oil, 20% oil, and that's for the future. So and that's in the 2000s. The third pivotal historical economical inflection point for the UAE and Abu Dhabi was actually COVID. During COVID is where everyone around the world got exposed in terms of where they are. No indices, no specific ratings. It was all out in the open. If the index says you're the best in human rights, if the index says you're the best in quality of life, if the index says you're the best in healthcare, it got exposed during COVID. And that's when the UAE realized we're actually on top of a lot of this. We are ahead of everyone. None of this indices that actually kind of covered a lot of the deficiencies in a lot of economies across the globe, but it actually exposed the best out there and actually zeroed in into actually where others have actually been maybe in a situation where those kind of matrices help them to actually be not as exposed as one would think. So at that point, we realized we're actually ahead. And that's when we actually thought we actually are at a point where we actually are able to lead, because we've got the human capital, we've got the ambition, and we've got the infrastructure. And we have a view on the world that is very different than a lot of other economies. So that's kind of the three major phases of the economy of the UAE and Abu Dhabi.
Well, let's talk more about the 57% of the non-oil-based economic activity. Tell us a little bit about the investment focus and what investors and businesses in the region need to know about the opportunities in this region.
The most important thing to know is that the UAE and Abu Dhabi is a place where we want to do business. However, the cornerstones of us doing business is always built on a very, very specific DNA within Abu Dhabi, which is partnerships. We believe in partnerships. If you look at the two major historical pillars, economic pillars of Abu Dhabi, when I talk about the juggernaut in ADNOC and the behemoth in ADIA, you really talk about two entities that were built on partnerships. So that's number one. And then we've added to that Mubadala, ADQ, and others, and of course the private sector players that we have currently. So all of that is based on partnerships. So one, if someone comes here, expect that we're going to be very open to actually partnering and doing business. Two, we're very open to new ideas. We're very open to actually dipping our toes into risky waters sometimes when it comes to financial services or businesses in general. So and number four is whoever comes and invests here will be on a train which is a diversification train, which means we're going to start looking at a wider array of clusters and sectors. We'll be going into more complex sectors within the economic complexity spectrum, and this is very important. Another thing is for investors to know, the regulatory frameworks and the regulatory environment in the UAE and Abu Dhabi is very different than a lot of countries. It's way faster, way more flexible, and way more willing to listen to others when it comes to consultation of ideas. And that's very important for us to actually continue growing, and we're going to continue that trajectory, I have no doubt.
Well, on the clusters that you mentioned, there's three that I think you've decided to focus on. Autonomous vehicles, and I should mention that I took an autonomous vehicle from the airport on my way here, so which it worked wonderfully. I'm here. Agricultural tech, health and longevity are three areas that you've decided to focus on. And tell us more about why those three and what people should look for.
Well, we've announced three, but in reality we have 13. So we've got the autonomous vehicles, we've got the agricultural and health also clusters, and there's more. There's financial services, which we're going to continue to focus on, chemicals, minerals. We're going to continue doing, obviously, AI and digital infrastructure is going to continue being there. Manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, we're going to continue doing that. And obviously, the oil sector with its downstream will always be a pivotal sector within the economy. Hence, if you realize, we went through an exercise of saying, out of all the sectors that we have, where do we believe, which was around, we pinpointed around the population of 180 sectors, let's say, around the world. So out of the 180 sectors, where do we actually believe we have the right to play? This was the first question. And out of those, we went down to around 100. And then we said, out of the 100, where do we believe we have the right to win? And out of the 100, we went down to 13. And those 13 sectors or clusters are the clusters that we're going to continue focusing on. But they're also way more complex clusters and sectors than what we used to do. It's not an input-output. It's more of an input, and there's a lot of processing within that, and then there's an output. So if you look at autonomous vehicles, it's not only about the vehicle itself. It's about the technology that comes into it, the AI that comes to it, the recognition, the face recognitions, the object recognitions, the different technologies that comes, the programming that comes into it, the kind of talent that actually is going to pull just by that sector. If you look at the food sector, again, the same thing. It goes into supply chains and specifically looking at specific, for example, protein alternatives, alternative proteins, protein fermentation, for example, and looking at those things and what's the trajectory of that going forward. Health, for example, there's a lot of focus on life expectancy and a lot of focus on longevity and health and etc. We believe in the UAE and Abu Dhabi in specific, we're in a very strong position now to actually compete on that level. We have more than 1 million genomic data, okay? We have, and it's a very diversified genomic database, you know, and which means that you've got, because in the UAE, you've got around close to 200 nationalities, 180 plus. So the diversity in actually the genomic data. Another thing, the data sets that we have in terms of healthcare, and what the guys here in Abu Dhabi and the Department of Health has done is a brilliant job of actually putting that out there. And that data is not only knowledge, but there's also wealth. And that wealth helps us to actually springboard to other areas, and hence why a lot of the healthcare institutions and the pharmaceuticals are extremely interested in what we have today because of the kind of data that we have and we possess here in Abu Dhabi, and that's going to help prolong people's lives, or I wouldn't say prolong people's life because the longevity crowd will be upset about that. I would think better people's life during which they're on that earth. You know.
Well, you know, part of this is attracting and developing the entrepreneurs of the future and the talents of the future. I know you've talked quite a bit about the importance of culture as a part of this. We sit close to some of the top universities in the world and some of the top cultural centers in the world. You've built Hub 71, which is a focus on entrepreneurship. Maybe can you say more about what you're trying to do with Hub 71 in terms of attracting talent and motivating entrepreneurs?
With what we've realized is that entrepreneurs would usually go to places where they believe they can grow. And we believe the UAE and Abu Dhabi is a place where they can grow. And the idea of Hub 71 came from that belief that entrepreneurs would want to go to places where they can be supported, they can be understood, and they can be helped to actually grow. And we want that to happen. Building Hub 71 for the past couple of years, we have around 400, close to 400 startups. 60% of them are actually not from the UAE. We've raised billions for them. We've supported them to grow. There will be more and more unicorns coming out of Hub 71. Just like financial services, just like funds, it's not anymore portfolio managers following where the funds are. It's funds following where the portfolio managers actually want to live. If a portfolio manager wants to stay in Abu Dhabi, and a very successful portfolio manager, I can assure you that most of whether funds or hedge funds would want to set up just for those portfolio managers in Abu Dhabi. And that's something that I will see also in entrepreneurship. The thing that entrepreneurs are also excited about is that Abu Dhabi is going into sectors that is exciting and interesting for them. And for example, one of the most important parts that a lot of them are excited about is the AI part. And the question is, how do we help them today use that connectivity that we have with the different AI community globally to actually support them here to grow. And that's the important part, and that's how they see us today, is how do we actually support them in different matters, not only in AI, but also, let's say, regulations. How do you actually ensure that if someone comes up with a business, that today there is a regulatory vacuum, how are you as Abu Dhabi going to support them in actually covering that and helping them with actually creating a regulatory framework that is helpful for them? So that's why entrepreneurs are coming to the UAE. That's why entrepreneurs are coming to Abu Dhabi. It's exciting. They see today they see that there are dreams that can be achieved in Abu Dhabi, and we're happy that that's the case.
I see we have a couple of questions, and we have just a few minutes. If we could, I'll just read the questions. Is Abu Dhabi involved in data centers? Is this a priority?
I mean, if you want to compete at the global level, you would need to be able to actually have the infrastructure to actually compete. And I just want to say that given where we are today economically, globally, I do not believe that countries with the highest populations or the biggest populations or bigger populations are going to be the ones leading the economical engine going forward. I believe that the countries with the biggest computation power will actually lead the economical engines across the world. Hence, being in AI, being in data centers, being in all of that is very important to Abu Dhabi and very important to us.
Well, I think that leads to the second question. How will AI change the economy of Abu Dhabi? And how is the Department of Economic Development driving AI?
It's already changing the economy in Abu Dhabi, as I said. If you look at the use cases that we have today, if you look at the government application, the central government application, which is TEM, this is a use case for a lot of different countries to look at. Today, the newer version that we've just launched is an AI-enabled version. You do not need to do things anymore. AI will do it for you. That's only on the government level. If you look at healthcare, for example, if God forbid one calls and says, I've got a heart attack, I've got a stroke, it takes the ambulance 6 minutes to get to that place. Within those 6 minutes, if we didn't have the data sets that we have and the power of the data that we have and the power of AI, the paramedics would not be prepared as and when they reach there in 6 minutes. So how did AI help? Once that paramedic jumps on that ambulance, he or she would get an automatic summary telling them what to expect, how do we do things, what's happening with the patient, and what's the best course of action. That's a use case that one would look at to save lives. That's what we're looking at. Those are the things that we're looking at. So looking at how do we actually help economies and human capital within the country is very important to us, and that's going to continue to be so.
Well, I know we only have just a minute left. I have one last question. Thinking forward now, 10 years into the future, it's Gulf Next 10th anniversary, and we're sitting here talking about the progress. What are your hopes, and where do you see things in 10 years?
I think we'll be sitting in Disneyland, in 10 years. So probably the characters won't be the same. Probably you'll be dressed differently, I'm not sure, But I think in 10 years, I just want to picture something for people. In 10 years, we're going to have Disney up and running. We're going to have the Sphere up and running. We're going to have the museums, the cultural district up and running. Our current plan for the aggressive infrastructure that we're building will be up and running. We'll have more universities, top universities. We'll have a stronger human capital in the UAE. We'll have a very diversified economy, very exciting, different exciting sectors within the UAE and in Abu Dhabi. And so, if you think, and we're going to have a very strong financial hub, that's for sure, in ADGM, which is also one of the things that I think we haven't spoken about, but you know, it's also a cornerstone of the economic fabric of Abu Dhabi. But yeah, and we're probably going to be ahead at that time. We'll be leading at that time. We are leading in some areas, and I think we will continue to be the safest city in the world. We will continue to be one of the smartest cities in the world. We will continue to be the happiest city in the world, you know, and maybe I'll look younger because, you know, I'm gonna, you know, I hope I'll look younger in 10 years, you know, based on the guys who spoke to me about longevity and you know, so there's a magic pill apparently, you know.
There's hope for us all.
So that's what I hope.
Wonderful. Well, Your Excellency, thank you for your time, and
pleasure.
look forward to the conversation in 10 years.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Paul as well. By the way, if you are registered for the Future of News session, which starts roundabout now, that happens on the Catalyst stage. It'll say FON at the bottom of your badges. We don't want you to leave this room, but if you are keen to go to that Future of News session, head over there now. Here on the world stage, our first panel of the day asks, what is the MENA region's role in a new world order? Who are the leaders shaping the region's future? I can think of no one better to lead this discussion than Samia Nakul, a well-known face and a well-known voice here in the region, and Reuters Global Foreign Policy Editor. Samia, come on up, and she will introduce her panel once they're all up here.
Welcome and thank you for joining this important discussion. What's next? MENA's role in a new world order. As you know, we're living in a world now, you know, with huge global change, from shifting power centers to the growing danger of climate change. And right in the middle of it, you know, the Middle East stands at a real crossroad. It's no longer just looking what's happening elsewhere in the world. It's about shaping what comes next. And I'm delighted to have here three distinguished voices. From the UAE, we have Her Excellency Minister of State Lana Nusaybi, who over the past 20 years has been the rising voice of the UAE on the global stage, shaping policy with conviction, vision, and ambition. First, through her role as UN ambassador, and now into her current role and special envoy to Pakistan and Afghanistan. And lately, she's been involved in negotiation to reach a peace deal on Gaza, which luckily we had a ceasefire. You know, Lana's leadership and her commitment to gender equality, international dialogue, and cooperation has been a model and an inspiration to women, not only in the UAE, but across the Arab world, and who really look at her in admiration for her charisma, determination, and resolve. So thank you. And from Saudi Arabia, we have Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Sakr, the founder of the Gulf Research Center, which is a think tank of global reach and influence. It focuses basically on Gulf and Arab affairs. Actually, my relationship with Dr. Abdulaziz, they started here in the UAE 25 years ago. And we were craving for independent, insightful, and sober news and analysis. And he and his center fit that gap, and he continues to do so until now. His center not only provides trusted analysis and insight and information, but also shapes policy and provide solutions for some of our pertinent problems in this region. And from the IMF, we have Dr. Jihad Azzour, a distinguished economist and public servant. He is currently the director of the IMF for the Middle East and Central Asia, a region with immense complexity, but again, with immense promise. As Lebanon finance minister, he led some critical economic reforms which were badly needed for Lebanon, and we need more of that. And his name was put forward as a candidate for Lebanon's presidential election in 2022, 2025. And again, it reflects the trust in his leadership and his vision. His contribution to economic development and governance were widely recognized through the prestigious award Chevalier dans l'Ordre National de la Légion d'Honneur. Again, a testament for his commitment and for his impact in this region and beyond. So thank you again, wa ahla wa sahla. And I'm going to start with Jihad, معلش مع حفظ الألقاب, because the meeting of the IMF and the World Bank just happened, and they came out with praised resilience of global economy and regional economy, including MENA, despite all the shocks and all the uncertainty. But they warned of risks that are lingering. So can you tell us from your perspective, what key priorities came out for the MENA region from this meeting?
Samia, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for organizing this important event. Of course, this year is a year where when you line up the events and you see the outcome, you see some dichotomy between both. We went through various shocks: geopolitical tension, geoeconomic fragmentation, trade and tariff tension, in addition to the geopolitical issues in the region, including a flare-up of conflict during the year. Despite that, when we look at the global outlook for this year, and in particular for the region, we see that the region was resilient. Growth has been upgraded compared to our projections back in April, and we are seeing growth this year. And this growth is led by many factors and many countries. Of course, a certain number of sectors have performed well, like tourism, like trade, innovation, and technology, which has led, especially in the GCC, the diversification process, but also a certain number of other factors. But this was not only an improvement in growth. A certain number of issues also, or certain number of economic indicators improved. Inflation, despite certain number of countries where inflation is still high, is improving, and access to financial markets has been restored. Yet there are risks, and I think we need to recognize the importance of those risks in order to prepare for the future. This resilience comes with still a very high level of uncertainty. And the issue with uncertainty, it could hit you with time. So far, I would say things have been limited in terms of impact because the tariff measures were limited on the region, and the trade connection with the US is relatively limited. But the level of uncertainty can come with a certain number of other developments. If inflation goes up, or if we see additional tension among the various blocs, this could have an impact on the region. The other issue is the volatility we could see in the oil price. Despite the increase in supply, despite the softening of the oil price, the increase in supply was, at the result, positive to the region in terms of the impact economically. But this could have an impact on the current account, which means on the reserves, as well as also on the fiscal situation. Three, the tension that exists with the various conflicts was relatively limited in terms of its spillover regionally, but this is an issue that we need to keep an eye on. What does it mean, and to answer your question in terms of what are the priorities? The first priority, I think, because there is a flip to this coin, which is the high level of opportunities that the region could have today, is A, to start with strengthening the resilience, which means to make sure that the fundamentals are strong. In the case of the GCC, is to keep the path of diversification and gradually building the economy from the oil cycle, keep inflation low. For other countries, is to address that issue, as well as also in certain number of cases, the size of the public sector. This is first. Stability comes first. Second, you need to transform. There are opportunities today. What we see in the world opens a new chapter in terms of multilateralism. Some would say post-multilateralism. But this is something that is important for the region, who is playing the role of a connector. New trade routes, new connection with neighboring regions is an opportunity for this part of the world. 3, the tectonic shifts, and technology is really one. AI, technology, cryptocurrencies, all these developments are going to shape up our future, the near future, and we need to be ready for that. I'm happy to see that, for example, in terms of AI readiness, 3 countries in the region are among the top performers in the world: UAE, Saudi, and Qatar. We need more. Therefore, we need to get ready for all these transformation and benefit from them. And for that, we need to think about 2 important elements that I would like to add to this equation. Is how to increase inclusion in the economy. We have a young generation that still, in terms of access to market, access to job market, still not faring very well. And we need to address that. Addressing that is by creating jobs, opening opportunities for startup SMEs. And this requires by increasing access to finance, improving business environment. We need also to increase women's participation in the economy. I think this is one of the big boosters that the region can have. We did a calculation that if you increase women's participation in the region to the average EMs, we can get $1 trillion of additional output. This is very important. And this also will help us increase productivity in the region. And 3, I think rising up from ashes is something that the region needs to focus on. The post-conflict strategy needs to be laid out. In our outlook this year, we dedicated a chapter to that. How you succeed emerging from conflicts or from instability. What are the lessons learned from successes and failure? And there are important milestones to be achieved very quickly in terms of stabilizing the economy, strengthening the process of rebuilding institutions, and scaling up support, both public and private sector. I would encourage everyone to read it because I think this is going to be one of the challenges of the region going forward, but also could be transformed into opportunities. My last point is we have to recognize that, especially here in the Gulf, we have one of the few bright spots in 2025. And we need to build on it. Building on it is doubling down on investment in technology, investing in people, doubling down on having this region playing the role of connector. And I think this is something that has huge potential. I cover a region where I see opportunities between, for example, GCC and Central Asia, a region that is growing at 6% despite the war between Russia and Ukraine. With Africa, I think Dr. Al-Gargash was mentioning that. There's huge potential. And this part of the world is becoming the node where many decision makers could come and interact. Therefore, I think we have to be very careful on how to manage this transition. But I think we need to shift a bit our policy framework in order to succeed and benefit from that.
Yeah, Lana, the IMF spoke about diversification and resilience. How is the UAE using diplomacy to navigate external shocks and regional conflicts, which are many in this part of the world?
Thank you, Samia, and I'd like to actually pick up on a number of the data points that Jihad so brilliantly outlined in order to look at answering that question of how the UAE is weathering what looks like an accelerated fragmentation over the last 2 years. But really, if you look at the preparation that made this economy so resilient, it's perhaps the last decade where we've seen the slow fragmentation from the post-Cold War era and order to a diversified geopolitics, geoeconomics, and geotechnological shift in the global order. So the multilateral institutions, the fragmentation in what we define as our collective norms and understandings. And in the last 2 years, obviously an acceleration because of actual major conflicts between with big powers on either side of that, from Russia and Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan, Yemen, Libya, Syria. There are a number of conflict points in the region. If we take a step back and look at polling in the Arab region, and Jihad, you pointed out 30% of the region is under 25, and that's really our market when we look at what we're trying to build here in the UAE. It's the lens for how we look at our economic diversification and development. So despite the last 2 years of accelerated fragmentation, the IMF has shown 4% growth in our GDP in 2024, 4.8% in 2024, and predicted for 2025 an increase on that. Yes. So I think despite fragmentation, you are looking at solid economic growth in the UAE. So how did we do that? 70,000 plus new companies have opened up in the UAE over the past 2 years alone. And when you speak about AI, our competitiveness index shows that we are the number 3 globally for attracting global talent in AI here in the UAE. There's a very interesting study. We've seen the polling over 10 to 12 years now, where the youth that I was speaking about in the Arab region have consistently chosen the UAE as their number 1 destination. If they could pick a place to immigrate to and live and work and thrive, it is the UAE over countries in Europe, over the United States. And I think that's a really important data point. Why is that population of under 30s choosing the UAE as the model where they see a state structure that works, a regulatory environment that works, a political system that works, and a laser focus on delivery for both citizens and residents alike? And I think that's how we have weathered the shocks and how we use diplomacy to weather the shocks. First of all, in our diplomatic efforts, we are pragmatic, we are solution-oriented. We look at being the connecting point, the connector hub to diplomatic differences. We're looking at diversified portfolios, not only of energy and economics and geopolitics, but also technology and AI. And we're looking to be a place of convening mediation efforts for these difficult conflicts, because we understand we cannot be an island. In order for us to thrive, we need other countries around us to be stable. So we have long taken the position, and this is something that I think in our part of the world is a benefit, a net benefit of being stable political systems. We've long taken the position that just allowing conflicts to continue unresolved, not finding the solution to those conflicts, has been a strategic mistake in the international community. Let's take a look at maritime trade, which has disrupted 30% of container traffic, 10% of global energy and oil and gas both, and has caused a lot of shocks for consumers and for shipping and for international economies. If we look at that, as Dr. Anwar Gargash outlined in the first session, we were immediately with Saudi Arabia outlining that the Houthis would be a problem in Yemen in 2015 and that we needed to deal with this because maritime shipping in the Red Sea was a strategic core interest, not only of our region, but for the international community. And I think now we see 10 years later what has come to pass as a result of not resolving that conflict. If we look at Gaza, October 7th, and the resulting horrific war in Gaza, again, you see root causes of not dealing with non-state actors in our region, not dealing with political instability in those countries. And I think I'll end with that for why we took the decision to sign the Abraham Accords 5 years ago. It was about trying to change mindsets in our region with radical change in thinking that looked to the future, that looked to speaking to that 30% of the region's population that are under 25 with a new vision of peace, coexistence, and tolerance anchored in economic stability. And I think building and providing those economic opportunities has been how we have built in the resilience, whether in our energy, in our economy, and also in our geopolitics, diversifying our relationships across the spectrum from Asia to Africa to the Americas. So between the US and China, we have excellent relations both economically but also strategically with India, where we signed a free trade agreement and saw our trade with that country improve by 30% year on year since its signing. And it was negotiated, by the way, in 81 days. And I will end with that point. In a state of the world where fragmentation is the norm, where you're seeing an erosion of one multilateral system that governs the international space, diplomatic agility and entrepreneurship is key in that space. And I think that's, I'm proud to have represented the foreign ministry for over 2 decades in this space, because I think where creative entrepreneurship in diplomacy is needed, the UAE has shown that, whether it's mediating over 5,000 prisoner exchanges between Russia and Ukraine, whether it's being as Dr. Gargash has outlined, a key partner with the Arab region, but also with the United States and with Israel, using the Abraham Accords to help achieve this ceasefire in Gaza that was so desperately needed. And whether it's now in dealing for a comprehensive regional security architecture that stabilizes our region and allows us to build out to the next generation of economy and geopolitics. That's the space we see ourselves contributing to as one of many players.
Okay. Dr. Abdulaziz, talking about diversification, Saudi Arabia from BRICS to IMEC to widening its mediation role in the Middle East, and at the same time juggling relations with the US and China. Is this a rewriting of power politics, or is it a balancing act as a strategy for survival?
Well, Samia, it's nice to be invited to Reuters conference. I'm so happy to be in Abu Dhabi, as always. Let me start by saying, yes, Saudi Arabia, one of its pillars in the new policies is diversification in the partnership. They have been invited to the BRICS, but they have not yet accepted to join the BRICS. And I think the reason for that is two. One, they do have an excellent relation to most of the BRICS members. At the same time, they wanted to see the real formalization of the BRICS and how they're going to function as an institutional and what sort of added value that will bring to them. But yes, they have accepted to go on the IMEC. They are part of the G20. And they do play their roles in terms of regional and international side. Yes, the relation with the US is since 1930s, when the oil was explored and, founded in Saudi Arabia. But at the same time, the relation with China, and I remember, I feel very proud that I was the first Saudi, 23rd of October 1981, visited Peking. And at that time, there was no direct flight to Peking, so I had to fly to Tokyo. And from Tokyo, I take the BIA, the Pakistan Airways, to Peking. So it was an interesting time, seeing. But the relation have developed after the 91. Today, we are almost $110 billion trade relation between Saudi Arabia and China, primarily because 22% of our oil export goes to China, so China is the largest buyer, and they're the biggest trading partner after, with Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf countries. I think next to it, the EU comes into that. But the EU, the energy does not represent a very small percentage of the trade relations. So if you take out the energy from the Chinese, but still, our relation to China is a buyer and seller. China is not a key player when it comes to the regional security issue here. U.S. remain the most important player when it comes to that. The Gulf region have built up the regional security based on two things: building their own capacity, enhancing their forces, centralization of command, and decentralization of forces. So we have, through the GCC, we have a centralization of command, but decentralization of the forces. But yet, the U.S. and the second pillar of that, of course, the strong relation that we have with the U.S. and some of the West countries like Britain, France, Italy, and their also support, presence in the region. But the U.S. remain to be the most important one when it comes to the security region. I think Saudi have adopted the sort of balanced, neutral relation, independency, but at the same time, and I think as Her Excellency Lana said, when it comes to Russia-Ukraine crisis, the Gulf countries have contributed. UAE alone contributed to the release of more than 4,600 prisoners. Qatar have contributed to also to the children issues there. Saudi did humanitarian part and also some of the exchange of prisoners on the beginning. But again, we wanted to maintain the balanced relation. We don't want to cut our relation with Russia, yet we have never accepted any aggression and we have always condemned the aggression against the Ukraine. And we supported humanitarian as much as we can and dealt as an honest, broker with both. So I think it's not a shifting, but at the same time, we hope the U.S. Will understand, the value of the importance of the relation that we have with them, and they need to ensure the region of their commitment to the security of the region, since they have started in the 40s early.
Thank you. Dana, I'm going to ask you, the UAE has also positioned itself as a bridge between, East and West. How sustainable is this role given the global polarization now? And sorry, we're conscious of time because I want to leave questions. There is so many questions from the audience.
As quickly as possible then, to fully support what Dr. Sagar said, I think all the Gulf countries have played an important bridge-building role in a difficult geofractured environment, and he's demonstrated that. I think also, if you look in terms of impact on the UAE, we still remain a very important connector point between East and West. Something like a plane is landing and taking off every 40 seconds in the UAE. Our ports are one of the top 10 trading ports globally. 150 million passengers still coming to the UAE, and that number, the population continues to grow because we remain a vital connecting hub. In the space of AI, $1.4 trillion framework of investment with the United States to develop AI data hubs outside of the US here using US technology. And if you look at our connectivity in terms of trade and economic routes, that is soon going to be a very important connector hub also in the field of AI and AI data expansion across different continents from Africa to Asia. So I think our historic role as a trading community is also going to be next generation, a historic connecting bridge role in terms of AI, and that's very much how we're focusing in terms of our investments in Europe as well, with France and Italy and others. So we are a connecting point. That is part and parcel of how we remain a vital economy. And in the field of diplomacy, as I said in my opening remarks, I think it's important that we have peace and security and stability for that to happen. So we're very much focused on solving long-term conflicts, and that's where all our diplomacy is now currently.
I'm going to start with the audience question. Thank you, Lana. The GCC government and for you, Jihad, are simultaneously investing heavily, sorry, I cannot see, heavily while drawing down reserves. How should they balance investment-led diversification with fiscal prudence?
Yeah. It's a very important question. I would tackle it in 3 points. One, over the last few years, we saw that the diversification strategy in the GCC paying off. Despite the various shocks, if I take only since 2020, but I can go even to the 2015 onward with the oil shock at that time. But since COVID and onward, we see that what is driving growth is the non-oil sector. And it's a genuine investment in not only by public investment, but also by building the foundations of modern economies, competitive economies. Now, in most of the GCC, if you take the case of the UAE, the size of the non-oil sector is dominant by far. And even the indirect role of the oil and gas sector is limited. What is driving this, it's not only investment, and I think this is something that we need to underscore, it's also reforms. If I take the case of Saudi Arabia, reforms that were introduced increased women participation between 2018 and now from 16% to something like 37%, 6 years ahead of 2030, which was set as a target. Unemployment at the record low currently, especially in UAE and in Saudi, especially at the youth level. Therefore, reforms pay. Investment, of course, investment are needed. And if I take the case of technology, AI, it's definitely one of the strategic plays that the region can bank on. In AI, you need energy, you need capital, and you need talent. And you have now the 3 of them available here. Of course, when you do investment programming, sometimes you need to recalibrate or to rephase. But I think what is also important to mention that over the last years in the Gulf, we see a clear policy of diversifying revenues outside oil, also for the state. And we see fiscal policies put into medium-term fiscal frameworks, trying to the fiscal cycle with the oil cycle, and to be less pro-cyclical, as it was the case before. What does it mean going forward? It means that this journey of transformation has to continue. Now it has to go into two important directions. There are still a lot of values to integrate regionally. Integrating regionally trade, but also financial services. Deepening the financial markets is an important milestone in order to make capital available and to scale up. Also, increasing or reducing the barriers that exist between countries will increase the size of the market. I think this is an important milestone that the region can aspire to, especially, which is my second point, we are in a world of fragmentation. Connectivity becomes very important, and the region can be connected. And to become really a strong connector as an emerging power, working together, coordinating together, will have an important impact.
Thank you. And my last question to you, Dr. Abdulaziz. We have all this Israel-Gaza, the tensions that we're witnessing, the Yemen crisis, the shadow of the Gaza war, and how is your country and other countries, do you think, in this region, the Gulf, managing volatility, especially that you have all this project about investment? What is at stake for growth, investment, and your vision with all this, what's going on?
I think,
and we have very short time, so...
all the Gulf countries are in support of de-escalation, finding a political solution, resolving the problem amicably. That's a key issue. So we're not in support of any escalation or war or continuation. Second, reconstruction in Gaza would require, first, stopping the war. Second, implementing, even by gradual step, what has been agreed in the plan. And third, giving the assurance that we don't want to go and finance and reconstruct Gaza and then tomorrow they go and destroy it. Dr. Anwar Girgash mentioned that how much UAE have contributed more than $2 billion only on the last 2 years, to the situation there. So what we are looking for is a serious guarantor, and the only one that can and should do is the U.S. If the U.S. really provide the guarantor that, and they are the guarantor that the Israeli will not destroy the building and the people, and they will stop the killing, and there will be a civil society and a proper local administration to run the issue there. We're not talking about militarization of Hamas. We're not talking about endorsing the militant group there or so. No. I think this has been clearly stated by the Palestinian Authority in his speech in the UN. Abu Mazen, he was very clear in stating how do they see it. And we are fully endorsing the Palestinian Authority and their wishes.
Yeah. All right, I would like to thank you all for sharing your unique insight with us. As we leave this session, I think we feel that you have a region brimming with vision and ambition and determination. I think you leave us all not only inspired, but energized and curious to see what's going to happen next in this region, which is a model for other regions in the Middle East. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much indeed, Samia, and the panel. And you'll see Samia back here, by the way, after lunch for the Reuters editorial panel. That is not one to miss. Let's take a break. Refreshments are going to be served just outside. This is going to be a 20-minute break, so please, we'll make a call, but we do want to be back here in about 20 minutes. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs will open proceedings then. We will see you back here in 20. All right, welcome back, everybody. We shift our focus now, just as people continue to trickle in from the break. We shift our focus to issues of finance and economics, and we start with Nigeria. Nigeria is, of course, Africa's largest economy. It is a member of OPEC. Its former capital city, Lagos, is often referred to as Africa's Silicon Valley. I'm thrilled to welcome Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Yusuf Maitama Tuga. He will be in conversation with Reuters Middle East and North Africa editor Edmund Blair. Remember, you can ask questions via the Slido app. Your Excellency, Edmund, come on up.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Your Excellency. It's a real pleasure to speak to you about a country which is, as Axel has described, one of the biggest economies in Africa. It's also the most populous country in Africa. It's vibrant, as we've been discussing. It's also got plenty of challenges. We were, at the beginning, we said we'd talk about Alessandra said we would be talking about geopolitics and leadership. So maybe we can start the first question talking about President Trump and the US in Africa. So Trump's tariffs have effectively dismantled AGOA, which provided duty-free access to for many African countries to export to the US. Scrapped so much of the aid program, which affected Africa and the HIV programs and so forth. Do you think President Trump cares about Africa, and does it matter if he doesn't care?
Thank you. Very good afternoon to you all. I would not say that President Trump or America does not care about Africa. I would say that at the moment there is a sweeping sort of approach to tariffs, which perhaps puts certain countries in a position where they ought not to be. So in the case of Africa, so if you take Nigeria, for instance, there is interdependence, of course, but the harm comes when there is an overdependence on one party to another. In the case of Nigeria, the tariffs imposed by the U.S. Do not necessarily harm Nigeria to the extent that they may others. One, because we are a very large country, like you said in your introduction, a country of 230 million people. So we have a huge internal market, and we've got not only size, but we've got scale. So the ability to scale up allows us to be to prove ourselves, to insulate ourselves from some of the possible fallout of these tariffs. And that also means we have a larger talent pool than smaller countries. So we can absorb that, and we can, of course, trade with other countries, which is what the Tinubu administration is trying to emphasize: strategic autonomy. We have the right and the basis to engage with as many countries as possible to trade. And our relationships are not based on ideological considerations. They're based on interests, beginning with our national interests. So we trade with the US, we trade with China, we trade with Brazil, we trade with India, and our focus is not necessarily on one axis or the other, or especially in a multipolar world.
You talk about strategic autonomy, but as we know, under President Trump has a very transactional approach to doing business with people, even to diplomacy. Do you think strategic autonomy, a sort of non-aligned approach, really works? Don't you need to sort of engage directly with him? And if so, how do you think Africa and Nigeria need to engage with President Trump?
We've got critical minerals, we've got rare earths, and we're looking for partners to develop such resources and capacity. And at the same time, also, we're a gas-rich country. We have 210 trillion cubic feet of gas, not to talk of the oil. So we are a gas zone with a bit of oil in it, and we consider gas a transition fuel for not just Nigeria, but several other African countries. And what we are focusing on also is integrating our markets. First and foremost, regional economic community, which is ECOWAS, and then also the continent as a whole, the African Continental Free Trade Area. And it's important in approaching Africa for the global north and for the developed countries not to take a Minecraft approach. Sometimes, it's like the game Minecraft. There's oil, there's gas, there's, the critical minerals, rare earths. We put a bit of this, we invest this. No, that's not the way it goes. The engagement should be based on mutual respect. It should be based on shared interests, and based on the fact that Africa needs to develop. If it doesn't develop, then we continue to deal with irregular migration, with all these other challenges. There's no country that is autarkic that can survive alone. So it's in the best interest of all the countries that we work together to develop together.
So before we look a bit more at the economy and economic development, I mean, the US has been putting pressure, you've talked about it yourself, for Africa to take deportees from the United States. And I think you've resisted. But Ghana, for example, has taken some, and it's actually got better visa access for its citizens to the United States. It's got sort of multi-year, multi-entry visas, I think, for Nigerians. It's very difficult to get those visas, much shorter. Is it time for Nigeria to engage on that? Are you engaging with the United States on that? Do you feel pressure to take deportees from the US?
I think that ship has sailed. We made our point, and I believe it's been it's no longer on the discussion table. We continue to enjoy a good relationship with the United States. We do not see the need to take in other nationals under duress from any country, because we already have a population, like I said, of 230 million people. So we're not short of people. And our focus is, as we move closer to becoming 400 million, which we will be in the next 25 years, to train our workforce, to tackle the issue of poverty, of unemployment, so that we have the right dependency ratio that will be able to sustain us as we move into the future. So there are lots of opportunities. We can partner with all comers. tackle our challenges, as well as to provide the opportunities for those that are working with us.
It's a really striking figure, and as one gets older, you realize 25 years is a much shorter time than you originally might imagine. But how will you create the jobs for all these people coming into the market when you've got a nation of 400 million people? It's a huge number of jobs you have to create. It's a really vigorous economy you need to build. What steps are you going to take? What reforms are you going to take to get this country there?
So President Tinubu's priority is food security. So first and foremost, we have to be able to feed ourselves, and we will be creating lots of jobs as we work towards expanding on agriculture. So it's agriculture, it's manufacturing, expanding our manufacturing base, because I am a believer and a subscriber to import substitution. The terms of trade have to be right for the markets in Africa to integrate. And of course, with manufacturing, you have a longer or wider value chain. So packaging, not just producing the finished goods. And of course, as countries move out of poverty and become more gentrified, the demand is not on exporting raw materials and agricultural commodities. It's on finished goods. So we want to be part of that. And then, of course, infrastructure. In constructing infrastructure, you are immediately creating jobs, which would provide those linkages. So rail, gas pipelines, and broadband, and all of that. So this is what we're looking at. And we are creating also the legal and regulatory frameworks for convergence so that we integrate the markets in our region, which would unleash a lot of potential. Lastly, moving in the informal sector to the formal. That also generates a lot in terms of job creation, startups, business process outsourcing. We have Nigerian businesses in business process outsourcing that are benefiting from the tariffs, because there's more outsourcing coming from the US and other parts of the developed world that are feeling the effect of the tariffs.
Where does China fit in this? You talked about infrastructure, and China has come in with both money and skill, financing for infrastructure across Africa. Is there a bigger role for China in that area of the economy? Certainly the experience with other African countries has certainly been rather mixed in taking Chinese infrastructure projects and the financing that comes with it.
As I said earlier, there's a tendency to take a Minecraft approach to Africa. It's not a game, and we are not infants. We know what is good for us, what's in our interest, so we don't need to be protected. We can protect ourselves when we're dealing with China. China's Belt and Road Initiative is good for Africa. It is something that is already benefiting countries like Nigeria, the linkages, and we are looking towards achieving similar results with Europe, with the Global Gateway Initiative, and of course other partners, the US, India, Brazil. We're doing a lot. We have a strategic partnership with Brazil as well. So, China is doing a lot, and we're partnering, and we have laws, we have regulatory frameworks in different sectors.
You've talked about energy, and obviously energy and the huge gas resources that Nigeria has, and I think you're planning pipelines that will take the gas. They are taking it around West Africa, but the potential is to take them on even into Europe. You've also talked about the potential of attracting investors in AI, in data centers, because they absorb such a huge amount of power. And yet, Nigeria can't even keep the lights on for its own citizens. how can you bring in that investment, bring in the as you said, the business, the outsourcing? How can you bring in the tech investment if you can't provide that fundamental infrastructure for businesses?
So it would serve a dual purpose. We bring in the investors, they generate what they want, and then we also generate to improve on electricity supply domestically, which is what we're doing, and we have prepared the ground. We have an Electricity Act. We're doing a lot, not just with gas, but also with renewables. We have, within the Electricity Act, it's made investing in electricity generation, transmission, distribution more attractive because it's decoupled the different aspects. And on top of that, you have new ways of attracting investors in renewables, such as feed-in tariffs and so forth. So it's something that I don't see any conflict in that, because we have a gas pipeline that takes gas to Ghana, for instance, via Republic of Benin and Togo. So that is being used also for electricity in the region. But we're currently also building another gas pipeline, the Ajakuta, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano gas pipeline that runs across Nigeria, which would also solve the problem of the feedstock for generating electricity.
President Tinubu has implemented two very significant reforms. One was floating the Naira. There's still a parallel market, but it's really eased up the whole complex forex situation in Nigeria. He's also removed fuel subsidies, two of the really big moves. What's the next big reform that's coming down that's going to start creating that environment that's going to attract more investors?
There are several. The taxes, there's a huge reform that has just taken place with our tax laws. They have been consolidated. They've been made easier. So the tax code is more understandable to investors, and it brings down the rates as well in terms of investors and how much taxes they have to pay, both locally in the states, because we have 36 states that they would be investing in, as well as the federal taxes. So that is really huge, and it's just a matter of the private sector comprehending the opportunities therein and taking advantage of them.
As we near the end, there's an interesting question here, because it does get directly to the issue of foreign investors. What steps, what assurances can the government give that foreign investors can repatriate their capital? We know that has been an issue, indeed, for Gulf investors here, for Gulf airlines. Emirates and Etihad had a problem a couple of years ago. So what assurances can you give that there won't be a problem for foreign investors to repatriate their capital?
Well, you can see it happening, because part of the problem was availability of foreign exchange. You can see that the foreign exchange is now available. The exchange rate has stabilized, and even Nigerians are having access to foreign exchange, to dollars. You can actually deposit dollars in your DOM account and travel and use your credit card and spend dollars. So that is something that we should watch to see, which is indicative of the availability. But one of our major challenges at the moment is the false narratives that are being created about Nigeria. This issue of religious persecution. Christians are being persecuted, which couldn't be further from the truth. And it's something that I think the investors need to come and see for themselves. And we have businesses that have been in Nigeria for decades. They've not left. And if indeed there was religious persecution or any other form of persecution, then they wouldn't be there.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. Reuters is all about making sure we tell the right narrative, so let's hope that narrative gets out there. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Foreign Minister Edmund, thank you very much indeed. Don't take a Minecraft approach to Africa. It's not a game. That will, I'm sure, be one of the quotes of the day. Right, we want to delve a little bit deeper now into how rapidly, how aggressively banking and the finance sector in general is changing, and how this transformation might drive long-term growth, inclusion, and resilience. This session is entitled Finance Without Borders, AI, Open Finance, and the Global Opportunity. It's in partnership with AWS and will be moderated by Head of Reuters Professional, Josh London. Come on out.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Chris, and welcome, Divyesh. Great to see you both. We're going to talk about AI and finance, but first let's start with how you see financial services in the Gulf evolving beyond traditional banking. And what role is AI already playing in that transformation?
Certainly from my perspective, I think it's not just in the Gulf. If you look globally, we're starting to see a number of trends around how financial services organizations are starting to adopt technology at rapid pace in order to bring new customer experiences to the market, to the fore, how they think about proactively driving fraud prevention and detection. If I look at the Gulf, even more so than many other areas because of the strong vision that we have in the region, and then the willingness to invest in the technology, the skills that underpin that. So I've seen many organizations start to leverage that to build out this new capability. We have one example of an organization who is proactively driving fraud prevention through monitoring first-time payments from individuals. So they're noticing if a payment comes through for the first time from someone or is made by someone to another beneficiary for the first time, that gets flagged as a high-risk transaction. They're proactively going back to that individual or that organization, asking them for feedback as to whether it is absolutely a real transaction or whether this could potentially be fraudulent. So you're seeing this utilization of technology proactively rather than not. So big evolution in that.
Mm-hmm. Divyesh, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I was reading Satya's letter this morning. Sorry to talk about Microsoft with my AWS colleague here. And he talked about thinking in decades and executing in quarters. If I think of my time here in GCC, what's been happening here, I would say, is that, yes, the leaders here are thinking long-term, but I would say they want to execute in weeks, not in quarters, right? And so the Gulf, in my view, is not just adapting to the future of finance. I would say it's actively reshaping it. And you see that with sovereign AI infrastructure investments, open finance ecosystems. It's fundamentally shifting the landscape to be, I think, much more intelligent, much more inclusive, and I think more resilient. And some of the examples that Chris cited, allude to that. And you can talk about, endless data points in terms of 30 billion of investments in AI by 2030. You talk about AI is going to account for 14% of the GDP by around that time. But beyond the numbers, it's really how it's going to level the playing field, right, across different segments of society. And that truly is exciting.
And we were talking earlier about how natural resources as the majority of GDP are being replaced. How is financial innovation fueling that long-term economic growth?
So we see that literally in front of our eyes, right, with the announcement of Stargate, for instance, here in UAE. And you're starting to see this incredible convergence, right? So if you sort of listen to Sam Altman, he talks about his two passions, energy and AI, and how they've come together, right? And just in the same way that energy was the kind of all-time level setter over the past decades, access to energy, electricity, etc., AI, I think, could be the same driving force to level the playing field when it comes to intelligence. But that requires, to your point, the types of investments in AI infrastructures, which we're starting to see take shape. And that, for me, is what's really, putting kind of words to action, right?
It's an interesting time with sovereign data, and I'm curious, Chris, if you can tell us how banks and technology companies like AWS collaborate to build trust and resilience when meeting growing regulatory and sovereignty requirements.
And I think, again, trust and resiliency is a core part, a core piece of that, right? And if you look at some of the work that's being done in the Gulf, specifically in the UAE, around sovereign architecture, sovereign infrastructure, I know certainly for AWS, we've made an announcement around a $1 billion partnership with one of the national champions in EAN, where we are jointly deploying sovereign controls to allow organizations to build on top of that. So we understand that being able to provide access to the technology, the controls, is the first bit. The next bit is the absolute trust that once it is deployed, it's auditable, it's managed, you can continue to build on that. That's the one bit. So allowing organizations to build, develop, drive new innovation and capabilities for their customers in the country in a controlled environment that is sovereign is one bit. But then I think we've got to consider the flip side to that, which is if we're too closed off in an individual country, are we missing some of the benefit that can come from being part of a broader ecosystem as well? So the sovereignty is important. The trust and resilience is critically important, but some of that comes from partnerships in a broader scale. So we're looking at sovereignty as a key pillar for organizations to be able to build and provide these new services, but at the same time, think about the ability to harness what is the best of global at the same time.
I know you have thoughts about this also, Divyesh.
Look, I think to add to what Chris said, the bedrock of trust is resilience.
Yes.
Right? And I think that that's number one, to make sure that any infrastructure that a bank of our size and shape is making or innovating, it has to be resilient. Our customers have to be able to sort of wake up in the morning, access their accounts, withdraw their money, do their normal daily activities without being impacted. To build that resilience, we also need to then sort of make sure that the systems and the architectures that we deploy are explainable, right? Especially when it comes to AI. And then finally, to make sure that we've deployed the right sort of ethical AI guardrails into that. And that is kind of fundamental. And one of the things that kind of bothers me a little bit is when I see this hiatus and rush to kind of tick a few boxes. Let's do a POC here. Let's do a use case over here. And oftentimes those don't scale, right? Because we haven't built the required level of resilience. So one of the things that I kind of constantly am mindful of is how do we make sure that when we're adopting new technology like AI and in the not too distant future quantum, that we're doing so in a safe, secure, and sustainable manner through the build-out of platforms. And that's where the partnerships with AWS and other hyperscalers is absolutely critical, and the investments that this region is making in establishing things like the sovereign AI infrastructure is fundamental to that.
GCC is certainly, and the UAE is certainly exporting a lot of innovation. Where would you say they should look for importing that innovation? Are there other areas that they would look to for inspiration?
So I have spent the longest time of my working life in Singapore, right? And I'm relatively new to this part of the world. But what I'm seeing is that this part of the world has been incredibly effective at assimilating and, as you said, importing a lot of that expertise. If I now sort of reflect on, say, open finance and the way that UAE is adopting open finance, having learned all the lessons of what happened in the UK, Europe, Asia, etc., there's a real opportunity now with the way in which we're building the whole ecosystem in this part of the world. We will be the reference point, I would say, in the not too distant future, where other parts of the world will look at us in terms of how we crack some of the challenges, specifically when it comes to things like open finance.
I want to build on open finance there. As open finance expands beyond banking, what new opportunities and maybe what new risks emerge in building a more inclusive, competitive, and interoperable financial system?
And I think the one bit is, if you look at how quickly, I'm just going to start with the technology for a second and move into the rest. If you look at how quickly the technology space is moving when it comes to infrastructure investments, Divyesh, you touched on all the investment that's coming to the region. I saw a number as recently as yesterday that there's $38 billion committed investment from 5 large technology organizations in the UAE and Kingdom of Saudi over the next 5 years alone. Okay, so that gives access to scalable infrastructure for any organization, no matter how large they are or how small they are, if it is a fintech, to get access to the same technology in order to build out new services. So that in itself encourages an open market. I think in terms of open finance, these fintechs, these new organizations are able to go into, supply chain financing as one example. The other bit is how you think about payments into e-commerce processes. It's not just the traditional players that now have access to be able to work with the large organizations in new markets when they have access to resources readily available right here in the region.
Anything to add?
Look, I would say that open finance, a lot of different parts of the world, as I alluded to earlier, have been trying to sort of crack it. It hasn't been cracked, in my view, right? And I think there are multiple reasons for that. And it's really about, the biggest challenge has been about creating a level playing field, right? Where you allow the startups to sort of innovate and have access to infrastructure. And frankly, large banks also need to sort of play their role in that. But at the same time, large banks also want to see what's in it for us, right? So that's just to put it out there. So ultimately, I think that, collaboration is the new disruption, and that collaboration across the ecosystem between the startups, between the established players, facilitated by everything that the institutions are doing, the governments are doing, I think is going to be key. So I'm very optimistic that we will actually crack open finance in this part of the world better than what I've seen in other parts of the world.
Open finance also creates opportunities to expand access, not just expand market opportunities, but expand access to credit, to investment, to protection for underserved communities. Maybe we could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to sort of just share a small example. At FAB, we launched a wallet solution called Pay It a few years ago. And that was specifically built to make it a lot more cost effective for the blue collar workers to remit money back to, back home. What's really interesting is how that wallet has now evolved beyond just that segment of society. We have now more than 1 million active users in this part of the world using that, and it's actually started to evolve into, investments, wealth management, savings products, and it's driving not just financial inclusion, but financial literacy and savings, and it's being adopted by other segments, where families are now using the wallet to basically manage and disperse funds. So the father would sort of disperse the pocket money to kids using the wallet, right? So it's kind of driving that financial literacy beyond inclusion. So that's just one example, but there are a multitude of examples like that that we're seeing in this part of the world.
I think we talked about fractional ownership, property ownership as well was one that you were excited about.
Yeah, so if I may continue on that one, that again I think is testament to the kind of the vision and the innovation from the leadership, right, in this part of the world. So for instance, the regulation in Dubai with the Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority that allows for the establishment of digital real estate platforms will make it a lot more accessible for those individuals who may feel that they don't have the kinds of sums of money and capital to buy an entire apartment, to have a fractional ownership in an apartment. And that sort of is quite exciting. And we've seen that launched in the last year or so, and we're going to see more and more of that. Again, that innovation is being built here. And to your earlier question, I can absolutely see that platform and those ideas being exported to other parts of the world.
Chris, AWS in many ways is foundational for a lot of this innovation. Are there areas that you're particularly excited about?
Well, I think we've touched very much on the AI subject right now, and I think if we look at the impact that generative AI and AI will have, not just on financial services, but on every conceivable industry, I think that is absolutely starting to pull many markets forward. But taking a step back from that, it's actually the data as the underlying platform that serves that for me is incredibly interesting, because ultimately that will drive the new capabilities, the new experiences, the new opportunities to go into markets that otherwise wasn't there. And I think for me, watching organizations focus on how they can securely share data, make data accessible to other organizations, to their partners, I think is something that will drive material benefit going forward. We speak about, again, some of the examples around open finance. I think using that to be able to bring the unbanked into the banking system as well is a critically important thing that we can start to look at. But I think generative AI, the experiences that come with that, and then everyone talks about agentic AI, right? So how we then start to use agentic to essentially take away some of the heavy lifting that organizations or individuals would take on themselves in order to focus on the absolute value for their customers, I think is the really exciting bit.
Yeah. Josh, if I may just build on that, and I was looking at the question, how do you see data insight expanding financial AI business? If I just pick on that question and build on what Chris was saying, without data, there is no AI, right? It's like, I think it's pretty obvious. And I almost equate data to air, right? It needs to be instant, invisible, and clean, right? And one of the ways in which data insights can drive growth through AI is by making sure that everybody invests in getting the data organized in a way that AI and then agentic can consume it effectively and safely. Otherwise, I fear that a lot of the fears around is there going to be the right ROI for AI, will materialize.
Thank you. There are a number of audience questions. I don't know if we'll get to all of them, but let's try. As FIs move sensitive policyholder and customer data into shared environments, what should the balance between, there's a little bit of a glare, innovation, localization, and cybersecurity be?
How do you think about this?
Well, I mean, I look at my colleague here to make sure that they build an infrastructure that allows us to do that. But ultimately, it is our responsibility. Our customers' data is synonymous with their financial balances. It is It is sacred, it's sovereign, and it's absolutely something that needs to be protected and maintained. So everything that we do is that question that kind of defines my day job. It's really that balancing act between making sure that you're not going to compromise anyone's data, but at the same time build solutions that are cost effective to achieving that aim. And the thought I would leave with the audience is, the more we think as a collaborative community across GCC to try and solve for this, I think we'll be better off.
I think just to add to that, I mean, Divyesh, you sort of called out that you rely on colleagues like myself to help make sure this is reality. For us, being able to provide, firstly, security for us is job zero. We will make sure that we work with our customers, with our partners, to provide all the tooling, all the capability to get the security posture exactly where it needs to be, and then allow you to build and innovate on top of that. But what we will not do is focus on the innovation driving, I guess, the cool experiences without us making sure that we get the posture exactly where it needs to be. So for me, you've almost got to over-index on making the security is exactly where it needs to be before you can think about scaling anything when it comes to technology and for customer experiences. So it definitely is we talk about a shared responsibility model. It absolutely is a partnership when we think about these things.
That's our time. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Josh, thank you to you and to the panel. Our next guest is the founder and chair of one of the world's most valuable real estate firms. Emaar is also a firm that has fast become a global brand, shaping urban lifestyles, tourism, and economic growth. Please welcome Emaar's founder, Mohamed Alaba, who, because of a last-minute scheduling change, joins us virtually. He will be interviewed by Reuters Gulf Bureau Chief Maha Eldahan. Maha, come on up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for sticking with us thus far, because coming up, joining us virtually, is a man who is no less than a Dubai real estate legend. It is Mr. Mohamed Al-Abbar of Emaar, who is joining us all the way from Tbilisi, Georgia. Welcome, Mr. Abbar. Very happy to have you join us at Reuters Next.
Thank you so much, Maha. Thank you.
Let me start by asking you, Mr. Abbar, you've recently been quoted as saying that Emaar, which is synonymous really with Dubai's success, is outgrowing Dubai. You've set your sights on global expansion in markets like India, China, and the US. If you look at the US now, can you tell me a little bit about why you think Emaar can compete in the market there? Does having a president with a real estate background help?
Well, it's simple. It's not really that. It's just after 30 years of mistakes, I think I learned a few tricks, which means that wherever you go, you have to do business with the local community. So my thinking about the US is that you really have to gang up with some of the largest players. Because what I'm thinking about doing in the US, it's not a small thing. The US suffers from about almost 5 million units of housing. And that gets, you add about 200,000 units every single year. And my thinking, and I want this message to be for Mr. Trump, is that if you continue, and I know he doesn't, because I think he's a very practical man, is that the US will face disaster if it continues with the shortage of housing that they have. And I guess, you have problems in New York where people are moving to one side or another. I think there is shortage of housing everywhere, but New York, California, where affordability is breaking cities, right? And again, we're not going to say that you have huge problem in your hand, Mr. Trump, but listen, we have a solution for you. So to be honest with you, I've done the study just after he came to office, and I spoke to one of his people, and they said, Mohammed, the priority is not that at this stage. But in my mind, I said, you know what? I think Mr. Trump is a very realistic man. So they need about a capital of about $400 billion capital. I think you should gang up with a lot of the big real estate companies in the U.S. And there's a lot of great states that have a lot of federal and local land. Now, the agony is that if you were to look at the real economic impact of solving the housing problem in America, you will eliminate 50% of the inflation index rate. So that's 50% down. You will be creating close to about 20 million jobs by solving that. But what's interesting is that in 10 years, the US government will collect $2.5 trillion in taxes while solving the housing shortage. Because you guys know very well that you can talk about AI, you can talk about technology, you can talk about autonomous cars, investment in data centers. Thank you so much. We want to have a house. You know how house is important for all of you? It's more important than AI, right? So I'm saying that this is my message to Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, we can raise in 1 week $400 billion. We'll bring in all the local players. There's a lot of great states in America. We expand cities. The U.S. cannot continue having this housing shortage because we want the U.S. to be successful. We want China to be successful. We want Russia to be successful. We want Europe to be successful. And housing shortage globally is a disaster. And the increase of home prices in America of about 10% a year is not a good solution. Affordability is critical. And you look at the young people now with all the trouble that you see in Morocco or Madagascar or other countries. You will see that in these other cities because really, there are 90% of the young people in China, they own homes, but in America, only 50% they own homes. But we don't want that. We want to have solutions. So with my respect to all the wealthy, extra rich, billionaires in America, let's solve this. Otherwise, your country is at stake. There's a big risk in this.
So, Mr. Abbar, you're talking about entering the U.S. market with acquisitions, with mergers across the board, not in the luxury market. Can you tell us a bit about how much firepower Ammar has at the moment for mergers and acquisitions? What kind of U.S. companies are you going to be looking at?
Well, today our board is debating, and our investment committee is debating not only size, but also markets. We look at India with great interest because, the evolution of economic development in India is quite good. China is also, still suffering with their housing problem, but that, they'll come out of it. The US, of course, interesting. Europe, no doubt, even with its aging population, is interesting. So at this stage, we have not, but actually the firing power is because of our low debt and our cash position. It's quite sizable. We can do a lot, but then our philosophy is that we want to go and either joint venture with the local good operators or buy a stake in companies with local knowledge in these markets.
So are you in active discussions now in the U.S. market with any players that we know?
No, we're not.
Mr. Abbar, let me take you back into our region where, unfortunately, we still have a volatile situation in Gaza, unclear whether the ceasefire will hold, although we have a lot of hope for it holding. There's been a lot of talk of reconstruction. Have you been approached about that? Have you been part of it? And what would it take for a company like Ammar to get involved in Gaza reconstruction?
No, I have not been approached. But it's funny that my father, he only tells me one thing with my mom as well. They always tell me that, Mohammed, clean up your garbage. Muhammad, fix your bed. Muhammad, clean your plate. So this is the philosophy that I follow, that everybody should clean up his garbage. So, if I have eaten in my plate, then it's my job to clean my plate. You get what I'm saying?
I do indeed. So you're saying that Israel should be responsible for a large part of the reconstruction of Gaza?
I think the people who are involved in the whole chaos, I think they should be responsible to do whatever it is. But if my father were to tell me, okay, Mohammed, go clean up the plate of your neighbor or go the plate of your cousin, then I will do it.
So is that a no, Mr. Labbar? Ammar will not get involved?
Honestly, I don't. Honestly, it's not my doing. We have not contributed to this, and I'm very busy making billions of dollars of profit, like the capitalists in the U.S. and other countries. So I'm very focused on making money for my shareholders.
And right across the border from Gaza, right across the border, Mr. Abbar, you have been making good money in Egypt, where with a huge investment on the north coast, on the Mediterranean, now you're going to replicate Marasi on the Red Sea. Can you tell us a little bit about your success in the Egyptian market and what it takes to turn more Egyptian resorts into global destinations, like you've done with Marasi on the north coast?
In any business, whatever the audience, whatever business you are in, if you do well, if you make coffee well, if you build well, if you build cars well, or whatever you do well, you'll succeed. And we businessmen, especially in the real estate business, we're very stingy people. Because, Emirates Airlines does a great job and British Airways does a great job, but they make $50 or $45 per passenger. I make $300,000 per passenger. You know what I mean? And so we have such profit that we should do a good job. We should design well. We should build well. We should be honest with our customers, right? So this formula have really worked well with us locally and globally. And Egypt is doing well. So our development in the Red Sea, we had an incredible success in our first launch that we had to stop the sale after 3 days. But the reason is that we really we do good work. We have good staff. We have good people, and we're genuine about what we do. And we like beautiful life, and we build quality. And Egypt is an incredible country, just incredible.
How much money are you putting into Marasi Red?
Marasi Red will cost us total investment about 17 billion euros.
Is that almost as much as you spent on the North Coast, or are you upping that?
No, of course, the North Coast, we built it when construction cost was much lower. So I think the numbers are different.
Mr. Abbar, you did say the Chinese market has been facing a downturn. Why is it an attractive market for you at the moment? Are you seeing the downturn as a big opportunity for Ammar to increase its investments there? What's particularly attractive?
Well, I lived with the Chinese from the age of, 28, I think, for 7 years. I was trained by them. I know how they think. I know their DNA. And please, I want to tell the audience one thing. Do not think that China is powerful because they are 1.7 billion people. No. It's powerful because there are 1.7 or 1.6 billion people that has China DNA. And China DNA, I know, is different. Look what they've done to the electric cars, right? They've done the same to every single industry. They have two problems. One problem, they don't speak English. Second problem, they don't have a CNN. And third problem, let's make three, they don't have Hollywood. Because Hollywood exports American propaganda about Starbucks, about Coca-Cola. So I'm a pure believer in the power of China and what China is cooking. So the same thing is that, if they are having a bit of difficulty in, oversupply of housing and so forth, they'll come out of it. I really want to participate in the future of China. And whatever problems they're having, rivalry with America, even if it continues for 10 years, we'll get over it. So we have to plan way ahead. And China, United States, India, these are very serious economies that you have to plan to deal with them and learn. I wish I was younger. I would have learned Mandarin before the English language.
So you don't speak any Mandarin? You didn't pick up any Mandarin while you were
by the way, when I was in Singapore, I took 3 months night classes. I failed miserably.
That sounded very good to me. You mentioned India. India is a market where you've had successes, but you've also had some challenges. Going forward, what have you learned from these challenges in India? What will you be doing differently?
Yes, our problem is that we made a mistake that some markets like India, you really need to go and joint venture with the local players. They know the local politics, they know the local regulation, they know how to deal with bureaucracy. And that's what we're doing now. We're speaking to a few players where we merge our business with them because that's a great market.
Mm-hmm. So you're still looking to expand there despite the challenges?
Yes, absolutely.
And you're still willing to put money in India?
Yes, I think probably the board will review that, but most probably will be positive to put more money in India.
Before I finish my real estate questions, there's one question I'm sure is on everyone's mind here. I have to ask it. What about the Dubai real estate market? What do you think? Where do you think it's going? Is there a bubble? Is there no bubble? Will we continue a trajectory upwards?
Well, the last time I was in EU conference, I told my colleagues in the EU, I said, please fix your economy. There's so many people moving from the EU to UAE. We have no space for you. So please fix your economy, and we can't handle too many of these people. This city and this country is blessed. It's blessed with leadership. It's blessed with the type of people who live in this country, all the nationalities that live together, the security, the safety, the education, the care, all of it. So it's a very unique thing. It's just such a strange, beautiful thing. It's going well on many fronts, and it worries me that it's going so well. Government budget is going well, infrastructure is going well, the market is going well, credibility. Because see, remember, we are a young country. We created like 50 years ago. We're a baby. So we're just building our reputation. And I think that with all the economic issues that are going on globally, geopolitical situation, that really added value. My feeling about the market is that I'm so happy that there's so much supply coming end of 26, end of 27, that will balance prices in the country. I think it's time that the market balances. And good developers are in good financial condition. Not much borrowing is allowed anyway, so I'm confident.
One final question, Mr. Abbar, on e-commerce and on Noon. Do you have the same global expansion ambitions for Noon that you have for real estate?
Well, on the e-commerce, it's a tough market, right? I'm glad we've done what we've done, and we gave all the Amazons of the world a run for their money, even though they started 12 years ago, and we started like 7 years ago. But we are fitter, we have much smarter people, and we love our country and we love our business, and we compete. We're doing extremely well. I'm focused on the Middle East, to be honest with you. We have 500 million people. Let's focus on them. They need to be served. Then if we go somewhere else, then we'll probably go buy a portion of somebody. But Middle East is our focus for now.
Mr. Abbar, it was a pleasure having you with us today. Best of luck in Tbilisi, Georgia. One final thing,
you so much.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing there? Any interesting facts?
Yeah, this is my country number 20. So I have a 6.5 development, half of it in Tbilisi, half of it on Batumi, on the Black Sea. It's a gorgeous country, beautiful food, beautiful people, beautiful landscape. Their economic indicators last year, 9% growth, this year, 7% growth. And I'm doing large projects. And I love the trees, I love the birds, I love the people. And the market is extremely good, and they're only 3 hours away from home.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abbar. A real pleasure having you with us today.
I do apologize that I'm not with you. I do apologize.
Next year, you will be sitting with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I wish all of you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Maha and to Mohammed. Look, another terrific conversation. I lost count of the colourful, quotable lines from that, but up there with the Minecraft line has to be, look, I'm too busy making billions of dollars of profit as a capitalist to get involved in the Gaza rebuild. Right, we've got 2 more sessions before lunch. Both are going to focus on trade. This first one's going to be trade and supply chains, how global operators are adapting to the fast-changing context. This session is entitled Navigating Disruption, Rewiring Trade and Supply Chain. Please welcome DP World's Global Chief Operating Officer, Ports and Terminals, Timon Mister, to the stage. This session, in partnership with DP World, will be moderated by Nazanin Moshiri. Please come on up.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So we are going to have a little fireside chat with Timon Meister, who is DP World's Group Chief Operating Officer. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Nazanin. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And I'm Nazanin Moshiri, a senior advisor at Berkhoff Foundation, but also a journalist as well. Thank you so much. So we are going to, over the next 15 minutes or so, talk about supply chains. We're going to talk about how DP World is navigating everything from tariffs to regional stability and the geopolitics in the region as well. But let's just start talking about the trade flows. And everyone, I guess, in this room has felt the sort of tensions around the tariffs, talking about US, China in particular. And from your perspective at DP World, how has it impacted you, and how have you managed to deal with these issues around the tariffs?
Yes, great question, and it's on everybody's mind still today. The lens we look through is trade, and that means we don't look at it economically, we really look at, bluntly speaking, about, how are the trade volumes flowing and changing? Because we're in the business of shipping, we're in the business of ports and terminals and logistics, and so it affects our business. So that's how we look at it. And, we're well into this year. Actually, we're 2.5 months away from the new year. There is no doubt that if you look at the import volumes, specifically from the Far East into the United States, they're actually down compared to last year. So the trade flows into the United States are actually reducing. Partly because there was a lot of front-loading of volumes happening before the current administration late last year. There was uncertainty, as we all know in the news, as the year progressed. And so some companies front-loaded more volumes, but there's no doubt that in the second half of this year, those volumes are reducing and are actually behind last year. But what we also see is that it has a cost impact. First and foremost, there's now reciprocal tariffs on vessels calling the United States made in China, and similarly on U.S. ownership into vessels calling China. And so they're penalizing each other both ways, so there's cost happening that way. And then, our customers, the shipping lines who are in the middle of this fire, they will, or they had to readjust networks, they had to redeploy ships, they had to make operational decisions, and that has cost a lot of money to them to make sure that trade could keep flowing. And then I think lastly, to answer this specific question, as a consequence of all that trade noise, we have seen a lot of volumes, as we call them, now move in terms of flowing into the United States, specifically more from Southeast Asia. So countries like Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, even India, Bangladesh have benefited from some of these woes.
So we're already seeing countries sort of diversifying away. How interesting is that for you, and how are you sort of tapping into that as DP World?
Well, we're a global operator, and I always say, the world doesn't ride on the business between China and the US alone. There's many more trades and markets that you can still play for. And to be honest, 2026 is a year of growth. Despite the tariff wars, we can still see very good growth, and in some markets, double-digit growth. in
That's
terms
incredible.
of trade volumes.
Right.
And it is incredible. Yeah. And some of those examples are Far East into India, Middle East, Far East into Latin America. Those trades are doing very, very well. And the consequence for us is kind of two lines of thoughts. The first one is the role of the Gulf. The Gulf, as we all know, is on the trade route between East and West. And as trade flows into Europe, and if trade flows to Africa and to Latin America, we see an increased role for the Middle East to tap into it by providing superior infrastructure in ports, providing superior infrastructure in logistics, in warehousing, fantastic infrastructure in terms of the ease of doing business and making sure that the supply chain can thrive here and be a part of that. So I think that's the first thing that we see. It has a great economic knock-on effect to this region, ironically, where more is happening. And then the second thing is, we deploy more capital in the emerging markets as a consequence. So our investments into the port infrastructure in Asia, India, Middle East, actually Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America has seen an increase, partly because of all of this, but also because those markets continue to grow well.
And do you think there's enough confidence in those markets?
I think you'll have to kind of cut it into pieces. I think in this region, confidence is very high. As we all know, one example is that the UAE has entered into a number of, we call them CEPA agreements, so economic cooperation agreements. I think they already have something like close to 30 enforced. And these agreements are really there to make trade between countries more easy. It removes barriers, it removes tariffs, it introduces digital exchange of information. And as a consequence of all of that, what we can see as one example, we run quite a well-known port in our industry called Jebel Ali, just south of Dubai. Today, we have more than 11,000 companies operating their logistics and their needs out of Jebel Ali's free zone. And you can see that within the free zone, a number of things are happening. We see the role of construction materials, the role of machinery, roll-on, roll-off vehicles, the food sector. We see those growing quicker than the growth of the UAE. And that means that Jebel Ali is seen as an increased distribution hub for the wider region and the wider world. And so it has quite some impact. And if you then see which companies are coming, we see more entrants from the Far East, we see more entrants from India, even European companies are entering, so it's quite well spread.
We're going to talk about sort of resilience of the geopolitics in a minute, but I just want to remind the audience, you can ask questions. You can go on the app Slido. Also, hopefully, we'll bring up a code for you to scan from your phones, and we'll try to bring in some of your questions. This is your opportunity to interview the CEO of DP World. I'm sure you're going to have some interesting questions. We'll come to those in a second. But I just wanted to move on and talk to you. I guess what's on everyone's mind at this conference is the geopolitics in the region. And of course, what I'm talking about is, from sort of conflict in the Red Sea, obviously, and all of the issues we've had over the last couple of years. How does DP World stay resilient and safeguard when you have such sort of important shipping corridors that have basically been closed for a while now?
Yes. The irony of everything is everybody's watching this Red Sea situation and the fact that the ships can't enter from the south in, only from the north in. But all the disruption is already a year and a half behind us. So where it really happened, the big change was November, December 23, and then the first half of 24. Then shipping lines suddenly had to see we can't go in from the south, and that means if you have to go to the Mediterranean or to Europe, you'll have to go around the Cape. And all that change was executed by the shipping lines, I tell you, in a period of 3 to 4 months, quite exceptionally so. And so now the supply chains, although longer, they're quite working and they're quite stable. So for me, when people say, how's it going in the Red Sea? You're going to get a boring answer. The networks have adjusted. It is working, and you get into Europe quite easily. Where it took a little bit more time is to get to the ports inside the Red Sea. So if you look at Egypt, if you look at Saudi Arabia, they were in fact affected more dramatically than Europe. And most of those flows are going around, so it really takes a long way, and then back from the North Suez back in. But also those trades have reestablished and working. But we've also seen smaller feeder companies, new entrants, actually Russian companies. We've seen Chinese companies offering feeder services from the south. So, you know, it has reset, and in that sense, it's quite a boring story to tell today. I think what is on everybody's mind right now is, what if it reopens?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a couple of things going on here. You know, it's very industry specific. First of all, for the shipping lines, a reopening of the route means many things. You need to readjust your network. You'll have to make sure that as you go from the south through, there's ample port capacity in the hub ports on the way to Europe. And today, that's actually a bit of a problem. We see quite some congestion in the Mediterranean, actually parts of North Europe. And so if that adjustment needs to take place today, many shipping lines won't look at it actually very positively.
Why is there so much congestion?
It's kind of it's the root cause of the congestion is a different one. I'll explain it to you as brief as I can. In the world of shipping, there are 3 large alliances between the shipping companies. And the relationships in these alliances have changed during 2024. And during that change, all the networks were adjusted. And they were particularly hard hit in the north of Europe, where vessels had to change from one partner to another. There were double calls and etc. And then Europe, to be honest, had quite some strike action on the continental side. So all of that exacerbated in congestion in Europe. And so to answer the original question, is many shipping lines don't look too positively in reopening of the Suez like right now. They've already had a turbulent 25, they've had a turbulent 26, and more turbulence kind of short term won't really do any good. I think the second question is, what will the insurance companies say? They have a big say on the premiums going through the Suez, and that may influence you because it will be a cost decision. But then I also know shipping quite well. If one goes, you know, many may follow, and it will happen anyway. So it's right there.
We've got a really interesting couple of questions there. One of them is, how do you see bulk port operations evolving across the world with respect to the UAE?
Bulk?
Yeah.
So that's quite a specific thing. I think for us, the bulk business is in this region the fastest growing business, actually, ironically. So we have double-digit growth in Jebel Ali in a number of commodities from aluminium and what have you. What we see in other parts of the world is that it's a bit specific, but in the world of container terminal concessions, where you are allowed to do other activities, we tend to see interest to secure capacity and to do so. But there's also many places, especially in Europe, you're not actually allowed to diversify, and although there may be a market, we don't. But if there's an opportunity, we tend to do more bulk in our container operations.
Moving away from the UAE and looking towards the global south, do you think the future container business will move towards the global south? Do you think that's the way things are heading?
I don't think it will move, but you will see more growth in global south than the traditional markets. And what that specifically means is the need for port capacity in Southeast Asia, for more privatizations, you know, let's say Philippines, Indonesia, more opportunities, as we talked about, Vietnam, more capacity is needed more quickly. In this region, there's so much great investments happening in Saudi, UAE, Khalifa, Dubai, etc., that it's generally in a good spot to capture the growth. But for us, you know, another example is Sub-Saharan Africa. There is not a single one of our ports in Sub-Saharan Africa, and we run 5, where we're not investing already for the next 5 years ahead, because we see that growth coming. And a similar wave is happening on the west and east coast of Latin America. So it's already happening, and it's already in motion.
I've been to a few of your ports in sub-Saharan Africa, including in Somaliland. And I guess one of the things that I think about is, what will be the impact of the energy transition on your gigantic shipping operations?
So, yeah, a lot is happening in this space. And of course, we've all seen the news last Friday where in the end of the day, the IMO had to defer its decision on the carbon tax for another year. So let's see where that goes. It actually doesn't change much for our company. We are not as big in shipping as the global operators. We are more a regional, intercoastal player. But for us, the net zero story actually doesn't change. We stay committed to the net zero aim for 2050. We stay committed to finding alternate fuels, and we stay committed to electrifying our ports. And at least on the port side, we have a lot of choice to make where we can still electrify, source electricity from renewables, etc. So that mission will actually continue for us.
And look, DP World started as a single operation many years ago. And now it really is an integral part, I would say, of the global trade, the economic system in many ways. You've been at DP World for a number of years now, I think almost nine years. You've seen a lot of twists and turns during that time. What do you think will be sort of the key factors at play ahead when you're looking at growth corridors for DP World? And that sort of answers some of the questions as well when we're looking at different routes. Yeah.
I would say the most challenging part for us is to understand where port capacity needs to be in the years ahead. And it's so difficult because you can look at annual growth rate, but if somebody says, can I do more in this port? For instance, we have the example in London. So we run a big facility on the Thames called London Gateway. It is in high demand by clients, and it's in demand probably for the next 5 years ahead. But the challenge that you have is it takes so much time to realize and to build out capacity. So even by the time you say, let's do it, you need to make designs, engineering, contracts, civil building, buying cranes, and you're easily 3-4 years ahead. But you're making dramatic large capital decisions up front. And so for us, that challenge remains. Where do you deploy capital, and how certain can you be that that capacity will be used in a couple of years out?
And how does that sort of involve the public-private partnership?
So this is not new for us. I mean, first of all, we are actually a believer that PPPs really work well in this port industry, because you have basically the government and the regulator on one side, creating that policy and consistency, and then you have the private sector with its capital and the operational expertise to execute. So it really, really works well. And, we have in our company 3 of those platforms that we regularly use. We have BAI from the UK, where we work together, and that's very Africa-focused on our investments. We have our global platform with CDQ out of Montreal, which is a sovereign pension fund in the end of the day. So we work together on a number of projects. And then, of course, in India, we have NIIF, where we work well together on the Indian platform. So for us, it's not a question, does it work? It's actually a proven concept, and we'll do more of it.
We unfortunately are running out of time, so we don't have time to go through those many questions. Thank you so much for those who did post them. Really interesting. I hope we covered some of the answers here. But just want to say big thanks to Timon Meester, COO of DP World Group, for joining us here to talk about navigating disruption, rewiring trade and supply chains. A big thanks to you, and also a big thanks to the audience and all those watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nelson.
Good. Thank you, Nazanin. Thank you, Timon. Right, we've got one final session before lunch, and we're going to stick with the trade theme and the fallout from the dramatic shift in tariff levels, the unpredictability of where things might go. This panel will explore how businesses and governments are adapting to these changing dynamics, and the impacts on global economies, as well, of course, as the inflationary pressure that may well build. It's going to be moderated by the global editor of Reuters Breaking Views, which is our financial commentary arm, Peter Thal Larsen. Come on up, Peter.
Good. Thank you very much, Axel, for that introduction. And thank you all for coming. I realize we're the thing that stands between you and lunch, so hopefully we can keep this interesting and snappy and give you plenty of food for thought, if nothing else, in the next half hour or so. We've got a very distinguished panel here to discuss the question of tariffs and trade shocks. Joining us in the room here is Luigi Di Maio, the European Union's Special Representative for the Gulf region. And then on the screen, we have Her Excellency Rania Al-Mashat, the Egyptian Minister of Planning, Economic Development and International Cooperation, who's joining us from Brussels and is on quite a tight deadline. So she may have to leave the panel a little bit early. So if she suddenly disappears, don't be alarmed. And also, we have Nasser Saidi, who is the founder and president of Nasser Saidi and Associates. So maybe, Your Excellency, if I can start with you, given the sort of the time pressure we're facing here. I'm just curious for your perspective on how it's been a very momentous year in terms of trade and tariffs. Every day, something new kind of comes along. I just wonder how the shift in terms of tariffs and trade fragmentation, from your perspective, has affected the Middle Eastern region and how the region has responded to the resulting economic challenges.
Well, thank you very much. A pleasure being with you this morning from Brussels. A few points. We just came back from the IMF World Bank meetings, and there was an update with respect to global growth and also the trade trends. What is for sure is that we have better outcomes than we had a year ago. And even though global growth is expected to be lower than initially, but better off than what we thought last April. So that's takeaway number one. The second point, when you take a look at the WTO's outcomes with respect to trade, you'll find that there has been more regional trade taking place. There's been more front loading in anticipation of greater tariffs that are going to come along the line. And maybe when I look at countries in the region, our country, Egypt, or developing and emerging economies, you'll see that there was a very important push and momentum for trying to do structural reforms faster in order to attract a lot of the FDI that can actually, manufacture to re-export. So even though it was a year of a lot of uncertainty with respect to what's happening on trade, but it did allow for, I would say, faster movement and also regrouping when it comes to finding, markets to deal with. In our case, for example, Europe, and we're, today we have the Egypt EU summit, which is taking place. Investment and trade are a key component of it, in addition to other items. So this is again an opportunity for countries to do their reforms faster, push their competitiveness in ways that may have taken time earlier. And third, try and regroup with regional and maybe the either unconventional partners or those who are conventional, but try and do things with them faster to be able to overcome and mitigate the implications of what we're seeing globally.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Luigi, to hear Her Excellency say that actually the outcome is better economically than it was a year ago. I mean, because you would expect, given everything that's happened, that it would be the opposite. How, from the EU perspective, how have these sort of shifts affected the dynamic, and particularly in relation to the trade relationships with the region?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I would say that since this unpredictability on the market started, and is even before, let's be honest, before the election of President Trump, was clear that the deglobalization was coming, was increasing in terms of effects on our markets. Since this kind of shift started, it was clear that there was a specific reaction, in particular from the European Union side. It was, okay, let's go for more free trade agreements. Let's try to free the markets, not only counting on the WTO rules that in a way or in another are there, but a little bit frozen. But let's try to do bilaterally, let's try to negotiate. Yes, this is one of the solutions. But as Her Excellency Minister of Egypt was saying, the main core, and this was even a wake-up call for Europe, is the competitiveness. Because if you try to face an unpredictable era on the trade side, only freeing the markets with other markets without taking care of your competitiveness, you are creating just a new form of dependency. You have to be attractive. You have to be, first of all, you have to invest in the competitiveness for attracting investments, for giving your companies the chance to work in your market better, and then even to go in markets creating new frameworks of free trade. On that, I'm very proud of saying that thanks to former Prime Minister of Italy, Mario Draghi, we have this report, the Draghi report on competitiveness. I had the honor of serving for him as foreign minister for 2 years in Italy, and this report is the solution, in my opinion, on the paper for trying to make more competitive the European single market. That is a huge market, is a very important opportunity for our partners, for having new opportunities of business, but we have to deregulate. Mario Draghi said something on the tariffs once the debate from the United States started at the beginning of the Trump administration 1 year ago. He said, the main tariff on the European market is the bureaucracy. Before any kind of other tariffs coming from abroad, let's take care of our single market and let's try to fix this issue.
Yeah, and I guess there's new impetus there as well. Nasser Saidi, sorry, I'm just kind of sort of slightly playing tennis here, looking one side to the other. Thinking about the sort of the economic impact that we've seen so far, I mean, a lot of people are very surprised that we haven't seen more inflation as a result of the tariffs. I just wonder how you assess the economic consequences that we've seen so far, and whether are we still storing up trouble, or are things less bad than we thought?
I think we're still in the middle of the road. If you think of the various factors that are risk factors, particularly facing us in the region, you've got unprecedented trade and economic policy uncertainty. So if you look at any measure of trade policy, the indicators are way up, historically way up. You've got the geopolitics in the region. We've had wars and violence. And you've also got a rapid buildup of debt, particularly in the United States and Europe, and therefore potential impact on interest rates and all the rest. So as you started off, people would be surprised that despite these big risk factors, our region has been fairly resilient. Now, when it comes to inflation, obviously, higher tariffs, in particular in the United States, are going to mean higher inflation. But we haven't seen that happening because people built up stocks and buffers before the tariffs came to place. So we need to be careful about the dynamics, because I think you're going to see higher inflation in the United States. That could have implications for how quickly interest rates come down, whether it has an impact on quantitative easing and the like. So it's still a very fluid and uncertain macroeconomic environment. However, two things. The trade policies and the greater global fragmentation are a very positive thing for the GCC. And the reason why that is because China and others are going to be diverting their trade away from the United States and Europe. And I think our region will be the primary beneficiary of that. Now, what does that mean? It means that already, for example, China is our biggest trade partner, something like 288 billion, 300 billion per annum. And you're attracting more of that trade. It could have implications for actually lower inflation, because a lot of it is consumer goods, right, which is coming into the region. China has every incentive to open up new markets in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and of course in the Middle East. So we are likely to benefit. Now, you also have to be careful to put in safeguards, because some manufacturing and industry could be negatively affected by Chinese, let's call it potential dumping. So we have to put in some safeguards there. But by and large, I think it'll be very positive for us, because it is in our interest in the Middle East to grow our links with Africa and Asia. So I think what we're going to be seeing is an increasing pivot to the East, to China, Asian markets, and the rest, and greater integration in our region. You've already seen the GCC countries, for example, investing very heavily. Look at Egypt. So I think you're going to see more regional integration. The question I would have is that, particularly to be a little bit provocative, Europe has not really engaged. The concern has been really with the United States, and perhaps we have been a bit on the sideline. So that's a question I would ask.
Okay, we'll pick up on that. But just while we have Her Excellency for a few more minutes, I just wanted to just follow up on that point, the prospects for deeper regional integration as a result of what's happening, creating more of a bloc. How do you see that evolving?
It's definitely an outcome of trying to find alternatives. And as was mentioned, what is key is that countries need to work very much on their macroeconomic policies, on their trying to push productivity in ways that make it a win-win situation for more, joint trade and investment between them. The point on safeguards that Dr. Nasser mentioned is a very important one. In our case, we're putting together a new trade policy, also focusing on the different regional agreements that are going to be taking place in the period ahead, so that the areas of the cost, the price of imports that come from different regions are also taken into account. So there is that move of moving towards more regionalism, but also we have to be mindful that in some instances there are agreements that already exist. So if you are going to move forward with new agreements or reshape the existing ones, what are the policy reforms that will be taken into account in that case? And one key element that is mentioned in addition to tariff are the non-tariff barriers. So there are so many non-tariff barriers that can be tackled so that at the end of the day, you make these regional trade agreements ones that provide more prosperity in terms of lower cost, lower price for citizens.
Great, thank you. We're just coming back to the point that was made about the EU. I mean, you alluded earlier to some of the challenges the EU faces internally in terms of increasing competition and competitiveness. In terms of sort of being a player in the sort of the geopolitical realignment, how do you sort of see that evolving, and what are the specific challenges that the EU faces in that context?
Yeah, we can say in general that since the new von der Leyen Commission, von der Leyen II, the second term of von der Leyen Commission is in charge, it's clear that the main focus is to close as much as we can free trade agreements with our partners. Right. Even some free trade agreements that are under negotiation since many decades. Right. We just closed the negotiations on Mercosur, with Indonesia, and we just opened the negotiation of a free trade agreement, EU, United Arab Emirates, just a few months ago. And as we say in this part of the world, inshallah, let's try to close as soon as possible with a good hand this negotiation.
Hopefully not many decade.
No, no. I hope that it's a matter of common and mutual interest to close as soon as possible in order to free more and more these markets, because the potential is very high, but we are not expressing all the potential we have. At the same time, we are trying to revive the EU GCC free trade agreement. That one is there since many decades. Is there since I was 2. And so it's not my fault, honestly.
You're quite young.
We are trying to work on that in an idea where the GCC and the EU are trying to have scoping missions and meetings between the team leaders in order to revive. The last meeting was in Brussels recently in September. But it's not only about that. We have a new tool of the European Union. We are going to negotiate with many GCC countries a strategic partnership agreement. We will negotiate even about investments, how to ease the investment, the business environment for both sides, for companies and governments from both sides. And finally, very soon, will be published the date very soon, we will have the first ever Energy Security Conference EU-GCC, probably in Brussels. And it will be the first time that our energy ministers will meet all together for even projecting the initiatives in view of the future on renewables, and even renewables, cooperation on renewables. It goes even to data centers and even green aluminum and steel produced via green hydrogen. So there are many projects ongoing. We are trying to fill the gap. This strategy that I represent and I implement is there since 2022, so not since a lot of time, but enough for trying to face this new challenge, this new world with new tools.
Yeah. Nasser Saidi, I just want to switch a little bit to the question of investment flows. There's a question that's come up from in the room about sort of foreign exchange volatility and scarcity of the dollar affecting trade settlements. Obviously, there's been a big debate about, is the dollar still going to be the preeminent reserve currency? Is the world shifting away from the dollar and so forth? I just wonder, this region has historically been a sort of an exporter of capital to the rest of the world. I just wonder, aside from the sort of the trade dynamics, how you see, to what extent you see that changing now?
Well, it's already changed, Peter, to be fair. You mentioned de-dollarization. I think there's a trend of de-dollarization for many reasons, in particular because we're seeing a weaponization of the US dollar and therefore greater riskiness of US assets. And that's the reason why you've seen financial markets and reserves of central banks now shifting towards gold. We've now had the highest share of gold in the foreign exchange reserves of central banks, running around 27%. That's unprecedented. And as people shift away from US assets, they're coming to our region. So I don't want to focus globally, but focus on our region. We're seeing more interest in our assets. And remember, the reason why that's happening is that the markets of the GCC, which I call the GCC Falcons, have now matured. They're much more diverse. They've diversified their trade, diversified government revenue, diversified output. So pre and post-COVID, we're talking about a very different scenario. So when we talk about trade agreements, whether it's with the EU or elsewhere, we have to look at a new set of trade and investment agreements that take into account the new strategy that has developed for many of the GCC countries post-COVID, where they've also taken the direction through their sovereign wealth funds of directing more capital internally, for domestic economic development. Now that you're focusing much more on non-oil and non-oil trade, you can do that. So now we're seeing investments in technology, AI, data centers, and in particular, I think, since this was being mentioned, we now have the possibility of green data centers, by which I mean data centers which are solar powered. And that means that the GCC, in particular Saudi, UAE, are at the forefront globally in terms of having very competitive data centers that can become a global service. This is, again, is unprecedented. So let me put it this way. Non-oil trade has been growing, but at the same time, the GCC are a global hub for traditional energy, oil and gas. That's one part. We already know that. We have that. But what's also happening is that the GCC are going to become a global hub for renewable energy, for clean technology, for climate tech. And this is where I think the EU has to engage. What we saw is that the EU has perhaps, and certainly the United States, doesn't seem to be as interested, the United States, in renewable. There's even climate denial in the United States. EU is no longer talking as much about green energy as much as they used to. So what we need is that in our part of the world, we can be global leaders in terms of clean energy, clean technology, climate tech, and the like. And I think this is fascinating because we have access to the technology, we have the capital through the sovereign wealth funds, we have surpluses in terms of trade. So I'll put it this way, we are in a very sweet spot because of greater global fragmentation and the diversion of trade, which I think will be to the benefit of our region. And remember, the bottom line is we need to create the jobs. So new technologies will help us create those jobs that our young people need.
Just on the sort of the de-dollarization question, I mean, obviously this is also potentially an opportunity for Europe and for the euro. How much interest do you or shifting interest do you see in terms of using the euro as a sort of a reserve currency, as an alternative to the dollar?
Of course, as was already said, the shift is towards the gold. But I have some feedbacks. You know that the point of the venture capital in Europe, in particular in the European Union single market, is still an issue. But the ones were moving investments in the venture capital during the last year. I'm getting some feedbacks from them that sometimes some actors were investing in dollars in this field are even diversifying, looking at some investments in Europe. But of course, the venture capital and the venture capital opportunities in US are huge, and it's a huge sector compared to the European single market. But this is why I mentioned the competitiveness, because the more we are able to attract, the more we can even take advantage in a fair competition of this, not only the dollarization, but even a matter of the value of the dollar compared to the value of the euro currency. Said that, I would like to underline that the Gulf countries, for our companies, for our governments, so the 27 member states of the European Union and for the EU as such, is becoming more and more a strategic partner as GCC, but even as each country of the GCC, because there are some nuances and there are different opportunities from one to another. And on that, we have 3 priorities with them on which we are working. I mentioned renewable supply to data centers, but even hydrogen. The idea is to try to regroup the demand of hydrogen from the European side, even in order to stabilize a little bit the price of this energy. And there are countries like UAE, Saudi, and Oman are massively investing in this. Second, food security. We are working, and we want to work more and more, even in a triangular cooperation to Africa on that, on common investments in Africa. And critical raw materials. This is a very important challenge for both. But the Gulf countries, they know very well, the GCC knows very well that European Union is going to triple the demand of semiconductors, and so the dependency on critical raw materials because of the digital and green transformation we are implementing. And many programs in the European Union and in the GCC are matching even on this field.
Very interesting. Nassir, I just want to I guess I want to sort of introduce the question a bit of China. I mean, you talked about the opportunities in green energy for the region. I mean, obviously, at the moment, a lot of that technology is coming from China, solar panels, batteries, electric cars, and so forth. And obviously, we've also seen in the last few weeks, been reminded again of how China is willing to use its control of the rare earth supply chain as a sort of strategic lever. I just wonder, from the region's point of view, how do the countries in the region navigate the trade-off between access to these technologies but not becoming completely dependent on one supplier?
Well, if you look at it over the past few years, particularly when we're talking about AI, digitalization, EVs, and the rest, it's been a very, very balanced and neutral approach. So you were a bit agnostic insofar as technology is concerned, right? You talk with OpenAI, but you also talk with DeepSeek and other Chinese companies. And I think that is most likely the trend moving forward. I think one important factor is that China seems willing to share the technology. It's one thing to have access, Peter, but we don't want to remain consumers. We want access to the technology in order to develop it, to innovate, to train our young people into new areas. Digitalization is going to be the name of the game, along with renewables, climate change, and the rest. And so we need partners for that. The EU has some technology, US certainly, but I think we need to remain agnostic because it's a rapidly changing space, and we are willing to put in, the GCC countries are willing to put in enormous funds into new technologies. Just look at AI and what's happening in Abu Dhabi, where you are. And it goes across the whole chain in terms of clean technologies, right? From batteries to EVs to data centers and the rest. So I think what's on the cards is who's going to be your technology partner. And the GCC are saying we're open to all, but we want to be able to own the technology. We want to be able to export that technology. Let me give an example. You look at solar power. The GCC, given where they are, have a natural competitive advantage in solar power. They can acquire that technology from the Chinese, solar panels and the rest, but now they're exporting it, right? They're exporting it into Africa, into having decentralized energy, right? Which you need. So it becomes an integral part of economic development, and it becomes an integral part of what I call regionalized globalization. In other words, the GCC countries are going into Africa, the Middle East, and other countries, and they're integrating them into their economy and using technology to do that at a time at which many of those countries really need the technology and renewable, and they're into the energy transition. So I think what you're looking at is a very different economic partnership than what we had or what we were looking for pre-COVID. It's changed.
Right. We're almost out of time, but Luigi, as the representative in the room, we'll give you the final word. There's a question that's come up, which we were talking about AI there, about the EU's position in AI development and policy and investment, particularly compared to the other players, and I guess given the sort of the competition playing out there. It's a big question. We have a short amount of time, but can you give us a nutshell of the EU's approach there?
Yeah, we are approaching many partners on that because AI is at the core of every kind of investment program now at this stage of our economy. As you know, we have this AI Act that eliminates the unacceptable risks in terms of AI. And I hear that we are even inspiring some other regulations all over the world about AI But the point is to attract capitals, to co-invest, and to develop technologies together. I totally agree on that. The point is to try to partner with the GCC in each sector, developing technologies together. And why not in a day? I'm not launching a proposal, but I'm just underlining the fact that even in terms of strategic autonomy of both regions, in order to invest in new technologies, even in the military, why not to co-invest in new technologies, even on this field? It's, of course, renewables, AI, data center, but then there is the security, the defense, and we can do a lot together, even because our markets together represent almost the 20% of the world economy, GCC and the European single market, and if we add even UK, is even more. So I think we can work a lot in many fields, and the AI is the challenge. There are some concerns, but there are more opportunities than concerns, and we have to take this momentum together as strategic partners, as EU, GCC want to be.
Okay. We have to leave it there. Lunch awaits. But before you rush off, I just want to say thank you to our panel. So, Her Excellency Rani Al-Mashhad, who had to leave us a little bit early. To Nasser Saidi, thank you for joining us. And to Luigi Di Maio,
pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Right, thank you to Peter and the panel. Yes, it is indeed lunch now. It's been a morning of rich conversation. We plan to continue that after lunch. We will start at 2:25 with an editorial, a Reuters editorial briefing on the Middle East. I urge you not to miss that session. Plenty more as well coming up after that with Neom, Red Sea Global and Mazda, among others. Lunch is being served outside. We'll see you back here at 2:25. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. We start the afternoon with a panel of Reuters journalists from the text and the visual side on how they cover this region, a region that is so important, of course, to global growth, but so challenged by conflict. Before the session begins, we want to share another short video highlighting some of the challenges that they face and they continue to face. We are all acutely aware of the toll that decades of turmoil in the Middle East has taken, with the last 2 years especially harrowing. This video, which does include clips some of you may find distressing, shows Reuters journalists in action on the front lines. It'll also show you the faces of some of the Reuters journalists who have lost their lives, bringing us the accurate and impartial news for which we are known. After it is played, our Middle East and North Africa editor Edmund Blair will introduce 3 journalists who have been leading our coverage here since the war in Gaza and the conflicts in the region erupted. So let's play that video.
I think those images really speak for themselves in many ways. I think it's worth taking a moment. That last shot you saw is the last shot that Fadl Shana, one of our cameramen, ever shot. But it's a real pleasure to introduce you to 3 journalists with Reuters of a range of service with us, who have been behind the camera and behind the stories that we report. Sami Nakhul, who you know from this morning, our global foreign policy editor who spent many years covering this region. Labib Nasser, who is head of Middle East and North Africa visuals, and Maya Jabali, who's our Beirut-based bureau chief for the Levant, covering Lebanon, Syria, and the rest of the Levant. I want to come to Samia first. You've covered this region over many years. You were Middle East editor for many years before you took your latest role. You've started since the Lebanon civil war and through pretty much every conflict since then. And it's worth noting that one of those images that you saw flash past was actually Samia when she was wounded in Iraq in 2003. So you've really been at the front end of the challenges of reporting this region. What's changed over the years, and has it just become more dangerous?
I think the mission hasn't, sorry, can you hear me? The mission hasn't changed, it's basically to bear witness, to uncover the story, to tell the truth, but the terrain has become much more treacherous, Journalism in this part of the world has always been risky and hard, but really now the battlefield is full of minefields, Journalists have been targeted directly. I mean, we consider to the enemies. Like I recall, like when Isam, our colleague, was killed, he was wearing the flak jacket, he was wearing the helmet, but he was still being targeted. And at the same time, our Hussam al-Masri at the hospital, he was among 5 people killed in August. So again, what has been targeted is the live footage. Every time you have live footage, because it's exposing atrocities, it's exposing crimes and killing, they've been targeted, although they said it was Hamas, but, our investigation showed it wasn't Hamas. So what has changed in the past, the challenge was access to information, access to the source, access to the story. That was the main challenge. But right now, there are so many challenges, including, the risk is higher because technology is helping them also, Whoever wants to target a journalist, your iPhone has become your enemy. They can trace you, they can hack you. In the past, we covered story, we're not hacked. Now, hacking continues. They monitor you, your movement. Through AI, they can target you. So technology it's an advantage for us because, we can transmit stories from the feed. We can, but again, technology has become something that they can use against us. And, in the conflict, like in this conflict, since the Gaza war, 235 journalists have been killed and media, fixers. In Iraq, we had 285 were killed, among them 7 of our journalists, and 3 of us were seriously wounded. So the risk is bigger, and we are being treated as really the enemy of the truth because we are exposing so many. If it weren't for us, so many stories would not be told, so many atrocities would not be uncovered. So we are the lens, we keep the checks basically on them.
Thank you. And it's interesting you point to technology on obviously Labib. This is where you've done a remarkable job with the team continuing to show what's happening on the ground. I think it was notable when the last situation where the hostages and Palestinian prisoners were released and the hostages were handed over. You were running 3 live streams from Gaza, despite the hardships of delivering that to the world. It really was remarkable to see it across global channels. But how do you do it? How do you? What was the biggest challenge you have in keeping the footage rolling through these kind of crises and conflicts?
So it's challenging all throughout. From deployment to publishing and beyond. You got to pick the right profile to have access. Samia talked about access being a challenge. It remains a challenge. Let me give you an example. You saw the video, you saw Libya. It was a natural disaster in Derna, which falls in the east. So you want to deploy somebody to Derna. You cannot fly into Tripoli and then go to Derna. You have to fly into Benghazi because there's competing governments. And then when you do make it into Derna, actually the government that rules is not necessarily in sync with the people inside Derna. So the way you report on the story becomes challenging. The way the government challenges you and tries to control your message becomes challenging. The way the people react to you coming to put a camera in their face in their moment of grief or moment of death, it can be challenging. Technology. We use technology to try to avert risk. Safety is a big issue. We have lost many colleagues, and also very recently. So wherever we can, we're deploying remote-controlled cameras to avoid human cost. And what you referred to with the 3 lives out of Gaza, it was actually a sad reality because the line of sight in Gaza now, with no buildings, gives you a better connectivity than you ever imagined you could get, and you're getting it from the other side. So we were able to have very high-quality lives. using smartphones and other equipment. So the challenge is in every aspect of the work, including when I said publishing and beyond. You're competing against deadlines, you're trying to remain competitive, and you give the same product to often competing channels or networks, and they get the same product, but then they go out in their language, and then you get the feedback. And I often say, as long as everybody's upset with us, then we are doing the right thing. So, yeah.
Thank you. Maya, you were in Beirut when the bombs were falling. You were there when the Hezbollah pages blew up. And then you were sort of whiplashed straight into the fall of Assad and the incredible dramatic changes we've seen there. Maybe you can walk us through some of the reporting you've done that, well, I guess I would say this, wouldn't I? But that we deliver that probably others can't.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say right off the bat that it's very much a team effort, not just the team that's on the ground and not just the team that is really working under extraordinary circumstances to stay focused, to stay disciplined, to stay true to the trust principles, but it's also a marrying of that team with other colleagues at Reuters who have a set of skills that we don't have. Colleagues who can look at company records, colleagues who look at ships, colleagues who help us track down companies in Taiwan that produce these pagers. So that investigation, for example, was really the first time that I got to see really Reuters at its best in absolute crisis mode. And we had to put that investigation together with the threat of Israeli tanks rolling across the border into Lebanon. So we had a very, very active news file that was still very hot. And we had to figure out how we were going to tell the story of how these pagers were rigged and how they blew up and who they hurt in the process. And so it was a lot of traditional reporting in the sense that there was a source that I would call every single day and say, show me a pager, show me a pager, show me a pager. And he was telling me, there's a ground invasion underway. What do you mean, show me the pager? And it was just about convincing that source through a lot of persistence. But then what happened on the other side of the world was trying to track down these Taiwanese pager makers and figure out how they were connected, whether they weren't, and that took a lot of investigating and sleuthing online, and it took a lot of also really gumshoe journalism halfway around the world. And so it was being able to marry those different skill sets. And I think I really would encourage everybody, if they haven't done so yet, to read the mass graves investigation that Reuters just published last week. Again, as you said, it was very much whiplash. I mean, we had to go from one devastating war in Lebanon to really a historic event in Syria where a 50-year regime fell essentially overnight. And that involved input from Samia, it involved input from visuals. It really could not have been possible if it wasn't everybody working together in sync over the course of the last 10 months. But the story that was published last week, I think, is a really important one because it shows, really, I think it was a masterclass for the team putting it together, in putting together the sourcing on the ground of people that were actually involved in the mass grave movements in Syria, moving bodies from one mass grave to another. It took hours and hours of individually shot drone images stitched together to produce higher quality images than satellite imagery can do. So really, I mean, now we're thinking about satellite imagery as kind of a regular thing that we can incorporate into our stories. So that investigation took it to the next level. So I think what we're always trying to do is trying to bring all the different skill sets at Reuters together. Everyone is learning from one another, and I think what that produces is a product that really kind of sets the bar very high.
Thank you. And so it's really what you've painted is a picture of both the technology we need to use and, frankly, the just wearing out your shoe leather in trying to beat down the doors to get the information, which leads into another question, Samia. Sourcing. This is one of the biggest challenges is getting the sources, but building the trust, building the confidence, and those can be in officials, companies, wherever. But on the other hand, we're often delivering stories that people, perhaps even those sources themselves, aren't that comfortable with, aren't happy with. How do you navigate that very difficult path with making sure we continue to deliver hard-hitting news that is going to challenge the authorities, that is going to challenge what the information they want to deliver, and yet keeping those sources on side and willing to talk to us? How do you build those contacts?
I mean, the most important thing for me is always the reporting from the field. This is where you trust, you see, you witness, you report, you check, you talk to people, you have witness account. So, you know, whatever government think, you know, with all our respect to government, but, you know, the reporting starts from the base. So when you build the story from the base and you have it bulletproof, then you can go to the government or sources. They might deny it, they might, but you keep on using multiple sources to check that your account is right. And if they don't want to comment, they don't comment. If they want to deny the story, I always tell them, okay, deny the story, you know, if you want. And normally they don't put denial. They know that your story is right. But at the same time, they kind of respect you. Deep down, they know that, you know, every time there is a story, like I remember an official who complained about a story that I wrote calling my editor-in-chief at 11 o'clock in London, that we have a campaign against Lebanon. Then anyway, once before he was calling me, there was a story that you had from Pakistan, and he wanted the Reuters story because he said, I trust Reuters, what did you say? Can you say it? Do you have more on the story? And when I confronted him, I said, why do you trust us on the Pakistan story? And, you know, you don't. And he knew that the story, but he said, oh, you're the daughter of this country, you have to help us. I said, I work for Reuters. but then they respect you when they know the facts are right, you know. But sometimes also, you know, you are threatened. Because I remember once I had a massacre, I went to a morgue, I saw that there was a massacre, I reported it, I called the TV, they came and they filmed, and the French got an investigation, and then it was the Syrian regime, and they called a leader, and they called me, they said, you reported about 21, they're going to be 22. So in this case, you know, you have to leave the country, you have, you know, there are always risks, but you don't, I never not publish a story because I'm scared of the circumstances. The truth is more important. But, you know, we don't take, you know, it's not taking being irrational. It's just the story has to be published, basically.
But it gets to an interesting point, an important point. I mean, this balance that we're constantly striving for, this making sure that we're seeking comment, and we really are seeking comment. And I guess it's worth really emphasizing that with what doesn't always get seen, what obviously doesn't get seen, is the stories that don't get published or the stories that get changed, precisely because we've sought that comment and listened and fed it in and fed it into our reporting.
Yeah, we wait on the story. We don't publish immediately. We give them 1 day, 2 days, it depends. But then we say we're publishing. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock we're publishing. If you want to put your comment, we're ready. So at least we feel we do our due diligence, basically.
And Labib, a lot of points raised there. I mean, part of it is, you know, people on the ground in Gaza in particularly in this conflict, but all around the region that you have to manage. But one of the you know, all these images that we see, so many of them are on social media. You can almost see them, you know, you just scroll through TikTok, through X, through whatever, you know, you're going to see these. What is it that we provide that's different in the images? You know, aren't just images images?
No, in this day and age, it's very dangerous to assume that all images are images. In social media, we have actually a video verification team that uses social media as one of their sources, and we verify and we source the video before we can put, you know, our stamp on it and say it's good to go. And that's why our clients trust us. So, yeah, there is video on social media, but it doesn't cover for the work that we do. We are bearing witness. We are on the ground. We are documenting what's happening, and it's happening with professional journalists who often have to be creative. It's not just the technology, and it's not just a simple, camera operator. It's a proper journalist looking at what's going on, reporting back to the rest of the team so that the reporting can be bulletproof. And today with AI, it's even while there are advantages, we can take a video and have it shortlisted or transcribed much faster than we once used to. There's even a more important need for people in the field who can provide verified content to our clients from a trusted source, because these videos will become very difficult to spot as the technology improves. So so we continue to remain ahead of the technology, and we deploy and use tools to make sure that we are current and we are relevant, and we are thinking about the needs of our clients before they come.
Can I add here on the verification team? I mean, they're doing an amazing job, because recently in June there was a footage which was on social media that was picked up by international organization about the attack when Israel attacked Iran. It was about the Evin prison, and they said they attacked the prison, and it turned to be an old footage of the prison. But our team verified that it was in June, and they saw that the tree was bare, and it shows that it was in autumn. It was the previous year in a different situation, and there were no debris. And the same in Yemeniya Airways plane also. So two videos, like they were fake fabricated, but they were used by outlets.
And that's an interesting point, this whole, verifying the visuals, using the visuals for our reporting. Maya, you were deeply involved, obviously, in the really tragic event of Issam Abdallah, who was killed at the very beginning of the conflict. And one of the issues there was, while it seemed obvious, we needed to prove what we all believed to be the case in terms of who fired the shot. Just walk us through some of the reporting efforts that went into basically pinning it down that it was an Israeli fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Reuters was heavily criticized in Lebanon for not immediately publishing or kind of pointing the finger at Israel. And I think what we set out to do, even though they were extraordinarily difficult circumstances for the Bureau, who had lost not just a colleague, but a friend and somebody who we considered a family member, really. What we set out to do with again, the help of Reuters colleagues elsewhere as well, was to establish answers to questions that hadn't even been asked yet, which were what exactly was fired at the group of 7 journalists that were on this hilltop. It was 3 international agencies that were there. Where was it fired from? Why were there 2 tank strikes? What happened afterwards? So we really were trying to ask ourselves questions and set the bar quite high in terms of the answers, but also the way that we were going to pursue those answers. So we actually went on the ground and picked up fragments of the shells ourselves, took them to a lab in The Hague to be tested. That lab had also tested and examined all of the visual and sound elements that we had brought them as well. So there was physical evidence in terms of the actual physical fragments, shell fragments that we had picked up, and then there was the digital evidence that we had brought them, every camera footage and some recording that had been filmed that day in that area. And again, and this is why people often see this kind of this wording in Reuters stories, Reuters stitched together these reporting accounts to find this, because it's true. We really do stitch together all of these different reporting methodologies to provide as complete of a picture as we could. And that picture, ultimately, that emerged by the end of 2023, we published in December 2023, was that Israel had fired 2 tank rounds at a group of 7 journalists, followed up with more than a minute of gunfire from the same location within Israel, and that obviously killed Issam, left an AFP journalist, Christina Asi, without the use of her legs, and it was an extraordinarily traumatic experience so early on in this war that unfortunately then produced more and more and more similar cases. We obviously, unfortunately, had to do the same thing with the Nasser Hospital investigation just 2 months ago. And so I think one of the things that has been so heavy for journalists across the region is the fact that we're kind of we want to be able to say never again, and unfortunately we're not able to say that because we're continually seeing these attacks on journalists. So I think, again, that publication, that report came out nearly 2 years ago now, investigating Issam's killing. We still have not received a response from the Israeli military. And this is what we do. We put out the maximum amount of evidence, the strongest reporting possible on the table, and then now we wait for the response, which should come.
Thank you.
So our universe is big, and what keeps us ahead of everybody is we have our checks and balances. So, it's easy to get caught up with emotions when your colleague that you are seeing and living with every day is killed. But then you have the bigger Reuters family that contributes to the reporting. And there comes the checks and balances and the approach and how to move about things. And the same thing happens with safety. When we deploy safety, gives their assessment, it's safety versus editorial, and then we decide together where to go. So there are many stops on the way that we, as Reuters, can put in place because our universe allows us to do so, and because it's best practice.
I mean, maybe just briefly, and we'll come to some of the questions, particularly this one on the trajectory of tensions at the moment in the region, and we'll try and plug some of your brains on that. But just in terms of the security protocols that we have to go through when you're, particularly for visuals, because you really are on the front line of things. Maybe you can just walk through some of the steps that we need to, that we work on to really determine whether it's worth it, whether the risks are overbearing or not.
So it's a case by case. A proposal comes, we need to go cover. Let's say, for example, there's shooting in the West Bank, or a settler attack in the West Bank. Do we deploy somebody there? If we deploy them, how quickly can they get there? What's the mitigation? Security does their assessment. Do they need a security advisor with them? Are they the right profile? You don't want to send the wrong profile to the wrong place and then have your own problem as well to deal with on top of the coverage. So you would write the pitch, put the proposal out, hear back from security. They do the mitigation, and they classify it, amber, red, or green. And based on how risky it is, you have to get an editor's approval before you can proceed. And then every step of the way, we are, geolocating everybody. We are following step by step. We are flexible, ready to make a second plan if need be, ready to abandon plan if must. And it works well because the safety has nothing to do with editorial, and editorial has nothing to do with safety. So it's a proper checks and balance system that we have in place.
That's great. Well, let's take a slight change of trajectory. About trajectory, we have a question here. How do you assess the trajectory of geopolitical tensions in the Middle East over the next 12 months, particularly the implications of the Israel-Iran conflict? So a really, really simple question, Samia.
We have to ask Netanyahu and Khamenei, actually. So, I think it's going to be probably the year of Iran, over the next 12 months, whether a nuclear deal is going to be brokered or not. And if not, then again, I think Iran is going to be under a tight spot. Israel will unleash maybe not a war, but attacks, surgical attack, different kind of attacks, spy attacks will continue. And how Trump is going to deal with an Iran that is not going to accept a deal will be also a big question. I think Iran is going to be a big story. Plus, Gaza hasn't been solved yet. We have a ceasefire, we have hostages released, but then all the other loopholes are still there. Will Hamas disarm? If Hamas doesn't disarm, will the war continue? So there are so many things, that are still unresolved. But again, Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is refusing to disarm, and the war it's simmering. The conflict is simmering now. It hasn't ended yet. A big chunk, they weakened Hezbollah. They weakened, They told Iran that they can attack, that Iran knows that it will be attacked again, but they're still there. They still have capacity. So that is the year to watch, basically. We're going to be busy. You're going to be very busy for the next year.
Yeah, I think we're going to be very busy. Maya, interesting question here about the Syria, how you're sort of navigating the Syria conflict. It was a fascinating, incredibly dramatic moment where suddenly these non-state actors, which you had been talking to for many years, suddenly they were in a position of authority. I think we've known that that's sometimes been rather challenging. How did you navigate your way through that? What were the biggest difficulties in working your way through that environment?
Yeah, just in the beginning to reestablish that contact in the first place was kind of funny because there were a lot of these Syrian opposition contacts that we hadn't spoken to in years, because I think, like a lot of people, we had looked at Syria and thought, you know what, this is going to stay like this for a while. Like, Bashar al-Assad is possibly weak, but everyone tried to get him out, and he's still there. So it doesn't look like he's going to go anytime soon. And in late November, we just woke up one morning, the same day as the ceasefire in Lebanon had taken hold, and so we thought we were going to get some respite, and we just really, like you said, whiplash, just turned our attention east, and we were starting to look at what was happening next door. And we had to, go back and dig out these phone numbers and try to remember the names and the nom de guerre of all these people that we'd been talking to 10 years ago and figure out where they were and try to track the fighting. But in terms of then, I think that, the term source of authority is kind of an interesting one, because in many contexts, the authorities are not necessarily your sources. The authorities are not going to be the ones that are going to share the most complete and true version of events. And so often what we had to do was actually rebuild contacts from the ground up and spend a lot of time, like our teams did, the enterprise teams and the visuals teams that were there, spend a lot of time meeting people in remote villages and towns, meeting people in hotel lobbies, just gathering as much reporting and really starting to construct our understanding of Syria from level 0 and build it up. And what that does is that then makes us much more confident in what we've reported out, because if the authorities are going to counter with another point or counter with another narrative, then we can then have a really strong body of reporting. So really it's about building up the sources and building up the knowledge. When regime change happens, you have to kind of do it all over again from the very beginning, and then that makes you the authority in a way on a subject.
And how have the authorities thought, what have they thought of our coverage?
A lot of the work that we've done has been challenging for a new government that is just coming to terms with a massive influx of journalists from all around the world who are coming and who are writing different types of stories. And I think a lot of the ones that we've written and a lot of the ones that the team has focused on, the subjects that the team has focused on, have been difficult, have been challenging, have kind of unearthed a lot of the most complicated and maybe even the most painful parts of the legacy of the last 50 years and the kind of the birthing pains of a new Syria. I see red, so I'm gonna wrap up there.
Right. Well, very quickly, Labib, I'm not going to go to another question, but one of the things that strikes me about handling this conflict is the people are often reporting who are living it as well. It's not the foreign correspondent going in there. It is local people dealing with the tragedy that on their doorstep that's affecting them and reporting. How do you manage that? And let's keep it brief.
It's very difficult to manage. We offer support, mental, physical. We try to make anything available that we can make available to people working. And it's not just the people on the field. It's also, vicarious trauma is a real thing. When you receive all this footage, what you see is what's been edited, what's been picked as appropriate for the public. What you don't see is often a lot more gruesome. You've seen the images. Our guys in Gaza had to deploy a donkey cart because fuel was hard to come by. But then they joke about, they couldn't get hay for the donkey anymore, so we had to find another way to cover. But, we remain creative. We try to have a sense of humor. We are in touch all the time. We offer the proper support that could help. And CIC, we have our support system. But it helps. It helps. It's a community and it's a village, and that's how we function.
Well, I guess with we'll continue working like community and continue to have to be very inventive in reporting this region. But thank you very much, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On time.
Thank you, Edmund. Thank you to the panel. Thank you for doing what you do and bringing us the news and uncovering the truth. Look, I always find these Reuters panels, editorial sessions fascinating. How they do what they do so well. I found this one especially humbling, so thank you very much indeed. Right, I'm going to take a breath because we are going to change tack now, and it's quite a big tack to the money flows. Heavy investment in infrastructure and public-private partnerships has transformed the economy in the Middle East, of course. How are businesses and governments capitalizing on all of the opportunity here? Where is a capital flowing now is the question we ask. Please welcome our event moderator, Richard Dean, to the stage to introduce this next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon. So the question is, where is capital flowing now? And I can think of two, I can struggle to think of two people better qualified to answer that question than our guests today. First up, we have to my direct left the Chief Investment Officer at NEOM, responsible for developing and implementing NEOM's investment strategy. Previously with GE as the President and Chief Executive Officer at GE Renewable Energy for the Middle East, North Africa, and Turkey. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Manar Al-Manif. Dr. Manar, good to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
And we also have joining us also from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the founder and CEO of Saudi Technology Ventures, or STV. It's described as the largest technology investment firm in this region, $1.5 billion plus. Some of its high-profile investments you will have heard of include Kareem, Abbey as well. Previously, he held executive leadership roles at Google's headquarters. Please join me in welcoming Abdurrahman Talabzuni. Abdurrahman, good to have you with us. Known affectionately in the industry as AIT. Ahlan wa sahlan. Good to have you with us. Yeah. Dr. Manar, can I start with you first of all? NEOM in Saudi Arabia. Those of us who are fans of Reuters will know that journalists write a story. Barely a day goes by without a headline. So cut through the noise. What is, in your view, the reason for being at NEOM? Just refresh our minds on that, and then give us the latest progress report if you can.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here with you today. Just maybe let me just go a bit back to bring why NEOM is. If you all remember, everyone was talking in the last decade about carbon dioxide emission increasing on a daily basis. They're speaking about water shortage. They're speaking about the fact that we consume food faster than the time it takes us to grow it. But yet, no one around the globe was able to come and put a solution. What are we going to do to address these challenges? What is the future looking like? What do we need to do? And that's where the idea of NEOM came from in the beginning. It is simply a place where it represents for you the future. It's a place that represents for you a global opportunity, a greenfield development that will enable you to do three things. First one is to reimagine sustainability. So sustainability is very important. It measures the day-to-day operation and how do we work. And what is the future of sustainability, future of industries, and so on. The second one represents a global opportunity to reimagine businesses. What are the different ecosystems that you need to create in the future to create jobs? What kind of industries do you need to build to actually meet what is the future going to look like in 30 and 50 years? Specifically with AI disruption today, the way that we work and the kind of industries is going to shift significantly to what you predict is going to be there in 20, 30 years. And NEOM will provide for you an opportunity where you will be able to test some of these new concepts, validate them, see what kind of infrastructure is required to build them and take them forward. And the third thing NEOM will be able to do is simply a global opportunity to redefine livability, which is today specifically when you focus on the youth, livability is a very big component that everyone is looking at. And when you add all of these three things, cornerstone of Vision 2030, which simply focuses on two things. Vision 2030, transforming the economy and diversifying the economy, as well as improving the quality of life. And NEOM is at the heart of doing that. So that's why NEOM and what we're doing. And if you think about it and just, if you think of the vision of NEOM, which is quite interesting, many people do not really focus on the vision of NEOM. It is simply where the greatest mind and talent are empowered with the most pioneering idea to come and develop what is the future. We're not saying we're going to be developing, a tall building or a big mall. On the contrary, we're saying it is the land of the future where the greatest mind and talent are empowered to develop the most pioneering idea. That's a very big thing and a very big statement, because simply you're giving the tools to people to come and innovate and introduce the future. So that's what NEOM is about. Now, where we are, we're actually moving according to plan. We're really busy in developing the required infrastructure. Remember, we're building a city that is in scale the same size of Belgium. So when you're developing something, that's something long-term that require a lot of development, from building the required infrastructure, from roads, from energy, connectivity, mobility. It takes multiple decades to actually be able to finish and achieve the target that you need to have. So work is under progress. We're moving ahead, and we're developing a lot in that area.
There is a follow-up question, of course, about where the capital is flowing, and we'll come to that. But Abdulrahman, if I can turn to you first of all. In answering this question, you said you wanted to frame it in a number of different themes. And you said the first one, and the most important one, is underpinning all of this, that this region is building the AI wave, whereas previously the region has been a consumer of cutting-edge technology. Explain that to us.
Absolutely. I think, Richard, it's really important to put things in both a global context and on a time axis context. This region, for a very long time, has been a consumer of technology, and most of the capital allocation that has been happening, especially in the GCC, has been geared towards building infrastructure, education, mostly in a bit of CapEx, more OpEx, in which governments had to take on the burden of employment and creating a base layer for economic activity. But I think what's happening now is completely different, and you can see this very intensely happening in places like here in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, where the push for modernization is very synonymous with private sector empowerment, innovation-driven economies, and outsourcing of this value creation game back to the private sector, where the government becomes an enabler. Now, what this means is there are various efforts across these governments to unlock capital and reallocate that capital towards more sustainable business models that are private sector driven. Now, where this is happening extremely intensely is in the technology sphere. And we're seeing this probably, if you look at the last few decades of the GCC, there was never a time in which two very large, extremely sizable economies are explicitly saying, this is my bet on the future. I want AI and the next wave of technologies to be not only consumed here and pioneered here from a use case point of view, but also to be built here and localized here. And this is a completely new narrative. Now, for us as investors, when we look at this, we get really excited, because what this means is more of this capital is going to be localized and hopefully compounded within our own geographies. Gone are the days in which governments of the 90s and the 80s used to look at whatever we called technology in the day, whether it was the World Wide Web or later the mobile internet or now AI. Those governments did not look at this or these technology flows as sovereign and critical questions to deal with and understand and localize. The governments of today in the GCC are seeing these as essential, as existential, as sovereign. And I think that's one big piece of what's going on. Now, when we look at the landscape, technology investments and venture capital investment in the GCC has been growing exponentially. Value creation in the space has been proven. $30 billion of technology venture-backed companies were created in the Middle East in the last 5 years. So it's happening, right? But now looking at the quantum, we're very, very far from where we need to be. If you normalize tech and VC investments by GDP of our markets in the GCC, we're among the lowest in the world still. surprisingly, right? Despite all the momentum you see. We need to not only 2x or 3x or 5x the quantum of VC and tech investment in our regions in the GCC to get to global benchmarks. We're probably looking at a minimum of 10x the size for us to be globally relevant on a healthy benchmark. So I'll leave it at that, and happy to dig deeper later.
Okay, good stuff. We've got about 10 minutes left. Thank you very much indeed to everyone who sent in questions via Slido. We will get to those, but a couple of brief follow-up questions from me, if I may. Dr. Manna, in terms of capital flowing into NEOM, you gave me a number earlier, 60 billion Saudi riyals. Briefly, where is that money going?
Simply to develop a lot of private sector opportunities that we're looking at. So NEOM, as you today in the current stage that we're in today, there is a lot of infrastructure development. And 60 billion is the number that we were able to attract from the private sector. That's primarily on a number of projects. The first one is the NEOM Green Hydrogen project that was announced a few years ago, and it is going to start operating in 2027, producing at least 600 tons of hydrogen on a daily basis. The second one is the NEOM Logistic Company, which is a joint venture with DSV, which is one of the global logistic providers globally. That's around 39 billion Saudi riyal. And then there is a couple of infrastructure related to hotels and data centers and so on. So the private sector is very interested. The private sector is very hungry and want to play a major role in the development of NEOM. Previously, when you used to look at infrastructure, it used to be primarily a government-led. They used to do it. And private sector used to shy away from participating in infrastructure development or some project related to it. And that was primarily due to many reasons. They were not very visible. We didn't have maturity of the entire infrastructure project. But today you have developed a platform where the system is more mature. Public-private partnership became a major area of focus for both the private sector and the government to partner together and to move forward. This was enabled by creating more visibility about the opportunities, having flexibility around the structures that you're developing, creating the right regulatory framework, the flow of capital, and more importantly, the maturity and the growth of the local investors in our part of the world. They're really today among the top players globally in the sophistication and the capability that you're able to deliver. And when we think of the growth of where are we heading, the growth is not going to be limited to one sector. Like, it's going to be energy, it's going to be real estate, it's going to be hospitality. It is going to be across the board in every sector. It's going to grow in different parameters. But what's interesting is actually the intersection between each of these sectors and how AI will play a role to actually make sure we present what is the future of this industry going forward.
Well, if we look at capital flowing into this region, you say there's not enough VC, and I take your point, but Google has recently invested in an AI fund. In your AI fund, of course, you spent many years working at Google. Very briefly, talk to me essentially why they wanted to. What was their motivation?
So we're privileged to have Google as an anchor investor in our AI fund, and we look forward to working with them very deeply on creating value and synergies across the portfolio. I think what will drive many technology companies, especially global techs, to look at this region very seriously and compound their investments here is the fact that the region is actually already taking very bold steps and very significant commitments towards building an infrastructure layer for AI, towards building models that are sovereign and proprietary, and are opening up these assets in a way where they want entrepreneurs and the right partners to come and build on top of these layers of infra, use cases and applications that are very region-specific. And that's the thesis we're driving in our fund. We believe that these double-digit billions and billions of dollars that are going in data centers, infrastructure, energy, and all the adjacent industries around infra, and over and above the models that come on these infrastructure technologies are going to unlock $18 to $20 billion of value in the Middle East over the next 5 years in AI applications. So the thesis is very simple. These regions, our part of the world is going to invest heavily in these hard layers, and the private sector and entrepreneurs are going to look at sectors and use case by use case of how to monetize and how to go to the market with very clear value propositions. Now, the scarce resource in a lot of these plays, and I think people tend to underestimate in AI, because we hear the hype and the buzzwords, but our view is the scarce resource is really data. A lot of these models, a lot of these applications are going to utilize proprietary data to become better and closer to the user. And the unfair advantage we have here in the GCC is that these data repositories are consolidated, centralized, top-down driven by government agencies. And these government agencies are extremely agile and open enough to allow that centralization and consolidation to be access to these private agents who are going to create value on top of it. So that's the thesis. And I think you're going to see more and more top-down reimagination exercises happening in sectors like education, healthcare, defense, et cetera, and so on and so forth, that actually map to the biggest budget items on any of these national budgets in each of these geographies being tackled by AI.
We've got lots of questions. Thank you very much indeed for those coming in on Slido. Here's one. Dr. Manar, your perspective on this. What differentiates Saudi Arabia and the wider GCC in attracting long-term foreign investment versus short-term opportunistic capital? And as you and I were chatting earlier, it's very long-term capital that you're looking for at NEOM, isn't it?
Indeed, indeed. And that's a great question. Simply when you look at our region, we're really differentiated by two main factors. We have one of the youngest and the fastest growing population in the world, and we have an unbelievable economic growth. These two trajectories, if you put them together, position any company around the world to actually just tap into these opportunities and actually grow with the region as we're developing. Many of the opportunities that's available, as I mentioned, it's not focused on one sector. The diversification of opportunity across the pool is unbelievable. If you're in infrastructure, if you're in tech and digital, if you're in energy, if you're in logistics, you're in robotics, anything is available. And it will be enabled by these two things. The growing population. Today, the region, 70% is below the age of 30. An unbelievable hunger of these new talent to actually excel, go into the market, and deliver the most that they can. And the growth that you're seeing and the diversification you're seeing in the economy in the GCC and Saudi particularly is, frankly honest, is astonishing and second to none. If you remember when we announced Vision 2030, many people were very skeptical. Many people. And I would say I was one of them. But look where are we today. We're not even in 2030. We're halfway through. We're in 2025. And we've achieved most, and we even exceeded most of the goals that we've announced for 2030. And that just tells you the potential that we have in this part of the world.
Thank you very much indeed. And I think actually you've half answered one of our other questions, which is what are the main industries that are receiving new FDI or PPP capital funding? And you mentioned it's across a range of industries. Abdul Rahman, to you, what's your view on the next 3 to 5 years of Gulf outbound capital? Will it remain concentrated in US tech and infrastructure or pivot towards Asia and Africa? Now, I know most of your investments are within this region, but what's your perspective on those capital flows?
It's a great question. It's really hard to predict, but I'll tell you a number of dynamics and guiding principles that are happening in tech that might guide that flow. One, the balkanization and polarization of tech is real. Countries are building very deep hedge layers for their data and for their models and their technologies to be local. And I think this will drive them to think of allies and partners across the world who want to build and co-build with them and localize with them within their geographies. Now, one can hypothesize whether the East or the West is going to be open to such models. I think it's fairly easy to guess. Number two, I think you're going to see on a macro level, I think a lot of tech deployment from these GCC countries to actually flow inward within their own geographies, with those alliances built for that deployment to actually take place within their own countries. And we're seeing bits and pieces of this. Concepts of JVs, concepts of getting teams from the West or the East to build within your own local ground and on your soil is a model that is evolving very rapidly in some of our geographies. I think the second thing is also a lot of the GCC countries, especially Saudi and the UAE, are signaling to the world their readiness to become hotbeds of innovation and application layers for really extreme technologies that require regulatory changes. And I think that will drive a lot of capital into these bleeding-edge emerging technology companies to actually still reside and compound here. So to answer this question in a nutshell, I think you're going to see a shift towards more localization, a shift towards alliances and partnerships east or west, where technology ownership and sovereignty is going to be key.
Thank you very much indeed for not only answering the question, where is capital flowing now, but also, where is capital flowing in the future? Thank you for getting your crystal ball out and bringing with you today. Indeed, thanks to both of our panelists today. It's been a great discussion. I wish we could go on longer, but we are out of time. Please give your thanks to our panelists today, to Dr. Manar Al-Manif, shukran jazilan, thank you very much indeed, and to Abdul Rahman, thank you so much for being with us. AIT, it's been great. Thank you very much indeed, and Axel, back to you.
All right, thank you very much indeed to the panel. We turn our attention now to Saudi and its efforts to diversify its economy. Tourism has, of course, become a key test of its post-oil ambitions. Can the kingdom redefine its global identity through tourism? Please welcome the Group CEO of Red Sea Global, John Pagano. He will be in conversation with Nazanin Moshiri.
So much. I'm really excited about this chat because I get to talk about tourism and hotels.
Great.
And I love it. So we're talking about beyond oil in Saudi Arabia and redefining global tourism. I'm really pleased to have Red Sea Global Group CEO John Pagano here on the stage with me. And we were just chatting, actually, behind the scenes about, what does it actually mean? What is beyond oil for Saudi Arabia? How fast is tourism actually growing? And how is it reshaping the kingdom's identity?
Well, thank you for having me, and it's my pleasure to be here. So tourism, so beyond oil, very important subject today globally and in particular in Saudi. Tourism has always been a very important economic sector. It represented over 10% of global GDP. It does represent over 10%. And when I first arrived in Saudi Arabia at the beginning of 2018, it represented around 3.4%. I think we've doubled the contribution tourism makes towards the economy. It's up around 7% today. And so that means we still have room to get to the 10% global average. I think we could possibly even go beyond that. And the tourism aspect of this is not just simply building hotels and attracting more visitors. It's about opening up the country. It's a societal change that is taking place under the leadership of His Royal Highness in his Vision 2030 agenda. And we're a big part of that, and we're delighted to do so.
Yeah, and just how do you fit in as Red Sea Global Group? How do you fit into this sort of reshaping of the kingdom's identity?
Well, I'm proud to say we were born out of Vision 2030. We were one of the first of the 3 giga projects that were announced. We had NEOM, we had Qiddiya, and then Red Sea.
Just can you explain what the giga projects are for people listening or watching who may not understand?
So people have heard of mega projects. Saudi does things on a much bigger scale. So a giga project really is a term to try to capture the scale and of the ambition of what we're trying to do. And so there were 3 that were announced back in 2017. One of them was NEOM, which I think you heard the previous panel talk about.
Qiddiya, which is an entertainment city near Riyadh, and then the Red Sea, which was a tourism destination. And a tourism destination that was going to do things differently, you know, to really differentiate ourselves from other destinations in the world. And that was an important aspect of the vision, to really drive a different paradigm as to how you develop tourism projects.
So when you think about tourism and big names, you think of the Maldives, you think of the Mediterranean. I went to Zanzibar on my honeymoon. But you're looking at regenerative tourism. Can you explain to us what that actually means, and why would people want to go to Saudi Arabia to be part of this type of tourism?
Well, so I think when we first started, we thought we were going to set new standards in sustainable development. And the more I reflected on it, and I actually had to look up sustainability. What does it actually mean? And sustainability means maintaining the status quo. And if you think about it, we're way past that point. We need to do things to go beyond sustainability. And the term regenerative development, regenerative tourism was born out of that. And what it means in practice is to actually try to make the destination better. When we started our planning for the destination, and I have an archipelago of 90 islands across 2,500 square kilometers of lagoon area, we had an abundance of choice. But what we said was, you know, we were inspired by nature, but we were led by science. We did a lot of scientific background work, baseline surveys, et cetera, to figure out where to develop and where not to develop. And, you know, we made choices that were led by nature, not by commercial. So I had a beautiful island I could have developed, and we chose not to develop it in the end because it was a favored nesting site of a critically endangered species, the hawksbill sea turtle. So it's making choices that put nature at the forefront. And I often say that nature is our most valuable asset, and I think the UN is now starting to recognize that too.
Just to let you know, audience, you can ask questions on the app slide. There's also a QR code. You can go on and just click on it and ask any questions that you may have of John. So as you said there, a lot of people do talk about climate and sustainability. A lot of businesses here talk about it. But what does it actually mean practically on the ground? Because you are building these cutting-edge hotels, but you're trying to also think about being sensitive to your environment too.
No, without a doubt. Again, sustainability, regeneration, forefront of everything that we do and guides our thinking. So let me give you some things that are practical examples. So it's not just paying lip service or greenwashing, as some people might say. We've built the largest tourism destination in the world to date, 100% powered by the sun 24 hours a day. Now, we're not innovating, we're not doing something that doesn't exist, but nobody has had the will to do it on this scale. Power by sun, batteries to store it by day so that we can consume that power at night. We're seeking to enhance our habitats. We're growing 50 million mangrove trees. Mangroves are an amazing plant. They not only protect the islands from erosion and sea level rise, they sequester carbon at a multiple of the same area that a tree would. So trees on land would sequester 1 unit. Mangroves will sequester anywhere between 4 and 10 times that. So they're very good from a carbon sequestration point of view. Corals. We're blessed with thriving coral reefs in the Red Sea. Yet they're under risk and threat. We're not taking any chances, so we're investing heavily on growing coral. We have our own coral generation labs. We grow through fragmentation, through recreating the spawning cycle that corals do on an annual basis. We can do it multiple times throughout the year. So it's taking all of these necessary steps to protect our future. It's also building responsibly. When we build, we take every precaution that you can. So, for example, if we're in the islands and working in and around the sea, we have monitoring buoys that are monitoring the parameters in the sea. If we see turbidity level getting too high, we stop the works so that we don't create any issues with regards to the marine life.
So we do have some questions from the audience. Before we go to those questions, I wanted to ask you, Okay, when I look at your resorts, I think luxury, I think actually beyond my paycheck at least. But how are you going to then attract enough tourists to sort of boost what you're saying, which is this kind of moving away from oil for Saudi Arabia?
So I think, and again, apologies, we opened up our most expensive resorts first, but that's not the end game. We've opened up our hyper-luxury resorts, which represents only a mere 10% of the total numbers of resorts that we're opening. We have 27 hotels and resorts that are being developed, 10 of which are now open. When we open up the remaining hotels, which are happening between now and the early part of next year, we broaden our spectrum to an entry level of $500 room nights, which is still expensive, but is much more accessible. So we're very conscious of the fact that the broader market is more middle class and can't afford the hyper-luxury product, and we're certainly not leaving that segment behind. It's very important to us.
Amazing. I might be going back there for my second honeymoon, possibly. But let's go to some of the questions we have. Sort of a really interesting one there. What level of private and foreign capital do you expect in Red Sea global projects going forward?
So, I mean, we already have foreign investment taking place in the destination. Now, when you think of a project of this nature in this place, it needed a stimulus from the government to make it happen. That's why the Public Investment Fund is our principal shareholder and has allowed us to do the things that we've done. But, for example, our utilities infrastructure, which I described in terms of the renewable energy, that was a private-public partnership, and it involved a consortium of foreign investors. We have, on the Red Sea, we have Chinese companies as well as Saudi companies investing in the infrastructure for which they'll sign up. We've signed a concession agreement for the next 25 years. At Amala, which is our other project, it's a consortium led between EDF and Masdar from the UAE, with money from Korea, with money from France. And so, again, we're already attracting foreign investment. And now, as we've developed and have effectively got a proof of concept, it's much easier for investors now to think seriously about the opportunities that exist in Saudi Arabia. It's a huge growth area for Saudi Arabia because of the limited infrastructure, if you will, in that tourism and leisure hospitality space, and there's great opportunities for investors from all over.
And let's quickly talk about the infrastructure. Do you have the infrastructure to move beyond oil and create this great tourism hub that you're talking about?
Well, the Saudi Arabia is committed to spend, I think, $800 billion between now and 2030 on developing hospitality infrastructure. So the infrastructure is being built. By this middle of next year latest, we will have 4,500 hotel rooms at the Red Sea and Amala projects alone. And there's more coming. We've got Riyadh is developing hospitality offers. So the infrastructure is now gathering pace. It's been several years in the making, so we're now at the end state where we're actually delivering it, and we'll be able to accommodate.
And that's going to mean more flights. Then how can you be more sustainable then?
Of course, flights is very important, and that's the conundrum from a sustainability point of view, but I'm proud to say we were the first airport in Saudi Arabia to actually bring sustainable aviation fuel. It's an important way to mitigate some of the effects of travel. We need more government support, not just domestically, but globally, to encourage more people to develop capacity in sustainable aviation fuels. And it ultimately is going to come down to subsidies until such time as the capacity brings the unit price down so that it is comparable to conventional jet aviation fuel.
There's another question there, which I guess sort of leads us into sort of looking ahead. And I know I'm asking you to look inside a crystal ball, and it's not easy to do that. But what would you say are the risks that could potentially derail the tourism's trajectory? And how are you mitigating those risks? I mean, there are some risks in the question, but it'd be good to hear from you. Potentially, where could you see some challenges ahead?
Well, look, any business is subject to risks that are beyond their control. Geopolitical risks obviously is foremost in everybody's mind, but I think the region is changing, and it's changing dramatically, and it's changing for the good. Notwithstanding the recent troubles in Gaza, and we all hope that is finally settling and will be the end of it. What we're doing in Saudi Arabia is it's a very safe country. People feel safe. High celebrities feel comfortable in this space more so than they do in Europe. If you live in London, you can't walk the streets anymore without fearing that somebody's going to steal your watch or mug you. I mean, the world is changing, but I think Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, generally, I think is a much safer place than other parts of the world.
And what does the future hold for your group in terms of your growth and where you're looking at potentially for expanding?
Well, so today, as I said, we have 27 resorts and hotels which we're opening, and that's our main focus. But the end game for Red Sea and Amala projects is 80 resorts. We have 50 at Red Sea, another 30 at Amala. But I also have projects up and down the whole west coast of Saudi Arabia that are currently in various stages of design and competitions and so on. So there's a long pipeline ahead of us of further development because, as you rightly said earlier, we need to build the infrastructure to be able to attract people and to make tourism a significant part of the Saudi economy.
Thank you so much, John Pangano, who is the CEO of Red Sea Global Group, taking us beyond oil and letting us know whether Saudi Arabia can really define and redefine global tourism. And I think there's a lot of great work that you're doing there, and fingers crossed for you and the team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to John and to Nazanin. Look, one more session before we take a coffee break, a much-needed coffee break, I'm sure. We haven't really talked about the consumer, about how quickly consumer behavior is changing with trends like wellness, instant delivery, and AI reshaping industries, and how, of course, companies need to adapt to and position themselves for this fast-changing consumer context. Please welcome again Richard Dean, who's going to host this next panel in partnership with Al Ula. Richard will introduce his panel once they've set up the chairs, and I think we're done. Come on up.
So we're looking at changing consumer behavior, but not just what it's changing from and to, but what is the playbook? How do companies adapt to that? We've got a diverse panel joining us on stage today, and here they come. So I shall introduce them in turn. First of all, to my direct left, we have the chairwoman of Landmark Group, Renuka Jagtiani, 30 years spearheading the Landmark Group's growth strategy. I think it's fair to say an icon within the regional, indeed the global retail landscape. We have from MasterCard Institute, the chief economist for EMEA, Khatija Haque, is with us. Economic financial policy, macroeconomic thought leadership within MasterCard, previously chief economist at Emirates NBD here in the United Arab Emirates, and before that, economist at Deutsche Bank in London. We have got from PepsiCo, delighted to have with us the general manager for the MENA PAC region. We've got Ahmed El Sheikh, who's with us, 30 years of experience in this industry, a couple of those with PepsiCo, most recently in India and now in this region. Ahmed, good to have you with us. Thanks very much indeed. And finally, from the Royal Commission for Al Ula, we have the tourism chief, Philip Jones, who's with us, strategy, infrastructure, marketing, among many, many other things at Al Ula. Previously, president and CEO of Visit Dallas in the United States and Department Secretary of Tourism in the state of Louisiana in the United States. Very keen to get your questions as well, please. Don't forget you can use the Slido app to get those into us. We've got about 25 minutes with our panelists now. Khatija, you are the macroeconomist, so I'm going to ask you to kick us off with the macro perspective. What is your data telling us about these changing consumer behaviors?
So I think if we look at what influences consumer behavior, we've got the demographics piece. And then on the economic side, it's things like unemployment, wage growth, inflation, the cost of living, interest rates. These are all factors that will shift how consumers feel about their financial futures and thus how they behave, how they buy things. In terms of the data that we are looking at across our region, all of those indicators are green and have been green for the last couple of years. And we think they're going to remain tailwinds and supportive of consumer spending overall in the region. So if we drill down a little bit into the demographics, of course, we know that this is a region with a very young population, which means they are tech savvy. There's high internet penetration. There's an e-commerce theme that will emerge over the next few years. We also have, on the economic side, a tremendous growth in opportunity and jobs in the region, which has pulled in talent from around the world. And I think what we are seeing is that if we compare the kinds of people that are moving to the region now compared to a decade ago, it's a very different profile. We're looking, if we consider the strategic areas that the governments are pushing growth and innovation, it's technology, it's financial services, it's data centers. These all require highly skilled talent. And so that is the profile of people that are now moving to the region, which means they're more likely to be bringing their families with them. It means they're more likely to be spending in country rather than remitting most of their income abroad. And their expectations around the goods and services that they want to consume are also different. And so businesses have to adapt to that changing demand. In terms of the economic indicators, record low unemployment in the region. Wage growth is a little bit of a yellow light, perhaps, rather than a green one, because we have such a lot of demand for people looking to move to the region that it really is an employer's market. And so wage growth hasn't really necessarily risen as quickly as it has in other parts of the world. So we are seeing some constraints on budgets in certain segments of the population. But, interest rates are falling. That's a tailwind. The cost of living is rising again in certain areas, perhaps more than others. The headline inflation rates are quite low, 2%. But within that, we know housing costs are rising very sharply. We know education costs are rising perhaps more quickly than the headline. So again, consumers are needing to make some trade-offs. But overall, it's a fairly benign environment for consumers going forward.
Khatija, thank you very much indeed. Renuka, if I can turn to you, you have at Landmark Group millions of consumers across this region, so you have your finger on the pulse. If you can summarize how you've seen consumer behavior change over the decades that you've been with Landmark Group.
So we've seen it constantly change, but I think the changes we see in the last few years, and not just in the last decade, but if you take COVID and post-COVID, it's been huge. It is a younger population. It is a more connected population, digitally connected, much more demanding, much more aware, and really understand what they want to spend on and how they will spend their wallet. Because that wallet share has shifted hugely. So what they spent on before may not be the way they spend today. They are far more careful to make it go further. In certain things, they want a brand. In certain things, they want more value. But the definition of value for them has changed because of various things. There's inflation, there is global pressures, there is, economic conditions. Though they're great, there is uncertainty. And people today are feeling that, so they're careful how they spend. And when they spend it, they see that they get much more than just a good price. They get value in the way of it should be good quality, it should be trendy, it should be relevant to them in every way, and it should be a great price. And they have so many options today that makes a huge difference.
Well, we'll talk about what the playbook is for satisfying those demands shortly. If I can get the perspective from PepsiCo, again, from your perspective, the changing consumer behavior globally, and I'm sure in many ways consumers in this region are the same, but also some of the subtleties and nuances? Because you've only been here a year in this job. This is not your first rodeo in the Middle East, is it?
Very good question, Richard. Let me build on what Khadija just said. The macros are all green. The landscape are amazing. We are bullish about the future, bullish about the growth, and we believe that there is huge opportunity for growth. Consumer, living in this environment as we speak right now, he used to have something or something. Now they are talking about and. I want global brand and I want high value. I want global brand and I want local relevance and local flavor. I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of the taste of the country which I'm coming from. So how to balance the corporate strategy in order to deliver in the expectation of the consumer right now is based on 3 dimensions: localizing R&D, localizing talent, and local sourcing and supply chain. So,
thank you very much indeed. Very keen to get the perspective from Al-Ula. Philip Jones, a slightly different proposition to the Landmark Group and to Pepsi, millions of customers. You're not targeting millions of customers, more niche, but you've done a lot of research on changing attitudes and behaviors. So give us your perspective on this.
I would say the research we've done, we had 26,000 surveys done, and we really were trying to understand what is motivating visitors to visit a particular destination. And what we learned from an Alula perspective was that 70% of the visitors who are coming to Alula, who want to come to Alula, are looking for an experience. It's much more about immersing themselves into the destination, learning about it, and leaving with something valuable when they take it back to their homes or their families. The other thing that we learned is 65% are interested in arts and cultural activities. And so that works well for us because we're investing in a huge amount of investment in museums and other arts assets as well. And then the third thing we learned was about 46% were looking for wellness. And so, again, everyone's looking for an experience. They're not looking just to check the box. They want to go to a destination and learn something and feel like they're making a contribution. And Alula, because of its unique setting, 7,000 years of history in this beautiful, magical place, it lends itself to that type of experience. But again, we're not looking for mass tourism. We host 300,000 visitors this year, but they're spending more per capita than probably any of the others spend in the region because the experience they have is one of a kind and can't be found anywhere else.
And Khatija, you say your data bears that out, this thirst for experiences, particularly among relatively affluent consumers in this region.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, the research that we've done absolutely echoes what Philip has just said. When we look at global trends, particularly post-pandemic, we've seen that when people travel, they are prioritizing experiences over things. And so when they go somewhere new, they're willing to spend more of their wallet on dining, for example, than they do on buying apparel or even on their hotel bills. They're looking for the experience, there's a reason why people travel. And the travel report we did in May of this year, we looked at 3 different motivations for why people travel. One that came out was wellness. That's absolutely a reason that people will plan a trip, is to go somewhere where they can spend some time focused on their wellness and their holistic mental health or relaxation. People also travel for nature, so they want to go to destinations where they can immerse themselves in a natural environment. And then some people will travel for food, for culinary experiences. They want a wide range of dining options. They want to try different cuisines. They want to experience the local cuisine of the area that they're going to. And so all of these things are top of mind when consumers are planning their travel. And even those that are less affluent, they might be spending less, but they're still prioritizing the experience over necessarily the item that they're going to take home as a souvenir. But certainly the affluent consumer has more scope for discretionary spending, and we do see that in their spending behavior when they travel.
If we look at the playbook for this, from the perspective of PepsiCo, for example. I think I can spot it in what you've done. For example, you're opening very shortly a research and development center in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. You're investing nearly $10 million in that. So innovation and localization, but also producing locally as well. I saw ribbon cutting just a few weeks ago at your new facility in Dammam in Saudi Arabia. That's nearly $100 million. So I think I spot what you're doing. But you tell us, talk us through the playbook.
When we talk about localization, localization in terms of sourcing, 100% of the potato we use right now is produced locally. This is number two. All the sourcing, about 90% of it is local as we speak right now. R&D, yes, it is a global brand, but local flavor and local relevance. The R&D facilities, which we are going to open in Q1 next year, all is it about is having the flavor of the city, the flavor of the place, and introducing to the consumer the local relevance which the consumer wants from us. Okay? So it will be integrated part in the environment, into the consumer landscape in order to deliver local relevance to the local consumer. The talent, we are using local talent in the region, and I think one of the biggest achievements which we have is localization in the total GCC countries. So between the three attributes, this has been the strategy in action, and we are progressing.
We're getting quite a few questions in. I will get to those very shortly. Do please keep your messages coming, your questions coming in on Slido. But Renuka Jaitiani, if I can turn to you, taking all this we've heard and your observations about changing consumer behavior, I'm wondering what that means for legacy powerhouse brands like yours, like Baby Shop, like Centrepoint, and others that are genuinely icons in this region, particularly for those of us who've been here a long time. But what's the playbook for those legacy brands?
So it's interesting. Firstly, we don't look at our brands as legacy brands. Centrepoint is about 20 years old today, 2005. So for us, these are brands which are constantly evolving. And I think to us, legacy is only as good as how it evolves, how it stays relevant. And that's really always what we would focus on. And its relevance to consumer, its relevance with product, with the experience of the store. So we're constantly investing in our stores, in supply chain, in e-commerce, to stay on with the consumer and to be relevant, because today that is a very fast-moving pace. So it also means that you bring in new brands, you bring in new experiences. So if we started our grocery with Viva, it was because we felt that that bit of value was missing in our portfolio, to really do grocery at, nobody really had done own label grocery in the way we did it, you know. So it doesn't mean that, so it meant that we wanted to be in every category which is relevant to the consumer, be it fashion, be it home, be it electronics and grocery. So for us, it is about the consumer and staying relevant. Be it a legacy brand, has to be as relevant. It's in fact more difficult because there is that emotional connect. And so you have a greater responsibility to get it right, because there is an emotion attached to it from our side and the consumer. So you have to work even harder to get that relevance right.
I know Khatija and I were joking earlier on before we came on stage, reminiscing about Baby Shop and buying those machines where you sanitize the baby's bottles.
That was a very long time ago.
And thank God for it.
But there is an emotional attachment there. And if I can follow on from that, you touched on logistics there and the supply chain. I mean, that's really important. Your brand, you're not just a retailer, you're a designer of brands, you're a producer of brands. You've got this huge retail business across the region. And I know about just before COVID, I think, you opened your logistics hub in Dubai. and it's a behemoth, by some measures, the largest in the region. Explain the challenge of supply chain and how a facility like that fits into it.
So today we would sell between the Middle East and India about 1 billion units a year. So it has to be art and science, both. And you have to remember this is right from fruit to furniture and sofas and beds. So, and we go really the full gamut, so from design to sourcing it, to bring it on, and we even do the last mile delivery for our supply chain of e-commerce. And e-commerce today is about 20% of our business. So it requires every effort of logistics beyond even that logistic hub. So we have 70 hubs, and this is by far the biggest we have. It's semi-automated, and when we did it, we weren't sure whether we would ever be able to use it well. Today, we completely use it, but what's also been great is that it's allowed us to think beyond ourselves. So we also service other small and medium-sized businesses in retail through our hub. So we've set up a company called Logistic, which actually does third-party logistics for others. So for us, it was our diversification and extension of really building our ability to source out and to service our businesses.
Philip, from the perspective of Alula, if I can turn to you, and the playbook question to you, we've observed these changes in consumer behavior. Fine, you've done the research, others have done the research. What do? What is the playbook? What did you learn in Dallas, for example, and what best practice are you implementing at Alula, or what are you doing differently?
So I think what lessons we've learned through the years, not just in Dallas, but in the tourism industry in general, is there's changing consumer behavior. And so you have to adapt to that changing consumer behavior. But also, in the case of Alula, we really wanted to be authentic. I mean, we love Dubai, it's great, but we're not Dubai. When you come to Alula, you're getting a completely different experience. And so what we've tried to do is be true to who we are as a destination, build on the heritage, build on the culture, invest in the arts, train up the locals for jobs in the industry so that they become part of the story that we love to tell. And then at the end of the day, the way we gauge success is, do visitors leave with a positive impression of the destination? And I've yet to meet a person who's come to Alula, and I have a couple who've been on the panel, and no one leaves going, it was all right. Everyone leaves going, oh my God, it was so amazing. I've traveled all over the world. There's nothing else like it, and there really isn't. And I think that's what sets us apart, and that's what keeps us special. And I think my message is, focus on your strengths and be who you are. Don't try and be something you're not, because certainly visitors can see through that very quickly. And I think that's one of the reasons we've been somewhat successful in Alula.
Recommended, you must do. It's a great, great, great trip, great experience.
Thank you. Show of hands, who's been to Alula here? Yeah, I see a number of enthusiastic hands in the audience. Thank you very much indeed for that. Well, let's turn to the audience now. Thanks very much indeed for your questions via Slido. Khatija, one for you. Which macro trends, and three are mentioned, energy transition, fiscal reform, or demographic growth, which of these will most shape corporate strategy in this region, the GCC that is, over the next 5 years?
I think all of them are important, but I would say I would rank demographic growth probably at the top in this region, because it's a little bit different to what is happening in most of the rest of the world, where we're seeing aging populations and in some cases declining populations. Here, we're still seeing growth, but again, the difference is it's coming from outside. So this is not a natural population growth, this is immigration. And if we look at the statistics, between 2019 and 2024, the UAE population grew almost 20%. That's a fifth bigger in 5 years. Saudi's population was up 17% over the same period. Qatar's was up 12%. So that is a sizable structural change in the number of consumers that are in this region, but it's also a change, as I mentioned, in the type of people that are now living here compared to a decade or 2 decades ago. And we don't think that that trend is going to change. Yes, we may see a slowdown in the pace of growth in terms of immigration, but the nature of the talents, the nature of consumers' desires, that is, I think, structurally different. The other thing that's missing is technology, and I don't think we can ignore technology as a macro trend, because given, again, a young population with high internet access, very tech savvy, AI is going to have a tremendous impact on what they see and how they shop. And businesses need to adapt and use that technology to better target the niches that they want to target and personalize a lot of the marketing and the experiences that consumers are going to have.
Okay, Khatija, you've let the AI genie out of the bottle, the buzzword. So, Ahmed, I can see you nodding.
Yes, you are perfectly right. I think if we spend time in the company between portfolio transformation, digital transformation is as important as portfolio transformation for us. Digital right now, you cannot live without, as we speak right now. If you take it from end to end in agri, which piece of land you are going to have irrigation, where we are going to take your crop first. If you go to supply chain, which machine you are going to have a maintenance for, and deciding preventive maintenance. If you go to the logistics, your trucks across the city, how you are maximizing your utilization, mileage spent. Take it end to end, starting from consumer today, and the role of AI in defining, taking a photo for the shelf, getting the Excel sheets with hundreds of cells of data, and coming up with insights for you, actionable in order to take action for it. Without digital transformation, you are a company of the past, and right now, digital is the reality, and the ability of the companies to adapt with the new world. This is the real, either you are an analog company or a digital company. And there is no place for not to digitize.
It's an essential. We've got a few more questions coming in. I'll try to get to as many as possible. One came in for you, Ahmed, in particular. It's disappeared from my screen now, so I'm trying to remember it. But essentially it said, what local flavors have you developed here? And have any of them gone global in the way that Dubai chocolate has gone global?
Okay, Kamoon ou Lamoon. But it is one of our local flavor, and we started to expand it, beyond the Middle East. Okay, but in some countries, but we need to do more job in this, and we need to develop. But there are some examples, yes.
Thank you very much indeed. A question about Al Ula. What sets Al Ula apart from other destinations in the region and internationally? And in terms of a playbook, I think this is the most relevant part of the question. How do you connect with the modern traveler?
So that is a great question. So we try and use digital to communicate and social to our audience. We know, based on the profile of our visitor, who we're targeting. And we know now, broken down by country in our top 10 markets, how many visitors we think are in the pipeline that we can convert on an annual basis. So, for example, we know between now and 2030, we have enough visitors who want to visit the destination that we'll be fine. Now, the question is, as we add capacity, as we grow demand, are we going to be able to keep up with that? And I think one of the challenges we have is making sure that we stay authentic and relevant. But one of the things we're looking at doing is partnering with destinations like Red Sea Global. You just heard from John Pagano. And I mean, people who are going to Red Sea to be on the beach probably would love to come to Alula and spend time in the heritage sites in Old Town, do some of our adventure activations, experience some of our events and festivals. So it's about combining those experiences and offering, a stay throughout Saudi, but looking at the different regions and then capitalizing on the fact that we're spreading around those visitor numbers and also the visitor spend.
Renuka, if I can ask you a follow-up question about changing consumer behavior. I began by asking, how have you seen it change over the years and the decades? And you talked particularly pre-COVID and post-COVID. If we throw the spotlight forward, what are the changes that you see over the next few years, perhaps even decades, in consumer behavior that you're preparing for now, that you and your team are preparing for now?
Consumer behavior is very dynamic. So you don't look 10 years ahead, because if you had looked in, let's say, 2020, you wouldn't have seen where we are today. So I think the one lesson is that you should always keep up with the consumer. The consumer will always want to stay ahead of you. But that doesn't mean that you don't plan and look ahead. So I think if you had to look at it, we would look today to say, our key challenges would be to say, if there's more AI, if everything is more digital, if the customer wants it more on their phone, how do we actually balance this? Because it's not as if brick and mortar goes away. Today, if we are 20% online, we are 80% in store. But that store experience has to be actually much better than when it was 100%. So if you say that every year you grow your base of online, and you have to grow it with customization, with more relevance, with actually talking to the consumer. We have a very large loyalty base. And it's about servicing that loyalty base, but it's not enough, because you have to get new consumers, because these are very young markets. So each challenge is a bit different, and you have to personalize each one more and more to be able to actually do it quite successfully. Very different across different categories of home and fashion too. So
and very different in some of the different markets you operate in.
Different. You know, markets today, Saudi Arabia and here, it would be completely different. And we took a call recently to say that we were in value fashion, but we decided that the customer was, you know, looking so much more at value that we would bring our prices down even more. And we did. And you can see your reaction has been very positive. And we were very nervous about doing it, saying, you know, what will it mean to the consumer? Because we already value, and if you look at it as a percentage, will they see the difference? They see it immediately. So there is a very strong connect, but also a very strong recognition from the customer. What do they really want, and what do they consider value? You know,
We'll have to leave it there. A fascinating discussion. I'm still trying to get my head around the fact that you sell 1 billion products a year. That is a staggering number, and I'm sure it's only going to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, let's show our thanks to our panelists today. To Renuka Jatiani, the chairwoman of Landmark Group. To Khatija Haque, the MasterCard Economics Institute chief economist for this region. Thanks to Ahmed Al-Sheikh from PepsiCo, president and general manager for MENAPAC, and also to Philip Jones, the chief tourism officer with the Royal Commission for Al-Ula. Thanks very much indeed for all your questions. They were great, really appreciate them. And with that, I'll hand you back to our master of ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen.
Great, thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a coffee break, and then we're going to head into the last stretch of the day. After the break, we're going to switch themes to technology and sustainability, which I said will close out the day. Coffee's going to be served out there. If you could be back at 4:40. And if you are signed up for the Future of Global Health session, that starts right now on the Catalyst stage. That is the Future of Global Health session on the Catalyst stage at 4:10. Thanks very much indeed. Welcome back, everyone. This is the final stretch. I know we're waiting for quite a few of you to trickle back in from the coffee stations. So welcome back to those in the room. Welcome to everyone joining us online. Technology and sustainability are the themes to round off our afternoon discussions. The next panel, Deep Tech at Scale, will explore technology as an enabler for solving many of the world's most pressing challenges: food security, inequality, health, climate, to name a few. How are investors and how are policymakers prioritizing where to spend and where to innovate? Simon Robinson is Reuters executive editor and will introduce the speakers for this next panel. Simon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, everyone's had a coffee, and as people trickle in, I'm sure that we're going to have a great panel this afternoon. This panel looks at AI, crypto, different technologies, and this region's part in those worlds. So I want to begin. I'll introduce each panelist as I kind of go to the first question. So, Chiara, if I could begin with you. So, just to introduce, Chiara Marcati is the Chief AI Advisory and Business Officer for AI71, which is Abu Dhabi's relatively new company that builds AI products and advises other governments and companies. Chiara used to work for McKinsey for 20 years and has advised organizations and governments across the Middle East. So, Chiara, let's begin with you. What is it about this region that makes it well-placed in the world of AI?
I think, in short, first of all, thank you for having me and welcome everybody. So I think, in short, is really the leadership ambition. UAE has the ambition to truly transform itself into a knowledge economy. And when I say knowledge economy, it starts to be worldly recognized for its knowledge, in this case of AI, and really export that knowledge. Now, how do I go about that? And I think why it's special is because they have the vision and the power to work across the entire stack of the AI. If you think about it, there are champions that are playing at the bottom of the stack with the data center, with the infrastructure, with alliances with big hyperscaler. And then there are companies and visionaries that even started to work with effort in R&D with the LLM. We had the two foundational models, and we have one, Falcon, that actually had amazing releases and amazing review. And Falcon was created in the Advanced Technology Research Council that was created in Abu Dhabi with the spirit to truly forge R&D. So for me, the vision and the desire and the investment in R&D that we have seen across all the elements of value stack is really positioning the UAE in a special place. And in fact, if you look at all the attention that it's getting globally, it's actually quite significant.
I guess also we know that AI requires a lot of electricity, and one thing this region has a lot of is power generation.
I think that makes it easy, but I think it's definitely only one of the enablers in place. For me, really the vision and the passion that I have seen and the desire to invest in building local champion and attracting talent, which has been quite hard in the region, to build a local champion that can play globally at scale, I think is quite tremendous.
Let's come back to the talent question in a little bit. Aya Badir, I want to come to you. So Aya is an advisor to Mozilla, which many people will know, a free software community founded almost 30 years ago now. And you're also a tech entrepreneur. You've done a lot in your career to kind of break down the barriers between people and tech, including founding a company called Littlebits, which is an electronic building block that is used by millions of children around the world. and you have a kind of scary number of patents to your name. So I'm interested in the spread of AI, thinking about this region, and you do a lot of thinking, I guess, especially in terms of kind of open access, thinking about what models will be used. If all the models that are going to be used here in the kind of growth of AI are based on Western inputs, Western models, is that going to kind of tell us about that? Tell us about how the UAE and the Gulf more generally needs to think about how it builds its own AI industries.
So thank you for having me. Thank you everyone for coming. I've been an advocate for open source for kind of my entire career. For those that may not know, open source is this ideology and this community practice that believes that sharing innovation elevates all boats, and it really started in software, but I was part of starting the open hardware movement. There are open source movements across kind of many sectors. And specifically, I think the UAE had the foresight to invest and think about open source AI. So Falcon, that Chiara just talked about, the large language model that was invented at TII, was immediately open sourced. And it was at a time where the UAE was not known as an AI player, but it was able to rise up in the leaderboards and rise up in the attention of the world in terms of AI because they open sourced the model, and suddenly millions of people around the world started using it and really kind of relating to the UAE with it. So I think their foresight and investment in open source is a big one. The second one is really the UAE tends to not be, especially these days compared to the US, but tends to not be self-centered. There are 200 nationalities here in the UAE. There are people from all over. There's a really nice balance of at once wanting to cater and accept and include all these kind of diverse cultures and people and languages, and also preserve their own. And so there's a big investment in Arabic. There's a big investment in these kinds of topics, which I think we'll talk about later. So I think those two components make that the UAE really kind of positioned itself as a player in a very kind of crowded and competitive UAE.
When
AI
you
market.
look at the amount of money, though, spent every year on AI, the US is so far ahead of everyone else. I think China is in second place. But is there a danger with the kind of the growth of AI around the world that we end up in some ways with it dominated completely almost by one country?
It's absolutely a concern, and it is a concern that we are living with right now. The majority of AI systems that we're using were made in the West, made in America. They have not only bias of language systems way of thinking, but also the epistemology of the way Western thinking, the scientific method and practices that follow. And so there are hosts of regions, countries, cultures around the world that have very, very rich cultures, ancestral cultures, like the Arab world, like the Latin world, like the Indian world, that are centuries of years old, but are not available on the internet or in books in the same ways. And so they're going to be left out of AI if something is not done about them. And so efforts that really focus on those are important. It's something that I'm personally extremely interested in, this idea of ancestral intelligence.
Okay. Haiyang Ru, let's come to you. You're the CEO of Hashkey Exchange, which is a Hong Kong-based digital asset trading platform that serves both retail and institutional investors. And you've got a long history and experience in fintech, in strategy operations. You used to work for Ant Group's Alipay. I'd like to ask you a little bit about regulation in this part of the world. Your company is part of a bigger group, the Hashkey Group. You've only been around for 2 years, something like that?
Our Hong Kong exchange is into operation for 2 years.
Okay.
But our whole group is about 8 years.
Okay.
We are still a young company, but we are licensed in Hong Kong, Singapore, Tokyo, and Dubai. We are the only group with all, licenses in all onshore financial centers across Asia.
So as you move into the Gulf, which is relatively new, what kind of regulatory framework do you face? What are the challenges around regulation? And I should point out that mostly we're talking about cryptocurrency here.
Mm-hmm. In terms of regulation or the regulators, I would say overall speaking, the regulators are open-minded, very accessible, and also business-friendly. However, we probably need more clarity regarding the regulations around the stable coins, around the equity tokens, around secure tokens, and also the digital assets. Because across the whole region, different regulators have different sophistication levels. And we do notice that going forward, the cross-jurisdiction collaboration could be a challenge. So we are working with different regulators to have some kind of like a joint cooperation to push into a more collaboration model. Because the essence of the business for the asset trading and the custody is all about scale effect. However, the regulators tend to be very fragmented. So that's the reason why we need more communications across the region to push into that direction.
So a company like yours, Hong Kong-based, clearly connecting China to parts of the world, I assume including places like Africa, and you see this part of the world as a kind of key pathway to those other markets as well. Would your company like, for instance, a regulator that kind of regulates this market across the Gulf so that all the countries in the Gulf would get together? I know.
That would be a slightly challenge, I guess. Right now, we are...
Well, a challenge for the governments, but would you like it as a company?
It's hard to say, frankly speaking. It's like a double-edged sword, right? It increases your convenience, but on the other hand, it also increases the communication costs to get everyone aligned, especially on the same table, bring people together. And right now, we are moving into Southeast Asia and into, Gulf area as well, to form the regional payment and investment network. We do see different levels of sophistication. So maybe I think the communication between the regulators is more important. They should have more frequent communications on routine basis regarding the asset custodians, regarding the money transfers, and also the money laundering services, and also these kind of activities around the crypto. That will be helpful to the companies to come into the play.
Interesting. Chiara, coming back to you, AI71, which again is Abu Dhabi's company that is really going to push AI in this part of the world. It began
And beyond.
It began only about 2 years ago. And just stepping back for a second, we know in this part of the world that the history often of expansion into new industries is government-led. Governments will set up companies, we see it in the airline business and many, many others, set up businesses, often make them very successful, and then hope that private money comes in afterwards and grows that industry. That's a model that has worked often around this region. Is it a model that lends itself to the tech world and the AI world, given how quickly that industry is changing?
Well, the reality is that most likely no, and that's why our shareholders and our, let's say, the fathers of the company decide to operate completely different. So if I talk about briefly of the history of AI71 as a representation of how they're thinking about that, is we were born a couple of years ago
And a few months ago, we actually became fully private because there is a belief that as a private company is the way to go into the tech. Probably soon, hopefully, why not looking for external funding, doing partnership, thinking about joint venture. And I think retaining that ability, I think, is fundamental. And I think if I think again about the I-71, this also gives us the ability to attract talent and to work with organization in a much different way. Like I'm having acting conversation with the company international that they know and feel that they're talking with a private company that has a P&L, that has pressure in top line and bottom line like other, and they understand that their pressure are pushing me to deliver, and they know that they get high quality. In addition to that, this setup also allow us to truly attract real talent. Like I think this is another big difference, the I-71 and the way the UAE is looking at the tech world versus the rest, is 80% of our people are actually imported from abroad. 80% of our people are tech engineer people. And this is, I think, is fundamentally different than the usual model that you were talking about that was used in more traditional sectors.
Just on that point of talent, let's dig into that a little bit more. I want to hear from all of you on that. Does the new U.S. relatively new U.S. administration's clamp down on visas for people, say, from India or around the world to go and work in Silicon Valley, does that help a place like Abu Dhabi?
I mean, definitely we have seen, let's say, an increased level of application from folks from the US. But the reality, I think we still need to work a lot on building a hub to be truly attractive. So we have that on the positive side. I think that give it a push to true great talent. I mean, we had former team members that were part of the building the Copilot. We had former DeepMind head of research that actually joined us. Maybe for foresight, maybe for fear, maybe for desire, maybe for sharing the vision. Definitely, I think the new administration helped. But the reality is, I think what we really need to do now here is truly building a community and a hub to start to attract people more at scale. So I welcome additional initiative from the administration in the US to give us a further push.
Aya Badir, what's your view on talent in this region? If you look at many of the countries, the actual number of nationals of each country is relatively small. In fact, in some cases, quite small. The population overall has grown a lot in the last 20 years or so. But can you build an AI industry with so few people?
I think the individual talent can be headhunted, and that can be how you start a talent market, and that is what the Emirates has done really well and attracted very key people, including Chiara and others, to come here who've done an incredible job. The key is to sustain it, you'd need an ecosystem where we were just talking about it actually right before. People move from one company to another and are able to, somebody, let's say, grows up in a startup, becomes knowledgeable about a topic, then will leave and start their own company and hire some people, and then they start another company. This is what they call in the US the big story of the PayPal mafia, being kind of attached to the kind of birth of Silicon Valley. And so Silicon Valley has a really, really rich ecosystem, entrepreneurs, incubators, companies that would hire them, but also the lawyers that work with the startups, also the accountants that know how to work with startups, also VCs obviously who are there. And then across the US, I've been seeing it kind of happen more and more across different places. In New York, for example, they call it Silicon Alley, same thing. And in Europe, obviously, you have many of those ecosystems that have been growing over the past 10 years. In the Emirates, they've done a really good job cultivating that. And so when is the tipping point that it starts being kind of self-proliferating, that you don't have to do as much headhunting, is something I don't personally know, because it's
so you don't think that, say, Dubai or the Emirates has reached that tipping point quite yet?
I think people are, for sure, they're reaching out. I've been coming to the Emirates for many years because I have connections here and I have family here, and I see a huge difference in how the ecosystem is growing, and it's really beautiful to see. And of course, the biggest kind of encouragement is more, startups growing, being successful, and kind of having success stories and a track record to attract others. I think the environment also in the US has become really difficult to live in. I've been in the US 20 years, and it'll be 20 years this year. It's hard to think. I'm originally from Beirut. I felt over the past few years being a little bit more uncomfortable and being a little bit more kind of like thinking to myself, like, why should I still be here? Why am I here? And so, I think the opportunity is to capture people who have that thinking and make it attractive.
Right. You have moved the Reuters event here for the first year, so I guess we are tracking.
So it's working. It's working for you.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Hayang Ru, what about in the crypto world? You guys have just been here for a few months, right? So is there talent here, or do you have to import it?
To be very frank, I think Dubai has the highest density in terms of crypto talents. Yeah, in the world, because in some other jurisdictions, for example, like Singapore, they passed a new, Digital Asset Act for the service providers. They actually kick out of some of the talents into other places. So we see a lot of people move here, in Dubai, to establish their crypto exchange business, asset custodians, security services, a lot of talents here. So I think going forward, AI and crypto will converge eventually. So the talent pool here of the crypto assets area, I don't think it's a problem here.
Okay.
So by the way, on the crypto, sorry to add briefly, but on the crypto, we also have a lot of R&D push. Yes. Because I think what you spoke about is a bit the end of the value chain, but in the TII ecosystem, there is a huge push of R&D, which I think is quite peculiar globally.
Okay. Chiara, maybe there's a question from the audience that I'd love for you to tackle. In the absence of real sovereign AI factories enabling local ownership and control, how do you think of sovereignty in the presence of foreign dependence? In other words, is the industry here too dependent on foreign input?
Okay, this is a complex question to unpack. I think, first of all, let's talk about what sovereignty really means, in the sense that sovereignty means you keep your data and information within your ecosystem, in your country, or outside. So I think there is a level there and decision there that you need to do. And I think we had an earlier exchange in one of the smaller roundtable where we said that in reality, it's very important that you think through your data governance and you slice what is really important, identify what's your gold mine that keep to you, but you cannot keep everything to you, otherwise it gets too expensive. Now, on the second part of the question of the dependency, this is indeed a risk. But again, to quote the discussion that we had before, I think a gentleman rightfully said, but this is also the world, and we really need to learn how to play in it, which means, yes, you just need to be smart and probably creating the right alliances. And I think even the UAE is thinking about investment in some layer that they stack to try to break some dependency. But the reality is that's how it is. And we need to learn and govern and create guardrails to deal with it.
Okay. I'm going to, Hayang, come to you just with a very cheeky question. There were reports last week that the group may be looking at a list. Everyone around the world, whether you're here or in the US or Europe, wherever, Asia, is asking, are we in an AI bubble? So I'd just love kind of quick fire answer from each of you to wrap up.
I think for me, the most shocking, not so shocking, but kind of disturbing image I saw is a few weeks ago, I want to say a competitor to Reuters issued the investigation and had a chart that shows 7 big companies in AI, NVIDIA, OpenAI, and some of the others, and the level of investments that they have in each other. And it showed how these 7 companies had billions and billions of dollars of circular investments in each other. And for me, I knew that in my head, but I'd never seen that picture so dramatically, and it made me feel like there is a sense of kind of propping up the field, as well as we also learned from a Harvard study that if you remove AI data centers, the GDP in the US only grew 0.1% in 2025. So there are indicators, and people are very worried about it, and I would say it's a conversation in every group talking about AI, it comes up. So,
Chiara, the view from here?
Yeah, because of this, I think that the make it or break it in 2026 is really the time to ROI. If we are able to translate AI and all that circular into impact into enterprises, we're good. Otherwise, we all got to be worried.
Hayangru, the last words to you.
I think for next year, we will see more convergence between AI and crypto, definitely for sure, especially like micropayments in AI interactions. So next year, probably we'll have more panels like this together with the AI talents and the crypto talents to discuss about the future.
Okay. Thank you all for being here today. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Super panel. Thank you. And good try with the listing, the Hong Kong listing question, Simon. I guess that's what we do. Right. Mohammed Jamil Al-Ramahi has been the CEO of Mazda since 2016. Under his leadership, Mazda has grown into one of the world's leading clean energy companies, a global leader in renewable energy and green hydrogen. I am thrilled to welcome him to this stage. He will be interviewed by Reuters Middle East energy correspondent Youssef Asaba. Just give them a few seconds and they should be out shortly. So Youssef and Mohammed Jamil Al-Ramahi. Many thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been a long day, but we are very fortunate to have joining us today Mohammed Jamil Al-Ramahi, the CEO of Masdar, which hardly needs an introduction, especially here in Abu Dhabi. But of course, Masdar started nearly 2 decades ago as a bold bet on renewable energy by the Abu Dhabi government. They've come a long way since then, and we'll jump right into it. So, of course, the headline figure is 100 gigawatts by 2030 of renewable capacity. That's the target. Where are you now, and what are the challenges? What are the bottlenecks you're facing?
Well, thank you, Youssef. I'm really excited to be here. I know it's the end of your full-day activities here at the Reuters event in Abu Dhabi, so I'll try to make it as exciting as possible. And starting with the 100 gigawatt target, I think it's the right thing to do. So, you know, like you said, Youssef, we've been established in 2006, so we've been in the business of renewable energy and sustainable development and clean tech for almost 2 decades. In fact, we will be celebrating our 20th anniversary next year. We'll invite all of you to that event, hopefully, here in Abu Dhabi. And it's been a long journey. Today, we've announced, obviously, in 2024, last year, we've announced a capacity of circa 52 gigawatts. So we are halfway there to the target of 100 gigawatts. And our growth have really accelerated since the beginning of 2023. And there is a reason why this acceleration happened. This acceleration happened because we welcomed 2 new shareholders to our founding shareholder. When we were established in 2006, Youssef, we had 1 sole shareholder, which is Mubadala Investment Company. And in 2023, we welcomed 2 new shareholders, Taqa, of course, and ADNOC, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, alongside Mubadala. So now I have 3 shareholders with new target, with new growth strategy, which allowed us as management to push forward the knowledge that we have gained and the competencies we have gained prior to the new shareholders joining and doubling down into our growth. We are active now in around 18 countries. Of course, we have developed renewable energy projects in more than 40 countries, but today we are active in 18 countries. We have deployed over the past 2 years between our own capital, vis-a-vis the shareholders' capital, project finance, and green bond that we have issued utilizing our own balance sheet. You are talking about $30 billion worth of capital that has been deployed in projects all over the world, which helped us basically expedite our growth towards our target of 100 gigawatt. And I'm confident that this target will be achieved. I know when we started and when we announced that target a couple of years ago, when the new shareholders came, a lot of people thought, wow, 100 gigawatt, including the management team and the shareholders. But I always said that we have built an extraordinary team. You know, we have built knowledge. We have built an extraordinary network. We have built an extraordinary partners from all over the world. And our ability to deliver this growth was not only based on capital, which is very important, obviously, but it is anchored by the competency and the team that we have at Masdar. And more importantly, the partnership that we have built over the past 20 years. Very important. You know, we work with EDF, we work with ENGIE, we work with the likes of Iberdrola, RWE, so on and so forth. Of course, BP and Shell and the rest of the energy giants from all over the world.
Right. Do you have an expectation for how much capital will be deployed by 2030, between now and then?
Yeah.
What is it?
So I mean, we've deployed between capital and leverage. We have put in around 30 billion over the past 2 years, from 2023. Yeah, and we are talking about another, I would say, $20 billion to $25 billion.
Obviously, the speed at which Masdar has grown in the past couple of years is lost on nobody. You know, you had a couple of really big acquisitions, Terragen in the US, Terna in Greece. Is there a shift towards, you know, up and running established companies rather than building from scratch, which is, you know, something you've also done extensively? Is there a shift there? Are you targeting more kind of established companies?
The only shift, as I've highlighted, is scale. So when we were established, our target was by 2030, our target was circa 20 gigawatts. Now our scale have shifted. So our strategy to go to market needs to change. And our strategy is tactical and strategic. It's not just we go and acquire something. It has to be well planned in a place that we want to acquire not only assets, okay? We are also acquiring platforms, like you have said, because we need boots on the ground to ensure that our portfolio grows and our assets are well managed. So adding on top of the competent team that we have had since the establishment, we've also added, I would say, around 400 new people. We call them Masdarians, part of the already established Masdarian group that we had here in Abu Dhabi and elsewhere in the neighboring countries. So
how many employees do you have?
Now we have around, with the operating and maintenance team all over the world, we have more than 1,000 employees.
So obviously the US, Europe
yes,
are key markets for you. This region,
yes.
let's drill down a bit into why those particular regions and if there are any others you'd like to talk about.
So let's start with our home base. We are headquartered in Abu Dhabi. So Abu Dhabi was our priority from day one. We are a national champion. We have established a new sector within our energy mix. And that was the vision of our leadership. So our leadership said, we cannot depend on fossil fuel, even though we are blessed with fossil fuel, and we need to diversify. So the diversification came from an energy strategy that was designed prior to the establishment of Masdar. And that energy strategy basically said, we need to diversify. We cannot depend just on gas, because we only had gas, 100% power generation out of gas. We need to diversify away from gas. And how do we do that? We do that by establishing Masdar. Let Masdar invest in something called renewables. That's 20 years ago. And we established Emirates Nuclear Company, which will invest and deploy also clean baseload nuclear power generation. And that was established prior to the establishment of Masdar of 2006. And then the government set a target of 7% renewable energy target by 2020. طبعا, when we came to 2020, people thought, we will never achieve that target. In fact, we closed 2020 with a renewable energy mix within our energy portfolio, circa around 12. So in fact, we doubled that capacity. Now, so as a national champion, your priority will always be your own home base, as you can imagine. But then we started pushing forward in establishing bridges and educating certain countries that is around us. One good example is the Kingdom of Jordan. The first wind project that was developed and built in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan was developed by Masdar. And it's the largest wind farm until now. Okay?
I want to ask you particularly about the U.S. Given the current administration's stance towards climate change and renewables, are you finding a challenge to operate there?
So I will come to the U.S., Yusuf, because it's a very important market for us. But you mentioned Europe and the U.S. and the Middle East. Right. But Masdar is a true leader. Again, we are a focused renewable energy company. We only do green. Okay, so we are the green champion. Okay, just to be clear. So the Middle East, we are a renewable energy leader in the Middle East, and the Middle East means the GCC. This event is about the Gulf, so we are a leader in the Gulf. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest markets. The United Arab Emirates is also one of the biggest markets, but also Oman, Kuwait, Qatar. They are all important. They are building their energy capacity and renewable energy capacity. And Europe is a very important market. Africa, we established the largest renewable energy platform alongside, of course, as you know, Al Mansour family and AFC, African Financial Corporation, and EBRD as well as a shareholder. Now Infinity Power, which we own 49% of that, is Africa's renewable energy champion. So we are also active in Africa. In Central Asia, we built literally the first scale renewable energy project. It was 100 megawatt in Uzbekistan. The first IPP in Uzbekistan. We did that. So we lead renewable energy. We open new markets, new horizons. We don't just, follow. Okay? We also create markets, which is very important. Today, Uzbekistan attracts so much capital, not into their only power system, across all of the infrastructure, which is great. Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. We did the first project, renewable IPP in Azerbaijan. Armenia,
Are you
Georgia.
still targeting those brand new projects?
No, of course. The greenfield development is part of our DNA. So talking about how do we grow? We grow by greenfield development. And we grow through M&A. And M&A is two parts. One is acquisition of a project, and B is an acquisition of a platform. And when I say a platform, I mean people with capabilities can develop greenfield. Ultimately, you go back to greenfield, okay? And this is how you scale up. Tamam? Now, you want to go to the United States of America. The United States of America is a very important market. The US is the second largest renewable energy market after China. So you have China, renewable energy market, it's massive, it's large, and then you have the US. We have been in the United States of America since 2018, when we publicly announced our first entry to the United States. And since then, we have developed, currently in operation, around 5.5 gigawatt of renewable energy projects that already operates and generate green electrons, mainly in two different states, one in California, the other one in Texas. We have three key hubs. Our main hub office headquarters in Washington, D.C. as Masdar Americas, and then we have an office in New York, a hub, and an office in San Diego, California, which is our operational hub. And we have a pipeline of around 20 gigawatts, okay? You are absolutely correct. So now what happens? Regulatory changes has a direct impact in anything that we do. So any business is sensitive to policy and regulatory change, okay? Any business. And our business is aligned to that theory, correct?
How is it impacting your business?
I will come to it. So the system in the United States, kind of every country in the world is different than the other, the way they structure their business. And in the United States, there are several, let's say, policy changes which enabled the adoptions of renewable energy in particular, okay, such as tax equity structures. So tax equity structures is some form of what? Some form of financing, okay? Here in the United Arab Emirates, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our form of financing is non-recourse project finance. So I have a project that is $1 billion, 80% of that is levered through non-recourse, long-term project finance structure, financed by commercial banks. I can go to the United States, I have $1 billion project, I go to the commercial bank, I cannot do the same thing. The structure there doesn't allow it. So what do? You have some sort of a tax equity structure which allow you to finance the project. Clear? Okay. So now the federal government decides we don't like this structure anymore. We would like to change it. Okay. The way I will fund and finance my future project will be different. Today, as we speak, developers like us and financiers who leads the tax equity, like JP Morgan, like Bank of America, okay, are already thinking how they can finance this project. I'll give you an example. If I'm in Texas, I have a wind farm that generates 1 gigawatt of capacity. And you are Microsoft. You have a data center next to me. And you, Microsoft, come to me and tell me I'm willing to sign a power purchase agreement with you, Mr. Masdar. Okay. Why would the bank doesn't finance this? I have an off-taker willing to buy my electrons that I generate at a nice fixed price for 20 years.
So
the market, my point, I always say, I am a big believer in free market.
The market will adapt.
The market. I'm a capitalist, believer in the free, open market. The market will adjust itself. Policies and regulators, of course, we cannot live without regulations and policy makers and all of that. We, as business, we adjust.
But just to be
business
clear,
will adjust.
at the moment, you need to find off-takers in order to be able to finance.
The off-takers are there waiting in line. Don't worry about off-takers. I'm telling you. There is shortage of electrons. You go today at any session that talks about AI, energy nexus, they tell you the most important thing for my AI industry is your electrons. Who's going to provide electrons? Gas? Okay. Nuclear? Good luck.
Yeah.
If it takes a solar farm 3 years to build, nuclear power plant in the state of Texas or California, it will take 50 years to build. Okay? So where are you going to go? You're going to come to me.
Right.
Well, not to me personally, to our sector.
Right. I think we have some audience questions. We've actually addressed a couple of them. So I actually have one last question I want to ask you, which is Abu Dhabi has a crowded energy scene. Many different players, several of which are your shareholders. How do you navigate going after acquisition targets, for example, and making sure you don't compete with ADNOC, XRG, Mubadala Energy, or any other Taqa, or any other players in the Abu Dhabi energy scene?
Yusuf, I totally understand where this question will come from. As an outsider, you may look at Abu Dhabi and think there is lack of coordination. Or you think that we work in isolation.
There seems to be a lot of overlap.
This is the how people, I think, see. But the reality is totally different. Abu Dhabi is not only fully coordinated, we are fully aligned. And Masdar is a great example of this unity. When you have ADQ, Taqa, as a shareholder, you have ADNOC, which is also XRG, is a shareholder, and when you have Mubadala, one of our key sovereign wealth funds, as a shareholder, at a platform like Masdar, it tells you that when it comes to our sector, we are fully coordinated. So this assumption that there is no competition whatsoever, in the sense of...
Others have renewable mandates, though, as well.
Who? There is no renewable mandate in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi except through Masdar. And if we decide not to invest in something, then of course, and somebody else would like to invest, please, go ahead and invest. But you need to appreciate that within Abu Dhabi Inc., okay, everything is well orchestrated and well coordinated. I can guarantee you this, at least from a Masdar perspective.
Sir Mohammed, thank you so much for your time. I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you, Mohammed. You said keep the energy up. You said you keep this energetic, and you did. So thank you very much indeed for that. Now, we close with conservation. Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak is President of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. She is also Managing Director of the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund, which is a philanthropic initiative based here in Abu Dhabi, dedicated to supporting the conservation of global species. Our Gulf Deputy Bureau Chief, Andrew Mills, will lead this final conversation of the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying through to the last session. And I think it'll be worth your while because we're maybe going to shift gears a little bit here. We're going to talk a little bit about nature. Hopefully we'll talk about animals. I don't think anyone's talked about animals yet today. So, Your Excellency, you have just been elected to your second term as President of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, one of nature's global guardians. Previously, you served as head of Abu Dhabi's Environment Agency. You served as the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28, which was held in Dubai in 2023. And you're from here. You're from Abu Dhabi, which, as we know, is one of the world's top 10 producers of oil. So I've got to ask you, is this hostile territory for an environmentalist?
Thank you, Andrew. Wonderful to be here.
I don't think it is, but
it's not. It's not. And kind of let's put things into context. So you use the context of an oil and gas producing country, and therefore I'll kind of step back and kind of recognize that in the context of climate change, obviously slashing emissions coming from oil and gas is a reality and something that we all need to grapple with. What is the context? So COP21, Paris Agreement, all countries agreed to limit global warming to 2 degrees Celsius, right? But the aim is to maintain a 1.5 degree Celsius threshold. Then in the UAE, not so hostile environment, because with COP28 and the UAE consensus, we agreed on the how. And how do we do that? The global stocktake looked at very concrete examples and ways to do so. So, triple renewable energy, double down on energy efficiency, eliminate methane. Those are topics that a country that knows the subject very deeply and very intimately can actually concretely advocate for and has the credibility to advocate for. But one other area that I think is extremely important is that COP28 didn't just stop with those solutions. It recognized that nature is one of the most important allies to address and to combat climate change. So within the global stocktake that is part of the UAE and COP28 consensus was that nature can provide up to 30% of our mitigation requirements by 2030. And again, let's put this into context. What we need to do globally is cut emissions by 43% in the next 5 years. And so the UAE consensus demonstrated how that could be done, and for the first time, put nature as an important solution to addressing climate change. And as we now move to COP30 will need to demonstrate how this implementation will actually take shape.
I'm glad you brought up the UAE consensus of COP28, because that's what I wanted to ask you about next. You know, the UAE consensus, which sort of forefronts nature as part of the solution and, you know, called for this shift away from fossil fuels, it did stir up some serious pushback in the Gulf. Surely you've had some pretty tough conversations with those from the fossil fuel sector. So behind the scenes, what did you say to convince folks from that sector that this shift could actually work in their favor?
So really from a UAE perspective, it was very much part of the narrative. The idea that we have to transition away from a fossil fuel-based economy has always been part and parcel of that narrative. And so COP28 perhaps confirmed that narrative and that commitment. Also, what was very interesting about that point in time is that it also was an opportunity for a new generation of youth that want to be part of a workforce that was excited about an opportunity to transition away from fossil fuels and an opportunity to look at new industries and new innovation. So I think it was very much embraced as a mean to diversify our economy, but also to excite the new generations that will be part and parcel of our workforce moving forward.
Okay, so if protecting nature is good for business, which I think is, you know, a distillation of the argument that you're trying to make. You know, why hasn't business stepped up? You know, if there's still such a huge gap between the funding we need to preserve nature and what investors and businesses are willing to fund.
So very, very good question. And I kind of draw back a little bit from my journey and my own engagement with the private sector. So having worked in the field of nature conservation over the past, you know, more than 2 decades, the modality of working with the private sector has changed. So it started off as nature and contributing to nature conservation as a nice thing to have, sort of like part of your corporate social responsibility. But then with dwindling resources, it became very apparent that actually natural resources and healthy ecosystem underpin the global economy. In fact, half of the world's GDP, according to the World Economic Forum, is dependent directly on nature. That's around $44 trillion. And what's happening now with the private sector is this understanding that nature is no longer a nice thing to have, but actually underpins my own business, and the resilience of my business is something that I see in a trajectory that is changing. And this recognition that today nature risk and dwindling natural resources has become material to business. It is impacting supply chains, it is impacting productivity, and is inherently presenting significant risk to businesses. So today, businesses' engagement on the nature portfolio has become fundamental to the business itself. And this awakening or this recognition is something that I see as really fundamental to also bridging the nature conservation finance gap. As you know, it stands to be around $700 billion annually that we are missing. And how do we get there? So, yeah, of course, there's going to be some government support and government grants, but it's never going to be near enough. But then if you compare it to what actual nature provides to the global economy, and I mentioned a conservative estimate, so that's $44 trillion, of course that pales in comparison. But then if you compare it to, for example, global development aid, $200 billion, you recognize that there is a significant gap. So how do you meet that gap?
$700 billion is the amount
that is needed
that nature needs every year.
Yes, but it provides $44 trillion in GDP, global GDP.
But the gap still exists.
The gap still exists. So how do we bridge that gap? And the answer is by looking on one way is now how businesses are able to, once that recognition that their business is underpinned by ecosystems that actually work. What do I mean by that? Almost every business, directly or indirectly, is dependent on nature. And the reason why I repeat that is because, this fact, sometimes it takes a little bit to sink in. But where does water come from? Where do pollinators come from? If you're in a food ag business, healthy soils, and raw materials, all of that come from nature. So without these natural ecosystems, businesses will essentially fail. So the idea is, how do you turn investments and financial flows from flows that are nature negative, so they harm nature, to ones that are nature positive. The other thing, of course, is everybody talks about blended finance, because as we said, there's not one source of finance that is able to address this glaring gap. So blended finance that blends private, public, and philanthropic money, is able to hopefully get us to where we need to be.
I promised I was going to ask you about animals. So let's do that. You know, the IUCN, of which you are president, one of the products that you should all go and look at is the IUCN Red List. And it's a list of species and ecosystems that are, shall I say, at risk?
Yeah, or sometimes not so much.
Or sometimes not so much.
Yeah.
But it's designed to help a country decide how to allocate resources towards what to save. So I want to ask you a little bit about how this has worked in Abu Dhabi. You know, Abu Dhabi has helped bring back the scimitar horned oryx. That's one of the species that Abu Dhabi has, you know, underlined and said this is a priority. There are other species that are not priorities. One I was reading about is the Arabian leopard, right? The Arabian leopard, no one is going to get attacked by an Arabian leopard on the way home from Reuters Next, unfortunately, because there aren't any left in the UAE. There are only maybe 100 left in the whole peninsula. So, you know, I guess the question is, how does a country decide what species to save, what species maybe to reintroduce, and what species that, you know, it's just not going to be possible for?
So let me tell you a little bit about IUCN, because those are sort of our flagship, I would say, flagship tools that we provide the community at large. So IUCN is one of the largest environmental networks. It has 1,400 members, both government and non-government. All have equal votes within this union, but also more than 18,000 scientists. So together, this community produces these flagship, almost barometers for life. One of them is the Red List of Endangered Species, and the other is the Red List of Endangered Ecosystems. And those are exactly what I said. If you go to a doctor, they give you sort of a health check. Those are important sort of indicators of where we are. Now, countries go to these large, I would say, you know, the big COPs, and they sign up to targets, global targets. And then they come back to their own country and ready to implement, but how do you implement? Where do you go? What are the ecosystems that you need to protect? IUCN, through these red lists, provide guidelines to governments and civil society on how to implement global goals. And the global goal, for example, on biodiversity is protecting 30% of the planet, both land and marine, by 2030. So then they can come back and develop their own red list so that you can prioritize your resources and your focus on what are the most important areas when it comes to spaces that need to be protected, but also what are the most important species in your territory that also need help. And what's interesting these days, and you've mentioned the scimitar horned oryx, is that not only do we focus on protecting what we have, but it's also about enhancing or restoring what we've lost in these particular areas. And so it's not just land, it's habitats, it's not just trees, it's forests. So making sure that we recognize that these are living ecosystems. You mentioned the scimitar horned oryx. That was a really interesting example where the UAE helped bring back the scimitar horned oryx, which was extinct in the wild, according to IUCN's Red List of Threatened Species, and brought it back from the brinks of extinction to one that is endangered. And how this was done is a story of grit, but it's also a story of, I think, hope and vision. We had a we had some captive scimitar horned oryx that were part of a private collection here in the UAE. We recognized that in Chad, those animals were extinct. We collaborated, another really important part of nature conservation. We need to collaborate with zoos from across the world to breed a healthy population, and then we brought them back to the brink, back to nature in one of the, a significantly large protected area in Chad.
So what, there are species that really just can't be brought back as well.
Of course. Once a species is lost, many times it's lost. And that's why we use this list to make sure that we are able to address species lost before they are lost. And conservation actually works. Working together through protected areas, doing research, working with local communities, indigenous communities. These are all recipes for conservation projects that work, including, of course, sustainable finance.
There's some questions from the audience. This last question is a version of a question I have. How committed is the UAE to environmental preservation as it pushes for more mega-urban projects and accelerates urban development? I kind of want to ask that in a little bit different way. This country has developed so rapidly in the course of your lifetime, right? And it continues to grow and grow and grow. So when it comes to conserving nature, what mistakes are still being made that get under your skin here, that you see, that you think, we can't keep doing that?
So having grown up in the UAE and having had the privilege to be the Secretary General of the Environmental Regulator, I can say that from the get-go, nature conservation was very much seen part and parcel of our development story. So early planning is extremely important. Making sure that environmental protection is not an isolated discipline, but is integrated within your economic development plans, your social development plan, is an important part of ensuring that it's not forgotten. As countries develop, priorities creep up, and it's really, really important that you have a system that ensures that the environmental integrity and environmental action is part of development and not seen as completely separate. And I think this is the big mistake that countries do, as well as nature activists. Ultimately, one needs to look at things from an integrated manner, whether it's climate change, nature conservation, development, they have to go hand in hand. Old school conservation, where you have a protected area and you put a fence and people are designated as complete intruders, also doesn't work. So you need to have something that is specific, that works to the system that you have and the geography that you've got. So you need a responsive protected area and nature conservation program.
And sometimes I think you're saying maybe that hasn't worked as well as it should here, those priorities, as those priorities shift?
I mean, nature conservation and protected area management is a challenging topic. Climate and climate resilience is impacting nature and nature conservation. Today, nature, and when I say nature, what do I mean by that? Whether it's forests, it's oceans, it's mangroves. Today, they are able to absorb 50% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot afford to lose nature when we need it the most, because today we've already exceeded the 1.5 degree threshold. And so we're at a point in time where, yes, mistakes are made in terms of the process on the how, but the what, which is ensuring that the nature that is left is protected, enhanced, and restored, and at the same time, we're able to slash emissions. And I think the mistake is attempting to do one or the other, and you have to do both.
So very briefly, because we just have half a minute left, the UAE announced 20% of its, or Abu Dhabi's announced 20% of the land mass is put aside now as nature preserve. It's not hit the 30% target that IUCN has. Are you hopeful that it will?
Absolutely, because actually those targets were done from an Abu Dhabi perspective. So when you aggregate what's going to happen from a UAE perspective, I'm pretty confident we'll get to the 2030 by 2030.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for you all for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you, Your Excellency. You know, we started the day with war and a fragile ceasefire. I'm thrilled we have closed with nature, with conservation and protecting the planet that we all share. That is it. That is our program for this first Reuters Next Gulf. I realize you've been talked at, you've been patient listeners since 9 o'clock this morning, so I will keep this very brief. It's been a day of rich conversation. I started out by saying that in putting together a program like this one, the difficulty we face is not finding things to talk about, but deciding what to focus on and prioritize. I do hope you feel we have made the right choices today. Do let us know. It will inform how we do this next time round. I do like to think we found a healthy mix of geopolitics, of finance, of technology, AI and sustainability in this context of tremendous change. Many of us focus, of course, on the unpredictability, the fragility, the chaos, the tragedy, and are in many ways right to. But there is also much excitement, much dynamism, and much hope. And I hope that we got that balance right for you as well. That was Reuters Next Gulf. It's been a pleasure having you join us here in Abu Dhabi. Safe travels home, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you very much indeed.